184 and change. So 184.20, 184X right around here. Not a bad opportunity for Google as well. Down 1%, still hasn't battled back. Nice move. Look at the trend here. It sucks. I mean, I hold this name, so I mean, I would much rather it be up here. But yeah, Google really breaking down. And it kind of looks a little bit, it doesn't look Tesla-esque because Tesla's a little lower than where we are here on this chart. But yeah, I mean, breaking a key level. I remember when Tesla broke 350, 360, we talked about where that next level was going to be. And right now, you're not holding this 182, 183 area is going to be a problem because then I feel like that 175 probably is an incoming situation there. So I would watch out for Apple right now. For Alphabet down since earnings, I guess $20, so 10%. So a little bit of a 10% retracement. I mean, it gets into bear territory at 20, and we're not there yet. But you know, again, a name that I think is getting close to breaking that shelf. So this ELF might not last for too long. Oh yeah, you know what is ELF doing? ELF got killed.
They got smoked
on earnings, but I thought it was battling back actually. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So nice, $65 up to $75. Still getting smoked. Yeah, but there's ELF. That's that shelf that did not last for very long there. So I'm not going to reload Apple or anything right now. There's still 35 minutes, 35 minutes until open. And it's like, I don't know, man, this market is just, the NASDAQ continues to hover around a little bit. You had that nice bump up and then right back in. I think it's probably worth a long try again here. I mean, I did it once. We had lost on it. And we can try it again. I mean, at least now you have that out of 80, 81, 80, whatever that bottom is. So I would wait on the market right now. Still.
Half an hour to go.
Yeah, like we are having a good day, but then at the end of the day, we're able to find some good trades there. So you never know. Like you could have a red day, and then at 3 o'clock, like boom, a trade just opens up for you, and it's like okay. So yeah, we'll be patient with this one. If Apple's going to work, it's going to work. If it's not, it's not. Honestly, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm just going to wait.
That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean the stop orders are in. If it bounces back up, we'll take it. So.
I can't believe Firefly didn't even budge. No, it's like, no, don't get me wrong. Firefly, a stock like this doesn't necessarily care what the market does, but every now and then you will see, like on a really extreme move, you will see some of these things give up. It's holding that $10 level. There are going to be some shorts that are not happy with the fact that this is holding $10. I'll leave it at that. If you were watching the tape, you saw what happened at 10 on this thing, and if it opens breaking away from here, there's going to be some short covering. I would think off the open. Let's go back to the desk.
A couple other things just happening. We were just discussing eggs. Eggs specifically, 53% increase year over year in the month of January. Crazy. Otherwise, though, we went through the list. It's where it always is. It's food and energy. If you take food and energy out, it's basically a flat print across the board. So not much has changed.
And I worry about our side. Doesn't really affect much of the Americans that watch, but in Canada, obviously, our dollar's been getting weaker as a result of the tariff war, you want to call it that. And obviously, that's going to have increases on food prices here because we import most of our food, especially during the winter months, and so that's going to be really affecting us. In addition to that, we've seen the new import tariffs on aluminum, and aluminum is also one of the biggest exports that we have. I think one of the biggest customers is the U.S. for our aluminum tariffs. So it's gonna hurt on this side of the border, Brendo. But you were saying there that used cars are up just a skosh, which is interesting as well because we've seen that kind of play out with the tariff war. A lot of the parts coming in from Mexico.
And is it just like, as we were saying, just a prelude and people getting ahead of what is potentially to come here?
Yep.
Sounds like it's basically a done deal. Here's the dollar right now. Liking that inflation print as well. Big move up for the DXY back to 1 week highs here, essentially. Right back to 108.4. Some of the treasuries moving around here as well. I mean, we just saw a note suggesting that there's heavy bets on the 10-year specifically getting back to 4.9% in a couple of months. So that would be another 0.3. To the upside from basically where we are right now. That's the 10-year, so a nice move up here for yields at this point, which is not going to help, obviously. the overall market. We'll get into a bunch of things as far as the rundown is concerned here and what's on the watch list this morning. I was keeping an eye on Lyft here. It's on the board, so we'll talk about that, 14%. But let's check out the market.
1692, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We rejected 6100. Again, it doesn't look like we're even going to get close to it today. If we continue bleeding like where we are right now, 6031 is what we're printing. Let's look at that low that we put in on February 9th. That low got into about that 6010 area. In general, we're looking to defend 6000, 6010 as support, guys.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the watch list. It's absolutely free, no cost whatsoever. It's in the description of this video. Top link will take you to the sign-up page. You just need your email address, and then you get that sent right to your inbox every single day for nothing before we come on at 8:30. I mean, a lot to discuss here. Let's start with SMCI, back downside right now, but I mean, nice reversal off the initial move yesterday. What a downtick that was in a hurry. The shock, really, that it wasn't the actual earnings, it was preliminary earnings, and then turns out they were not that bad. And the forecast itself was not that bad. So back to basically where the highs were of yesterday right now.
Yeah, decidedly green right now, guys. So Charles Liang, the CEO, he expressed confidence in meeting that February 25th SEC deadline. He expects about $40 billion in revenue for fiscal 2026. That's above the street's expectations of about $30 billion. The revenue guidance cut, this was interesting here. So they lowered their 2025 revenue forecast about 23.5 to 25 billion. They had previously guided 26 to 30 billion, so a bit of a miss there. Analyst expectations were lower than what they had guided, 24.9. Q2 revenue estimates also came in a little light, 5.6 to 5.7. The street wanted 5.89. We know that their accounting issues have been a bit of a problem, Brendo. They delayed their fiscal 2024 annual report as well as their Q1 2025 and Q2 2025 reports, but it doesn't really matter to the market because they're up 27% in 2025.
Not bad. The one analyst that I found that is actually covering this stock has a $57 price target on it. So that would be a nice move still to the upside here for SMCI.
$57. Huh?
One analyst covering, there's got to be more. But look, the fact that they affirmed that they're going to meet, they said they're going to meet this deadline and get the real report out by the 26th. I think it's the 26th or 25th. 25th, sorry. NVIDIA's 26th. SMCI deadline is 25th.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Rob.
Day. Thank you very much.
But look, I think that's a good sign. I was favoring, sorry, Ramin. If I put my phone down on the table next to my microphone, apparently it causes issues, so I always get reminded that I can't do that. So if you hear issues with my mic, it's probably my fault. No, SMCI was looking for longs because we talk about this all the time. Wipe out bottom, big recovery, breakout higher. It's a bullish setup technically, and when you start to think about what it looks like on the higher time frame, it's like, oh yeah, give me that reversal, play longs over. I mean, the 41 looks good. Would have loved to play it. I don't know how much I'm gonna like a breakout today. I just feel the way the futures are going, I can't favor any breakouts. If it's a small cap, maybe, if a small cap is doing the right thing, but I can't favor a breakout. So I'm going to look for a mean reversion. I think that 41 top right in here and also pre-market support, that'd be the first look for some kind of a trend reversal after the open. The way this is held underneath VWAP, I don't know that I want to play this before the market opens up and you can see some actual liquidity come in. So far, you have a bunch of action in the aftermarket, a bunch of action in the pre-market here. It's a kind of stock I'll rather wait and see, but that's a bullish-looking setup if it holds 41. Unfortunately, the market might not care today.
What's up, Wrong Way? He just said that, and I appreciate the nice talk there about, I don't even know what a super trader is, but I'll take it. But no, we have this graphic right here. We were, without Randy here today, we're having, I like the watermelon, it's actually pretty tasty. All right, NASDAQ just broke lower. So we were talking about, this is why, we had gotten out there, right? So there's not too much stress here. And we're waiting for Apple to break below its low here, below 230, then we'll get out of that one. But for right now, the NASDAQ is going the wrong way. So for any of these longs, I had written down here on today's, a new health, something in the Apple Health app is launching today. holistic something, I think. All right, any love for Intel today? Oh, shoot, I didn't post a sticky note yet. All right, so I meant to do that and I forgot. We put on the sticky note, my bad, I'll get that out. I like 41 long. So that's funny. I have it as a draft. I forgot to push send. I'll do that in a second. All right, 41 long. That's where the 200 period moving average is. We just wicked down there. That's probably not a real wick at all. So 41, 41.50 looks like the low of the day. The reason why I liked it, and again, whoopsies, I want to talk about it from yesterday. There's 41. We had a little bit up here. So this is yesterday during the, I guess, the midday there, where we couldn't really get above this 41.50, and then it went whoops around noon, and we could never get back there. Then yesterday on the earnings report, me and Adara were watching this name, obviously, as it went up and down and stopped at 41 again, and then went to the downside. Now today, we open above 41, and it's giving me holding vibes. So let's just see if SMCI does that, and I'll go get this sticky note out as we talk more about Upstart.
I was moving to Adobe there. I was just reading. So Adobe launches AI video tool to compete with OpenAI's. It comes right back down, but just a heads up, Adobe kind of flying around here right now. We did break the highs there and came right back in again. Adobe launching an AI video tool to compete with OpenAI. Prompt to video type idea. DoorDash as well also just popped up in front of me there. Another one that reported back downside. Not a lot of volume this morning for DoorDash, but still hanging on to a decent gain for that one. Yeah, let's talk Upstart, trying to hold on to $80 here. What's much bad about this? Obviously comes back in on the CPI number.
Up 155% in the last year, Brendo, 12 months. What a move up for Upstart. It wasn't all just roses, though. So here's the look, guys. Here's how they did. So they lost about 3 cents per share. That was better than the street was looking for. The street was looking for a 4-penny loss. Adjusted earnings were about 26 cents. That's what the street was looking for. That exceeded forecast there. Their revenue, about $219 million. That beat the 181.9 the street was looking for. With respect to their guidance, Q1 2025 revenue forecast, $200 million, well ahead of that 185 the street was looking for. And for the full year revenue guidance, they're looking for $1 billion for full year guidance there. The street was looking for less than that. $821 million. So a nice move up, guys. And JP Morgan, they upgraded Upstart to neutral from underweight, raised the price target, Brendo, from 57 to 79, citing macro stabilization and risk improvement.
Yeah, we'll see how many eyeballs there are on this today. One of those stocks that typically doesn't do a heck of a lot unless there's some sort of earnings-related number or something along those lines.
Anything or not, I've heard that Axe Capital themselves are upgrading those notes that Sharif has right there. Those look good, man. I'm pretty impressed. Like, well done, man. Like, I'm sitting there like, hey, it looks sharp, putting in that work. Now, the problem with Sharif, the problem with you putting in all of that work into making the notes look good is you need to make sure you keep up your push-up game, because I have you versus Joe. So, make sure you divide that time and get those push-ups in every single day. Upstart, hopefully this can push up higher. When it's a squeeze name, I'll tell you right now, as a trader on a name like this, gapping up on earnings with a 24% short float, the desire is usually to be looking for some long plays. Now, unfortunately, the number was what it was. That inflation print was what it was. On top of that, you've seen it lose the bid. It's trying to make some higher lows. You've held on to 80. I think that gives a place for some action off the open if it can hold on to that 80 level for a continuation play. Anytime it's an outsized move with a short float, I'm usually wanting to look for the longs. I think the chance to revert it typically comes when it breaks a pre-market low. I just can't see myself shorting that 80 level. So look for maybe the mean revert over 80. This is exactly the kind of play where if we hold the open and it just starts trending, you can start looking for like a VWAP hold a little bit later on in the session as well. Again, 24% short float. I know we had a few people in the chat that were yesterday and throughout the week eyeballing this as a sympathy play and a continuation after Affirm did well. Well, that worked out for you. Nothing wrong. Hopefully people took some profits, I would assume. When we gapped up this far, usually people would. Yeah, but play this one a little bit more patiently off of the earnings. And maybe they'll get uplifted today.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Lyft next. You know, let's just go to Lyft. I mean, I think Upstart. Yeah, I mean, play back into VWAP. It's already up. It's below VWAP right now. So I think we'll just wait for this stock. I mean, it's a nice level. It seems to be basing out right here at 78, 79. I was just actually gonna try to see because I'm just checking ADRs note from yesterday to see what the implied move was on Upstart. The implied move was 21%. I'm not making that up. So I'm just looking now. It moved 46% last earnings. The implied move is 21%. So options are washed right now. So let's wait to figure out what winds up. Yeah, that was kind of a good guess, but right there. So that was kind of fluke that we looked at that, but right there. So not that interested really. It's up 21%, that's great, but the implied move was also 21%. So let's just see how it figures out, right? If the shorts want to push this thing lower and get a little bit of a win here, that I could see that happening. And if that does happen, then maybe you're into 74, 75 before you know it. So I'd be careful with Upstart here today. It's really not on my radar. 21% implied move, and that's what it got. To me, it's a no-fly zone until you get that dramatic move one way or the other.
To Lyft here, downside, opposite direction entirely. We're actually right at session lows. Not a heck of a lot of volatility or volume behind this right now. So Q1 bookings, they warned of a downtick to come as far as people using Lyft, and then also pointed to some weather-related issues. But I mean, a day ago we were sitting here talking about this autonomous, or was it? I guess it was Monday. We were talking about the autonomous side of things. Lyft came out and said 2026 they're expected to have some sort of autonomous offering. We had a huge move to the upside, right back down.
And they're using Mobileye, Brendo, to get that done, or so they're saying. So the CEO, David Risher, basically says, look, AVs are not hurting our market, especially in areas where there are autonomous vehicles with Lyft. Now, we had heard previously that they had been eating some of the market share that they had, I believe, in San Francisco. That's where Waymo's Google was working. That's being argued by the CEO, saying, no, we're actually expanding in there. And basically, to add your point about the autonomous vehicle strategy, so they do plan on introducing AVs in Dallas by 2026, again using Mobileye's technology, and they want to have about a fleet of 1,000 cars, Brendo, owned by Japan's Marubeni. I hope I didn't butcher that. Thousands more AVs, will be deployed in other cities. They're saying, and here's what they want to do. They're saying they're expensive, so they don't actually want to own them outright, right? They want to seek partners in order to finance the ownership there. So that's the look. Now, with respect to how they did, the stock dropped, as you said, 12% there, based on lower than expected Q1 gross bookings, which were about 4.05 billion to 4.2. That missed the street's estimate. Revenue was close on the quarter, 1.55. The street was looking for 1.56, and they printed money. They actually made money now, where they haven't in the past. They made about 61.7 million, which is an improvement, Brendo, from the loss of 26.3 million.
I found it very interesting. They went out of their way to point to the autonomous angle and said, this is not an issue for us, but an opportunity.
Yep.
I mean, what else are they going to say? But at the same point, they went out of their way 2 days ago to say this is coming sooner than I think a lot of people were expecting. But meanwhile, there we are, 14% today.
Yeah, we had seen Lyft move a little bit on some Uber. Uber obviously has Bill Ackman underneath it. I wrote down Lyft here, 13.25 or so short. I mean, the move has already happened to the downside, so this is a name that's going to be on the sticky note. Again, this is just the area of concern for me. So here was the up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So I want to see it get back into here. I don't know if that's going to happen. There is, was there a 7? No, it's SMCI has 17% short float, but there is a short float in Lyft.
13.
Is it 13? Okay, so I'm not going to check it. Neil knows. So, so 13% short in Lyft. That's good enough for me. I just want to see it play back into this area, and then we'll be there. So, yeah, I mean, not great, but that shelf has now broken to the downside. So I think playing in this rough area here makes sense. This is a daily chart. It's gone a lot of nowhere. I mean, if you go all the way back, I mean, even to where we are here, these levels are back so this is last year, January of 24. Nice move up to $21 from 14, back down to 9, up again and right back. So it's just been kind of like a pretty mixed bag here for Lyft, depending on what quarter you're looking at. But, Last time, a year ago, this is what the quarter did. This quarter, this way. So I think they're waiting for this autonomous driving. I almost think Lyft, based on some of the numbers there, they have the user base. I mean, maybe they're a buyout candidate at some point. That could be something there for Lyft. Apple's working again. Apple's back to the 50-period moving average. So we'll take another piece out right there. As I told you, man, we're not stressed out about this at all with Apple. We have our 230 out. If it fades through there, we're going to get punched out anyways. So right now, we'll see if Apple can get a little bit higher. But yeah, Lyft, I'm sitting there with the short in and around that. I just wrote down 13.25, but it's that area short. So I just think be patient if it gets there and see what happens. I still want to go along the futures, though, right now. I just can't pull the trigger. We already got Apple on board.
Yeah, I'm thinking, look, the prior support is 13 on Lyft. It held it for so long. Unless it's back above 13, I'm not thinking long on the stock. It's just, there's an abyss underneath this if it breaks 12. So I don't want to short it necessarily. Like, you're at 12 and a third right now. So first available pop. You know, you've got VWAP, you've got the pre-market highs, and you got 13. So any one of those on a reversion, I'm looking short on Lyft. And you also have the market going with you. That's the other thing you want to keep in mind. And if Lyft starts catching a bid, I'd probably prefer to sympathy long Uber if that were the case.
There's a note on Micron there, guys, that came through. Speaking at the Wolf Semiconductor conference this morning, they maintained their Q2 guidance, but forecast fiscal Q3 revenue growth downside. So a little bit negative there for MU with a big move to the lows essentially on that. 2.3% here, meanwhile, for Alibaba. Anything China, excuse me, my voice is not cooperating. Outside of this one, I noticed this morning, JD.com, 2% downside. So a little bit more positivity for some of the e-commerce names.
The delay of that $800 tariff, that de minimis tariff that would have affected Temu, Shia, and AliExpress, JD.com, all who ship into the United States, taking advantage of that exemption, they possibly could be a bit of a tailwind for them. Also, David Tepper, we heard him go on CNBC in September, really pound the desk, say, buy everything. Well, he's putting his money where his mouth is, Brendo. He's continuing to add to his positions. They make up Chinese-related holdings now make up 37% of his portfolio. He's got the likes of JD.com, Alibaba, PDD's, also got some ETFs, KWeb, FXI there. Now, with respect to Alibaba, because Alibaba has been quite strong lately, especially after dropping that Qwen AI model, which has been gaining adoption, not just with Apple, but Stanford, Berkeley, they're all looking at picking it up. The company has split its AI operations into two divisions, one for consumer applications, Brendo, and the other one for enterprise AI tools. So they're doing good here. Alibaba on a bit of a hot streak.
Yeah. Overall, I mean, ADRs across the board higher, just that JD sticking out there a little bit. There's Li Auto, XPeng as well to the upside this morning, coming back in, obviously, with the market move.
Yeah, Baba, look, the one I'll look at is Alibaba pretty much almost every single time. And we've pulled right back into prior highs. 115, that's sort of yesterday's high, I should say. It's been at these prices before, but yesterday's high at 115. Obviously, it had a banner day on the Apple partner up, and looking for a little continuation is going to require it to revert this at the open. I feel like a lot of stocks, if you're bullish on a stock right now, like there's two kinds: the ones that are still going down like this and looking for a bounce, and the ones that have made a bounce and trying to put in some higher lows. So this has yet to really make a definitive low and bounce, but this is the spot at 115. I call it like an over-under level. If it's underneath 115, I really don't want to be doing anything with it because I'm not thinking short on Alibaba. But as long as we hold above, reversion plays, VWAP, trend up is the way I would like to play Baba. If you're looking at this from like that swing perspective, this has been the spot where if you've been buying the 70s and 80s, if it's a trade, taking profit in front of 120, let's just say it worked last time, and then you're able to rinse and repeat. So this is kind of that spot on a higher time frame where there was some profit taking to be had.
All right. Right now, we're positive here, including the TQs and the Apple trade. So, yeah, so far so good there. All right, let's just wait to see if Apple can go. I think it can. I mean, I'm already a little bit, I'm not upset, but we should probably still be long the TQQs. There's Alibaba 113 to 114 long. Strong AI talk in China. I think that makes the most sense right here, that's what we wind up doing. So, again, I can't believe it's round tripped all the way back up here, but that was a great move. Probably will sell this level. We've talked about the last time we sold was right here at 117.50. I don't know how lucky that was back then, but we did not buy anything back. And that's what I'm saying about the forever hold strategy. You know, because you can basically hold it all the way up here to 120, make a bad decision by holding it all the way back down, and you don't know if it's going to be a bad decision or not, gets into $80 again. So you give up basically 50% there, and then it just rips up another 50% right back to those levels again, and now you have a chance to right the wrong if you wanted to do it again. So I wonder how many people will ring the register, but as we just explained there, David Tepper, and there's a lot of people that are liking the space right now, and there's also a lot of traders like Brian Shannon and so on that completely ignore Chinese names. So I don't know if that's the right strategy either, but we've been watching FXI for a while and actually talking about this trade, even back that day when we all made our picks. I was like, if you're going to go something, maybe China, because of all the negativity surrounding it. And Donald Trump has come out and even said, even when he was running, that you know, he's going to have that relationship with China and try to be more business-like with them. It seems like it's working out there. But this is not a tariff-related thing. This is an AI thing. So they all seem to be getting cheaper, smarter, faster. So yeah, I would say stay long China right now until something happens. I don't know what that's going to be, but you can always get out on tariff news and things like that. I would say stay long with stops, but yeah, FXI. You're not seeing this in any other major. This is the China 100. Right? So this is a huge move. Like the NASDAQ 100 hasn't moved. So that's $29 in a month. So this is in a month. So you've now moved from 29 to 33. So you've added $4 on 29. So you're up about 12 or so % in a month on the major index. That's a huge move. It would make sense to me if people started getting a little bit out. Apple's still going 60 cents in the money right here. We'll figure it out.
We're just checking out the snow forecast for Toronto. It's coming. Intel 5.3% here to the upside this morning on some comments from JD Vance. There was also, I was reading a couple of these, the reviews for their latest chip. Better than expected. Who knew? Huge day yesterday. Here we go again. So,
Brendo, they're still kind of bleeding a little bit in the desktop segment, but they're starting to pick up ground or regain share, market share, I should say, in laptops. Specifically, their Panther Lake CPU expected later this year will be a laptop-only CPU, and it will leverage Intel's new 18A manufacturing process. I don't know what's happening here, but apparently...
Ramin with the assist. We're trying to zoom in a little bit.
I can't even work like this, Brendo. I don't know what to do. The desktop competitiveness here, which they still are doing poorly in, they're not expecting much until 2026 when they launch Nova Lake. Very interesting names for these CPUs.
But look how much better it looks now.
Of course, yeah, she didn't interrupt at all. There was, yeah.
Look at perfectly centered. What are you gonna do? Thoughts, guys?
8, 10.
Oh, the battle.
How many?
I love that. You always got to be nice to Ramin. Come on now. Always. Ramin and Fabian make us look and sound good. So they have all the power out there. Look, Intel making some strong moves. You know, the fab spin-off could be something that's happening. There's a lot going on with it. It's held on to VWAP. It's held on to the prior high.
Go Apple.
It's up 5 points today. I think, you know, the fact that it didn't even retest the lows on that number, on the CPI print after the initial downside move makes me like the long. So we're just going to work the long on this one today. As long as it holds VWAP in the prior high, we're going to be buying the dips. And Intel, if we lose that CPI bottom, well, then I check out till 21, because 21 is exactly the level that held right at the end of the day yesterday. So that's, if we lose this, come to the chart for a second. Yeah. If we lose this bottom, then I wait back in for the 21 level. As Intel, it's just been a strong stock. It's now a couple of days in a row. It even has a potential breakout through like 27.70 or so. 5 points after 7 points at one point yesterday. Yeah, long until it's wrong.
Yeah, we bought Intel. We put a new position on Intel in $19.80. So it's been working out pretty well for us right there. Apple right now, Apple getting close to my favorite animation, of course, because, you know, when we have $1 in the money, it's worth celebrating a little bit. So there goes Apple. Nicely done to the upside. Chef Joe, I'm checking my messages, and but I'll check them in a second. I haven't looked just yet. There goes Apple. Okay, so I really like Intel. That's why I bought it. Let's just see where it goes. I mean, again, you know, bad name, got hit, now moving up, kind of like Baba here. If we can get to 24, 25, I think we pull the shoot on this and just take whatever that was. We did the same thing on Rigetti, but that was in one day. But if we can go from basically 20, let's say 20 to 26 right there, and you can get your 20 to 26, $6 on 20, you know, get your whatever, 14, 15, 20%, whatever that's going to wind up being, a little bit more than that, actually, 25%. That would be great. So I like that pull. I think it's a long back at the 200 period moving average. We will have some imbalances coming out. I hope it does shoot Apple up, and of course it shoots it down a little bit right there. So we're going to find out where these imbalances came from. Plug power there. Intel with a sell as well, moving back down now. So that's a sell. Plug power. SMCI with a little bit of a sell, but not doing anything right here. Apple, Tesla, that was a good one. I just saw Apple move down, but not really, came right back. There's Tesla with the sell. Ugh, that's too bad. We had written, Tesla's not even on the board there, actually. Tesla's one of my #1 ideas for a sell up there, but we'll have to wait to see if that comes in. There's Big Bear AI. Shout out to Tisha Perkins and everybody else out there looking for some small cap names. But yeah, Big Bear looks like the biggest small cap on here for right now. What is that? OCEA. We've seen that name before. Yeah, 17 cents. So LITM, 60 cents. Plug Power may be the one right now. I don't know what's up with that. 3 million. So it's not doing too much to the stock, obviously, there with Plug Power. So yeah, those are my thoughts sort of on Intel. There's just, for me, there's bigger names today, but Intel, it doesn't matter. You can use a lot of shares on it. It's only a $20 name. So I feel very, very comfortable trading this, and I think it would be a dip buy into this 21.75. But the market's down 1%, so early. I'm not super excited about the long. I'm trying to even get out of this Apple as we speak. So,
we have plenty of time here.
Yeah.
Just remembering, Rigetti is going to be short sell restricted today after being down over 10%. So with 3 minutes to go here, it's right at the 50 period on the daily. This is the level I'm like, it needs to close above this today to look for a bit of a reversion, but it's at that spot. So at some point, I'm suspecting I'm going to look for one of those trend down reversals on Rigetti because it is SSR. Lunaware asking about SOPA from yesterday. SOPA was actually a really good long in the afternoon, but once it gave it up, like it was a good long off a trend. Like it got from like 575, it went to 650. It's kind of an easy 10% move, but it lost it to VWAP, and now there's not a lot of volume going with it. If you're looking for a crazy squeeze play, that's not doing volume. Firefly is. Firefly has done 15 million shares by my count already pre-market, and it's holding above the $10 level. So this is, again, going to be on watch. If it holds 10, I think this one can absolutely fly. There were a lot of short sellers at the $10 level, as we've mentioned a couple times. And have we shown NVIDIA? Probably not.
No, we didn't really talk too much about segments other than
NVIDIA's underneath yesterday's low, so this is looking awfully weak. If we come back into VWAP and cannot take it back out, I kind of like Palantir a little bit better if we're fading today, but it's a very similar look for Palantir underneath yesterday's low, not much of a bounce. I think if we fade off VWAP, it's already respected it once. I like that on Palantir. And one last chip before I throw back to Sean, Micron is down a lot. Micron, compared to everything else that I've looked at in the chip space, Micron down 4.5%.
Oh, there was a story.
There was a story. They were speaking at a conference. Probably worth having that one up on a watch list somewhere. Didn't have any levels for it, but if we actually do end up bleeding, this is the worst of the ones that I've seen, and getting to some major levels here at 87.5. Worth keeping an eye on. But with SMCI, Intel,
NVIDIA's not much better, man.
NVIDIA.
Damn NVIDIA.
Yeah, we barely even talked about SMCI. Like, there's a lot to look at today off of the open, so you got to pick your poison. Probably won't even. I probably won't look at Micron, to be honest with you, but it's worth watching.
I'm going to try to short VWAP of NVIDIA here. All right, it's only a minute and a half left. I'm only in Apple, you guys. I was just talking about Intel that because it was on the board. Some of you asked. The position board is working. Neil's long Intel. I'm long Apple, so we'll wait. I don't think the long is right, though. We'll just wait. Yeah, make sure you like and subscribe. I actually wanted to, share it as well. Where's the video here? I want to see how many likes we have right now. Wow, okay, yes. Thank you so much, guys. Over 10,000 watching as we speak. That's all right. 1.1K, though. Yeah, we'll take it a little more than 10%. We'll get that. Let's get that going here. There should be like a short float. 17, 18% of you should be voting at least right now. Okay, so I'm going to take NVIDIA short on VWAP as if it was an earnings play. It's down 2% right now. We'll play that fade down on NVIDIA. What else am I waiting for? We're into Apple. I'm waiting for Baba Long. We only have 30 seconds left. Baba Long off, sticky note into 114. Let's see if that happens. Maybe it will, maybe it will not. And then SMCI, a lot of you are probably here for that. Over 10,500 of you here right now. Over 1.4K. We just get a 30% boost right there in the likes. So thank you so much for that. SMCI, I'm still waiting at 41. This will probably be the one that fills me first. So SMCI down there, and then Lyft, the short, I think that we had talked about there.
Yep.
All right, we're a little late on the bell here, but that's okay. We only now have 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. We are now open. The casino has opened its doors. Please gamble and play responsibly. Right now, SMCI doing not much. We'll wait to see what happens there. Wow, Apple with the ripper right there. We don't have any offers up there? Come on, guy. There it is, 232. It is now that dollar club right now as Apple going back up to the upside, just sorting itself out. Let's take some more outs up here on Apple as we start to moonshot right now. Neil, oh yeah, that's a big trade right there for me on Apple, setting the tone early right here on AAPL, Neil. Wow, what a move up. I hope Intel's going for you as well. But Apple right now absolutely ripping up $1.20. We just tweeted this out minutes ago that this was the trade we liked. We like it so much, we like it twice. Right there, nice play there for Apple. Let's just see where it goes.
Absolutely love that play. Actually, I'm watching Palantir. Intel's still in the money. It's holding VWAP at 22. Palantir just broke VWAP as well. And SMCI lost a bid, so I guess we're not going long SMCI. NVIDIA just broke low of the day. Anytime the chips go down, got to be a little bit concerned with that. I was trying to buy the dip back at our 2180 on Intel. You can see it just very, very barely missed out. Still going to go long in front of that 21.75. Tesla's bouncing higher. It looks like it wants to hold that 330 level. All right, SMCI, this is what you got to do. SMCI just wicked 42 and back above. So if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
I just keep getting out of SMCI, so we really love that long, and unfortunately we were talking about playing it back to the 200 period. I was waiting at 41.50. The bang up level there for SMCI. Okay, we just got more outs there. Apple is very, very choppy. So we just have a whole bunch of outs here at 232. We take advantage of that move early, but watch out for Apple fading right back in right now. Bye-bye, Apple. Good outs there. We'll still be fine. I don't know if we're going to reload it. I do have a buy down here closer to 230. If it breaks 230, then we'll have another look at that name again for Apple. Neil's already in Intel. It's hitting on some of my scanners there, so I don't know what's going on over there. SMCI, I still like the long. We'll wait for it. Let's check out our Quen friend over here with Alibaba. That came down into 115. We're waiting for a little bit lower on that one. And then Palantir, I know, was a name that you had looked at. Again, I just keep on looking over at Neil's and SMCI. Okay, so Palantir, whoa, hey-oh. Nice move. Yeah, huge move there for PLTR. We sold some finally in our account yesterday at 114. We did talk about that, and we put our money right over here. And I don't know, Ooh, yeah. All right, Tesla. All right, so that seems to be a one-day move. That seems to be paying off right now. Buying Tesla yesterday at 330 and selling some Palantir. But, okay, here we go. Tesla with a nice move to the upside now. 336 break long. I had written down here, we'll wait for a 340 short. So let's see what happens here with Tesla. Apple kind of turning around right now.
SMCI lost it at VWAP. So if it loses 42, remember I said if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. It got to VWAP. Just quick. There we go. It got to VWAP. I reloaded it. The reload's going to cost because the reload was unnecessary, and it's now trend down. So we're going to get out of that one. Intel also, we reloaded it. We lost the bid. Second lose the bid. I'm out. Not fighting it. Do not want to be caught in that one. You're still seeing a little bit of strength over there in Tesla and Lyft. Didn't want to forget about Lyft. The one idea that we actually like short, let it calm down a bit. That's a real wick. It kind of just went up 30 cents, down 30 cents, and is just sort of chilling out. We like it off the pre-market high. We like the $13 level for some fades. Let this one calm down a bit. But it's Palantir that, it caught a ridiculous bid right off the open there on Palantir. And now up and green. Clearly, this one's the one, and continuing to go higher and higher. You had mentioned NVIDIA. NVIDIA, not yet at VWAP. I kind of liked it a little bit. It wasn't necessarily VWAP, it was a prior day low. Anything that doesn't break the prior day low on the backside here, I think is still going to be a short. But this is why you do not fight the stock. I said if we lost here, I don't look at Intel for long until $21. Well, it's going to be at $21 right quick.
Yeah, tough trading on those chip names. We're in SMCI right now. It falls into our lap here, but we're not going to. I'm just looking and thinking like, okay, if this falls back in, like, where is the problem? I think it's a $40 break. So we're going to have to give it into that level if we're going to do anything right now with SMCI, because we wanted to try it at 41. Now, we know that obviously this is going to be a sort of a slippery slope there. We had written down 41 long, 70% short float. Let's wind up seeing what happens with this name. So SMCI, we're long at 40.70 right now. I think I'm pretty comfortable with it. A break below $40 though, we'll let it run a little bit underneath that, but like 39.50 is probably going to be it, because standing in here and catching these knives are sharp, and you do not want that, as Sharif says. It's a no good right there. So we'll wait to see if it does fall back in one more time here for SMCI. But so far so good, man. I mean, we'll lose on the TQs, which is kind of crazy. Now up about 70 handles from where we had it. Apple's been a great stock, and that will put us basically where we need to be with going 1 and 1. And then we will tempt fate right now with SMCI trying to play this level right now. There it goes. So there's the break. So we're going to watch out what happens at 40. Often you'll get a break down like this and then a pop right back up. So if that doesn't happen, then we know that SMCI is a no good. So right now long at $40.50 on SMCI. Take a little pressure off here in the 30s, mid 30s if we can. But there it is. So it didn't go. You see, so it's supposed to go there on the fail break, and it didn't. So yeah, we're getting ready now. Not going to average back in. We'll give it down here one more time. SMCI so far falling knife time right there. And we've talked about not being stubborn, right? If it breaks lower and it kills us and crushes us out, then we are gone. Apple's still working though.
And for the first time, we're into short. It's not Lyft. I wish it was Lyft, but if Lyft doesn't set up, NVIDIA just went right into the prior day low and did a curl. It's underneath VWAP again, so grabbed it at 60s. I actually have, there we go, had an offer in there at 68 as well, actually 69, so average price now 65. If we make a fresh high, simple out. Do not want to fight this. Oh, Intel's at 21.
Here we go.
All right, so Intel's at 21. This is our reversion level, kind of like the 40 for you. I like this 21 for a bit of a bouncing reversion here on INTC. So if it breaks it, I'm looking for a break and retake, and then we're going to go back into the long into Intel.
All right. Okay, so we just got out of some SMCI. It does break over 40.50, but look, here it comes right back in again. So just kind of massaging our position here. We're lucky to have Apple. That's going to be that dollar. Is there anything else? Yeah. Palantir right now, 112. So this is getting to be, again, I kind of like this move up to VWAP here in the futures. If we can come out. Yeah, thanks, Fabian. So we'll have to wait to see if it wants to continue there. But that might have been the move there. We had gotten back up to this level, 21,600 on the NASDAQ post CPI right there. That was a nice little bounce. We'll see if it can hold that level and continue to go higher. Palantir is fading out though right now, but Apple's a good one. And here goes, come on SMCI. Let's see, okay, here we go, Neil. Now we're 20 cents in. Let's see if SMCI can get going a little bit. Just want to take a little bit off. We've only taken off 5%. Let's see if it goes higher. There's another 2%. Here goes SMCI. We're making it rain one more time over on this side, guys. So nice so far. I hope Neil's short is working out there on NVIDIA. We'll get coverage in that when we get back from A.
Couple earnings names here on watch, of course, other than SMCI. Confluent actually really looking good here. CFLT, they did report 23% revenue increase here on a year-over-year basis, EPS and sales beat. Of course, Upstart as well. looking pretty good here. UPST making new days highs or pushing past the pre-market highs as well. And last but not least, smaller cap name on watch, XLO, showing up with some volume here. So lots of names to keep an eye on this morning.
It's a wild one this morning for sure. So a couple of things here. One, obviously, we're getting a bounce on Intel. The market's also going to be bouncing. Palantir did a curl, but we're not in Palantir short. We're in NVIDIA short. Right into this prior resistance level. It looks like it wants to take out that top. All right, Intel. Actually, I have no orders out on Intel. Let me get some here. 15s. 18s, and then I'll get some out on Intel in the 20s if we get there. But if we take that prior high, I'm jumping out of NVDA. I don't like being in front of the NVIDIA freight train when it wants to break. So I'm going to jump out of that one if we break that local high. Intel, we like 21.
Oh.
So it's bouncing. I just got those like 16s and 17s. That's what I was just firing out while I was talking. And then I'm offering here in the 20s. There's resistance at 40 in theory. Prior low, prior resistance here yesterday. But I think if we get to 2140, I got to be able to respect that. So Intel, we stuck with that one because this was part of the original plan. 2175, 21. If we get to VWAP, I'll be perfectly happy with VWAP because it's still a trending down stock. Tesla's also about to break out those highs. NVIDIA just went as well.
All right, so tough there with that NVIDIA, but good trading on Intel, obviously. Here we go with SMCI, man. It's $1 in the money right now. So we already took $1 on it. The two trades we've been in so far. We've been in 3 trades, by the way. SMCI is $1, Apple's $1, and TQ's is 100 handles. But this one is not the winning trade. We got stopped out in the same minute, basically, there as we were there. But the good thing about it all is, of course, is that we went back and took this trade out again on Apple, as it just went to 232 again. Like, we have to start taking that out when it gets up there, and that's what we've been doing. So hopefully you guys are sort of mimicking those trades. SMCI, of course, it's on our radar. Neil and I both talked about that earlier. So I know you were in and out of that one real quick, but we sort of stuck with it. We did have our plan of action there right now, and this will be P&L number 1. It'll be close to Apple depending on what happens here, but right now SMCI, we're really glad we're on it. This is right off of our list, right? It's our number 1 trade idea, but we do have another alert. Wow, SMCI, Neil. We're half our day goal right now. We talk about this, and we talk about this all the time here on the show, and I think that's important to do that, where you know where you sort of sit here. All right, so we started the Lyft short. We wrote down 13.25, but we just took the short here at 13. Let's let Lyft breathe a little bit here. I don't want to get stopped out immediately on this trade, so we're going to give it to 13.25. That's going to be my next order, and then 13.50, right? If we break above 13.50 on Lyft, then we will pass that. So there it is, 13.50. That's 13.60. I just don't want to, if it breaks here, we're gone. So 13.50 on Lyft is my new stop zone right there. So yeah, man, so far so good. SMCI really ripped there. We're able to get some out, but here's the fade back again. So just be careful what we're doing right now with SMCI.
Yeah, the market is screaming into, the NASDAQ screaming into VWAP here, so just watch out. If we break through this, I think you're going to see some things really start to fly. Tesla's about to break out the high as well.
Ooh.
So I just got that 40 level on Intel. At this point, if it breaks the prior bar or breaks trend, we're going to jump out. I like VWAP in here, obviously. But if you can't get through VWAP, that is a distinctive trend down. It's still a failed break of the high. So failed break of yesterday's high, and then underneath VWAP. If I was flat this and not long biased, that's usually a shorted VWAP. So it is a take shares in front of VWAP kind of situation for me. Tesla, this is a Tesla potential break. I said I wasn't favoring breakouts after this number, so I'm not going to take this break. But as long as it's holding $330, I think this one is a long on a recovery day. That's what we put in the notes. I didn't want to have any breakouts, so I will not take this break. But if we fail it, come back into VWAP. Trend is your friend till the end, when it usually tries to bend.
Yes. All right. So really just the same old stuff here. If there's anything you guys want to talk about, we're here, there. Yeah, Firefly maybe. JP Morgan just made that move up to 270. Okay, not much volume.
Firefly is halted to the upside.
Oh my God.
Firefly is halted. It's at $12.50.
There it is.
The shorts are wrecked. The shorts are wrecked on this one. There were people shorting this thing. You saw them on the book at $10 yesterday, multiple times, hundreds of thousands of shares in one shot. One was 300,000 shares, one was 100,000 shares. They got moked, and now it's halted up. The tap is actually 1272.
Look at SMCI.
So it's indicating a higher open. Obviously, this one is taking names out. AIFF. We'll let you guys know where this one ends up.
It already is. Yeah, $1.70 in the money. Great trading there on AIFF if you've got it. But what we actually have right now is $2 in the money on SMCI, $1 in the money on Apple right now, and a 5-cent winner on Lyft. So we'll wait to see what happens with Lyft. But oh boy, if you guys are here on SMCI today, we trade where there's news, we trade where there's things happening, and there it goes, SMCI, guys, $2 and change now as that register is starting to get rung a little bit up here for SMCI. But oh boy, do we have more to go on this name. I mean, why can't we get up here, man? Why can't we get to 43? We just take some out there at 42.25. We're back here again, man. We say this all the time, but we are doing this. We are now moments away from getting that level that we wanted to do for our own personal goals. Right there, we are just moments away from getting our personal day high. There, go. Okay, so right there, there it is. Daily goal met right there again. So thank you so. There it is. Thank you so much for that as we put down some chicken dinner winners on here, Neil. It's a big trade alert. One more time for us on SMCI. Sharif just goes, dude, that's a great trade. It's almost, Neil, a 2-bagger. It's a 3-bagger right now as it goes up $3 in the money. And then, by the way, we're just going to go 3 for 3 here and trade Lyft as well. So let me just show you what's going on with Lyft. Look at that move right there, guys. What did we write down? We wrote down... Okay, I mean, look, humility, I understand that, but let's just call it what it is. This is Lyft, Neil, 13.25 we wrote down. Its high is 13.25. We're short 13.25. SMCI, $41 long. That is now $2 in the money. Okay. So far, $2 in the money there. Huge trade on Lyft. I'm glad you guys are all here. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. There's reasons why we just hit 500,000 subscribers. We're here, and I'm not going anywhere, and neither is she. What's up, Adara?
We're going to take a look here at TIGR. This is Up FinTech Holdings. No news on this. There rarely is when it runs, but it does tend to sometimes move in sympathy with these Chinese tech plays, which we know have been very strong. So TIGR on watch. And again, this is a smaller cap name, but does have a market cap here of, I believe, over $1 billion, float of over 1 billion shares. So this is not tiny by any means, guys. TIGR.
So I'm out. We said we'd do it. We got 21 to 21 and a half. We'll take our 2 points and run on Intel because I still think this is relatively weak. We talked about this in the future. You're right at that VWAP. If we pull back, wait for 21. Have a plan. Stick to the plan. You know, this is one that could have been a day ruiner for me for sure if we kind of dug into it too much. And that's what you got to be able to do. Get out, wait for your next price level. And what is going to be next? I feel like it's Tesla. Didn't want the breakout trade, but we're going to look for the dip buy back into VWAP here or anything in front on Tesla. It's up 2.5 points. It's been down multiple days in a row. I think we're getting a relief rally day here in Tesla. As long as it's above 330, you're going to take the stairs to the upside with any luck on Tesla. AIFF, I know a lot of people looking at that Firefly. I paid for locates in case it puts like a $20 or a $25 level on it. It's continuing higher. But the only thing I would look for is the halt level. If it can hold the halt level on an initial pullback, then I might look for longs on that name. But it's going to be about Tesla for me next in the midst of this little bit of a pullback. I want to be able to pick up the bid here. If Intel holds above VWAP, we can always go back into that name, still favor the longs, but I want to see that 21.75 start to hold. We were long before the market opened. So Tesla's on tap next. I think the market has a decent chance to go green. If that happens, Tesla, if it's going down 5% every day, 5 to 10% up on a relief rally seems pretty reasonable to me.
NVIDIA's at VWAP. Okay. Yeah, never sell Palantir. That seems to be right. Look at Palantir right now, up 1.6%. Giddy up, man. We are loving this name. And again, I hope everybody has traded. Oh, man. Look, we're at our day already. But wow, that pickup there on the futures was the one, but you could have had it here. This is more the one that we ignored it, right at 9 o'clock. That's where we really should have been digging in there because we already have that bottom. So if you really do like the long down there for sure. So Wow. Yeah, you're going to hear me. I didn't, great trade there by Neil. You must have had a lot of, obviously, a decent amount of shares down there. If it could have been a day ruiner, we had something similar with SMCI, but it wouldn't have been a day ruiner for us. We were just trading sort of comfortable right there. Even if this fell down through 39.50, we would have only, at that point, taken about $1 hit, which would have been fine for us. I mean, we've really changed our style of taking more risk, letting trades build up, and then letting it just blow up. Because, like, you can have good trades, but if you don't put on the risk, then it's ultimately not really going to matter. What we're trying to do is just teach again, and then everybody can put their own risk on, right? Like, you could see, oh, we're getting close to 50,000 followers. I want to thank everybody for that on Twitter as well. But we're about 50 people away. But as you note, like, and I always get messages like, man, I had a great week and then I just lost it all in one day or on one trade or whatever. How do you manage that, right? I mean, and that's part of it. That's why we have this risk tolerance and these levels, right? And that's why when you want to ask us if we're green or red on the day, questions like that, that's all that matters. And then once you figure out that you've gotten green 7, 8 days out of 10, and you can do that pretty consistently, then that's when you start to up your shares and then start to take a little bit more risk, right? You can see behind us, the floor is a ghost town. We only have OB on there. Why is that? Because prop trading and trading in general is super difficult. So if you don't manage risk, then you're going to be like everybody else and hitting the floor and hitting that pavement. So you got to manage risk properly. And if you can do that, then you can be a successful trader. And it's like, how do you do it mentally? You have to have that confidence, and you just have to understand what you're good at. And and just be real with yourself. It's lowering. When I'm struggling, I lower the shares. When we're doing well, we up the shares. And you guys have seen, this is now 5 years for this show. I've changed completely the way I trade, and that's really changed, and for the much, much better. I mean, you could see right here, the show is kicking it right now. You could see the trades that are going on. I've clearly found my role here, and it's been an absolutely bang-up experience, and I just want to thank everybody for joining, because this is exactly what we're doing here every single day. So there it is, man. Thank you so much for everything, and yeah, not quite the religious preacher right there, but as far as stocks go, I'll be here for you guys.
That's what it's all about, and it's so true. Like, find that level of consistency, have your plan of action. The market's at that tiering point. I just want to come to Tesla for a quick little second. That was a bit of it kind of missed 334. VWAP sits at 333.50 on my chart. If it's different on yours, the data starts at 6 a.m. If yours starts at 4 a.m., you probably have VWAP that's might be a little bit lower. But we just look at the bounce that just happened off of VWAP. Like, that's pretty intense. Leave it in there, see if we can. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to leave it in $2 away. That's another rule. I do not like to have a bid just sitting there when it's more than $1 away. So if we don't get that VWAP bounce, I'm still looking over to see if Intel can hold on to VWAP on its own. If you like a price level, wait for it to get to that level. I want to see it hold, get back above the prior high, and then work into the long trade. Tesla didn't give us the dip that we necessarily wanted, but it's still looking pretty solid. And then the only one that's on the plan of action that I haven't traded, Baba looking to retap prior highs. So Alibaba ran off yesterday's highs. Now it's reverting back in. Anytime a stock is in a downward trend like this, into my support level, they draw a trend line, even though in this case it's like a really obvious trend, so you might not need a trend line. If we revert the trend and are above 115, long Alibaba. Close above this bar, and then we go long. Hopefully 115, I think that's the best price. Put the stop underneath the prior bar low, and that's the plan of action for Alibaba. Intel's still trying to go. I still think it has a chance, but I think Baba's going to be next on the mean revert, at least for myself. Any events today? Manik just said in the chat. Well, Powell, day 2 testimony, so you got to watch out for anything he might say while he's testifying. You never really know. He doesn't have to talk about the economy, but he usually makes some comments that could potentially move the market.
All right, what else do you guys want to talk about? So SMCI just goes upside there. I'm just trying to piece this out as it goes. We just got a couple bumps up there, 42.60, 42.30. You're still hovering around. We talked about let's go to 43.50. I didn't even have an offer out there. So I'm going to put an offer now at 43 flat, see if we can get that. Then we'll be happy, and then we'll see what happens from there. If it wants to go higher, fine. Apple is the trade that we thought it would be today. So there goes Apple, $1.50 in the money. We're $4 in the money now in total positions. So, and this Lyft though, all right. Position pending right now, we're red on this name. So as it comes up here, we'll try one more time right here at 30. It was a good move down, but we only got out of half. So if your average price is going to be 20s like it was, and then we only got out of half around 30, we got some 12s, 95s, 96s, but generally, I guess that was about right, 98s, 96. We didn't even notice it until it was all the way down there. And then we took a little bit more out at 9s or 10s. So we'll be roughly flat on this trade, but our stop is 13.50. So if we get elevated up there, then we'll have a position on board now looking to figure this out. So yeah, we're a little bit off here on Lyft. We did want to give it to 13.50, which is right here. It is a sticky note trade. We had written it down. We are short right now at 22s. So that's really the price to worry about. I'm going to put another bid, like what is that level, 15s? All right, I mean, we're just scalping it out. Like I said, I'm positive here today. So if we can get something on this downside, it doesn't have to be a huge trade. The huge trades have already been with Apple and with SMCI, and we are looking for more. We did want to look at Google as well. So GOOGL. We're short Lyft 22s. All right, so Google did have that barcode opportunity there, and then we had mentioned it that we like this for the short. It does break that level right there off the open and get to 182. This is a name that I'm nervous about, but it does hold that exact level. Wow. So there's another opportunity. We talked about 182 there today, and it holds it perfectly. So for the win right there. No positions for my guy over there, but we do have Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye on this GNS here. This is Genius Group. The company's CEO just posted on X, looks like probably an attempt to push the stock higher, but basically saying apparently that its current share price, its market cap is half the value of its Bitcoin treasury and 30% of the company's net asset value. So I guess some positive comments from its CEO sending GNS to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Sure. Thank you very much there, Adara. So Alibaba is still doing a reversion still trying to do a reversion. Sean's already mentioned Lyft, but for myself, you see the break? I like the mean revert on this stock. We said we only wanted to be short Lyft, but it's in the upward trend. It's trying to break the trend right now. So if we do break this upward trend, like this higher low to that higher low, if we break this trend, I would look short. But I feel like Alibaba is going to come in there first. Tesla's pulling back into VWAP. Palantir is absolutely on one. I'll get to that in a second. So Lyft, Baba, Intel, still not seeing the strength that I would like yet above VWAP. Let's bounce VWAP. Let's try to make some higher lows. Otherwise, we wait back in for 21. If 21's where the long worked, and if we're going to get there again, that's where we have to wait for it on Intel. What up?
Apple. Wow, what a name, man. I mean, this was yesterday. This was my number one stock, or was it the day before? This just goes to getting right back into your comfort zone. So yesterday we nailed Apple. Today it's honestly, man, to the wall right here on Apple. Like we have this trade, man. Like this is real life right there. So far so good on that one. The NASDAQ is getting to a spot now where possibly there's the 200 period. Again, being long down there was pretty sweet, but we don't have it. $84 coming through right now. We did talk about Starbucks going for a little bit of a dip there as well. I was thinking that this I really like the stock and I actually want to buy this name on dips. And that is just that it was well extended from its 50-period moving average. So every day, Starbucks is up today, but every day I'm still trying to see about Starbucks eventually trying to break that 110. And I think that when it does, you do have a nice downside move there for Starbucks. Of course, today it holds 110, but no liquidity in the pre-market. Not really a super strong play there for me. All right, I'm going to get another piece out here. SMCI is both these names are $2 in the money for me, so it's about massaging this. We have Bitcoin. We talked about what a buy that was at 92,000. Looks like it was back up to 95.5 right now for Bitcoin. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Neil slides into Alibaba over there. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what's going on over there with you and Alibaba. How's your day so far?
It just did a revert, so we got into it when it broke this trend line right in here, actually trying to add to it. If we lose the prior bar, we're going to be out. The other thing is, you can see, we just tagged right on trend on Lyft, looking for the breakdown on Lyft. So got to be focused on the execution here. If it breaks the trend, even better, ideally, if it fails a high break, so break the high, fail the high break, maybe trap some people with a 13.5 long, and that looks even better for reversion. So both these plays are the reversals, one reversing long, another one reversing into the short. That's the plan of action. Tesla's at VWAP as well.
Oh, SMCI.
So that's what we got to be watching out for. So all right, Lyft just went back into the high of the day, so I guess it's not going to imminently do that move, but there's the close above and the break of the prior bar high on Alibaba. Let's see if it can get back into the top. Remember, these highs on Alibaba are the stimulus highs. So anything into 120, 118, 119, 120,
sold.
I expect to be a big time sell zone on this stock all day today. So any longs, continuation longs, I think if it holds VWAP, if we get above VWAP, I'm looking for higher lows above VWAP to play the trend on BABA. It trended for half a day yesterday before losing the bid. That's what I want to see happen again. But it needs to break and hold above VWAP. First things first, like break this VWAP and then go.
All right, yeah, let's hope for a good... No, not that I know of. Yeah, let's hope for some good luck there. Good trade there on Alibaba. Okay, so we're still doing our own damn thing here. SMCI just goes to 42.50 and we get out right there on that one. The market, I told you, seems like it might be getting a little overextended. I am right now pretty close. It's 10 o'clock right now. We have Testify coming up with Powell testifying. So we'll have to wait to see if anything happens right there. We'll check out, we're going to go to ADR right now, but we do have coming out, I tweeted out, it's on our watch list as well here today. So at 10 o'clock coming through today, we have Fed Chair Powell testifying right there. So let's go over to ADR and find out. There goes SMCI. Nice out, some shares there. SMCI falling just a little bit. We'll check out Neil's position, my position, and go figure out what's going on with ADR at the desk.
We're going to take a look here at what's happening so far in the market. I just heard the Powell stream begin. So the people are chattering here in the House. Yesterday, he testified for the Senate Banking Committee. Today, it's going to be for the House. And again, this stream just began. We did actually just get some comments as well from the president of Mexico here, Claudia Sheinbaum. She said that they're going to, quote, send a message to the White House with regards to these tariffs. That sounds like retaliatory tariffs. And we know Donald Trump has said there's going to be some response on reciprocal tariffs this week. We haven't heard anything yet, but keep an eye on tariff talk. Basically, though, the market bouncing pretty nicely after a pretty steep drop at 8:30 on stronger than expected core CPI for January. Tesla on watch here trying to break a 5-day losing streak, while fellow Mag 7 named Meta on watch here as its 17-day winning streak may or may not continue. We're going to have to wait and find out. Then we have some earnings plays. SMCI has been discussed. Lyft, of course, Sean involved in both those names. And we also have Upstart. They beat on earnings, they beat on sales, stronger than expected guidance and upgrades from different firms, including B. Riley. So UPST definitely on watch. Make sure to like and subscribe. If Powell says anything of note, I will certainly let you know. Do you?
No, he'll say something of note.
Say something of note.
I mean, that's what he does. All right, so here comes.
Notes.
Yeah, Tesla is. Well,
I'm
Tesla's
go
back
short
at
again
VWAP,
on
but
Lyft.
here comes Lyft, break trend, lose this bid, and you've broken the trend. Looks like it wants to. Alibaba just broke VWAP. It just got to 117. Local top 117.50. If it trends up to that and loses the trend, I'm going to get out and try to buy it back in at VWAP on Alibaba. But I think Lyft is going to happen any second now. It's going to lose this bid. The market's rolling back over.
Boom.
Powell. otherwise known as Domantas Sabonis, pivoting over there.
Short the future.
As Powell making some power moves apparently. His post game doesn't look very good there. He needs to work on his drop step.
That's for another coffee. At Rob. Any chance for another coffee? Any chance for a reload?
That would be a good idea.
Okay, we shall soon find out. All right, so here we go. We are back into Lyft. So we will slap a fail on that trade right now. But we're back in. So now let's wait to see what does happen now with this stock and Lyft. Of course, we're back into this name. This is my biggest position right now on the name. So let's take something out at 40, what? It just went to 45? Okay, we'll punch them out there at 46. I got 45 half there. Let's see if we can have some of these this time. I don't know if we will be able to or not, because we do have a bigger position right now. On Lyft, Neil, oh boy, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, as there goes Lyft. Oh man, did we nail that one, Neil? That was, I hope you're in it. We nailed that right now on Lyft. Good trading, boom, boom, boom. Our biggest position right now on Lyft on the day. There it goes. Wow. Okay. Boom. Goes the dynamite right there, man, on Lyft. So far, so good here today. Wow, that was good. We went from losing on that name to just waiting, getting back into it, and there it goes, man. We're out of half on what is a big position there for Lyft. So, wow, definitely made that back there as it's starting to get back to that downside now, LYFT. Oh, boy, as they say there on Lyft. Huge move downside. We're at the high spot we've been at all day. Wow, what trading today, man. Every day, this is a day, man. This is a jam there today. And so we're just going to go. Huge monster trade there on Lyft.
Yeah, there you go. It just broke. Just quickly show you guys. That worked out perfectly. Failed break at 13.50. We're like, it's even better if it fails to break it. Trap some longs above 13.5. Wick above 13.5. Broke the trend line. Broke the trend line. Clean, got 41s. Moves. My stop is not going to be at the high. You've already made a move down in a prior high. So once that happens, I don't want that bid. Once that happens, I'm moving into this bar. So if we break, this is actually 48. If you break 48, then I'm jumping out of this thing and don't need to have it. Obviously, it's going to be short sell restricted, so every single bounce can be a big one. That's what it's about. Just wait for your execution plan. I said Lyft might be the next one.
It is.
One in, look for the VWAP retrace. It seems like we're going to get it. 13's a psychological level, being a round number, so there's always a chance that it could bounce there. But let's see how far this one wants to go into the downside. So Lyft, I think if it bounces off VWAP, I'm actually going to go over to Uber and see if that actually has some more strength. Like Uber, I'd rather be long Uber than Lyft. Let's just leave it at that. If we bounce off VWAP and trend back up on Lyft, I'm going to look for longs in Uber in sympathy. I just think it's a better stock, and I'd rather not be long Lyft.
All right, we only have 30% left of Lyft. Oh boy, that was a day changer right there for me. Honestly, like that was pretty huge right there on Lyft. We even told you, man, it was a pretty not max position. It was about double what we had on the way up there. But, well, part of that's because we were able to cover, but at the end of the day, and then it just fell off right there, almost like as if there was some sort of news. But we will start to cover that one absolutely immediately. Thank you so much, Rob. Am I a fan of vibrating? What was that about? Oh, too much caffeine? No, I haven't had too much caffeine, my guy. Don't worry about that. Right here. This is second coffee of the day in 4 hours, so it's not too bad.
That's not a lot.
It's not too bad at all. So, and look, man, I don't know what gives us these trades, but we're not going to change anything right now. Like I said, we're having an absolutely huge day right now. Up on Apple, up on Lyft, up on SMCI, and all up huge. And we've made, so what we lost on the TQs, every one of my winners is bigger than what we lost on the TQQs. So we'll go 3 and 4 over here and just have a quite a green day. It's only 10 and change right now, 10.06. So yeah, that's how it's going for me right now over here. What's going on with you?
Well, I think, like I said, you just need to have a bit of a plan. I'm going to bid out on Lyft right now. Got back into Alibaba. 116 is going to be the end. I'll get there in a quick little second. This is the last bid, and then it's trend on Lyft. So, and again, I actually don't think there was any news on Lyft. It just, the trend line from the entire day is one thing, but I find at 9:30, that crazy first wick, I almost want it to always settle down and then show me the trend after that. So after it puts in a distinct higher low, that's the trend to revert. The one off the low of the day in the morning, I'll care more about that when you get later on in the session if it's got some support off of this. But that initial trend break, the one in the VWAP, it's always going to be about that first bounce level. So the second it broke, you can see like the second it closed underneath, it was just a technical drop.
Lyft.
So
Oh my
always going to
God.
be a huge fan of those. That's why we like that setup. And for like 15 minutes, I'm like, we were flat, we weren't really taking anything, and then this happened, and that's what you got to do. But at the end of the day, when you get a reversion, you also want it to work right away. So BABA gets into VWAP, comes right back into our support. Our stop's right underneath this prior bar open close, which is at 115.90. That's when we like to the long, but I'm not holding it into $15. I'll trade it again at $15, but I'm not holding it into $15. That's not going to be my style of action. So I've got my stop. Let me just double check it. Let me tighten that one up a little bit. Yeah, I actually had it, and I had it underneath 80, but we want it at that level. So we're going to be able to get out now. It's all about having that plan and taking things out and not fighting them. Because if you fight a stock and don't let it get to your better level, and now this is going to happen on Intel. I'll give you the black chart. If you fight a stock, then you're going to miss that next trade. And that next trade sometimes could be the bigger one. So if BABA gets to 115, that's the level we like better. It was the same thing as Intel. I'm not saying BABA's going to drop huge, but sometimes you have to wait for the bigger level. And even Intel can't seem to catch a bid here. So wait for that bigger level on BABA. Thought it was going to be 115. It can still be the 115 on Alibaba Adara.
Just be aware here, we have the market on watch. The Jerome Powell meeting just began here. They're just called to order opening statements here from the leader of the House committee. So if there's anything of note being said, I will certainly let you know. Worth noting, they also said there will be a hard stop at 1 p.m. Yesterday's meeting ended a little earlier than 1 p.m. I believe it was around 12:20. So, of course, I will let you know when things start wrapping up. But just worth noting, the meeting just started, guys.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, what's up, Trader Dinesh? Shout him out there for the big trade there in Shopify. So congratulations. All right.
You know what?
We still have a
Nimrod's break even.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, Palantir. I mean, look, if you're going to go long on short on Palantir or long on
No.
Palantir.
He wasn't short.
Yeah, he was long and he held it. Yeah, no, I think it was long at 116.50.
Oh,
but at the end of the day, well, either way,
that's a 6% bounce for him.
Either way, bad decision.
No, and look, and we talked about this last night. You never want to turn a day trade or a short-term swing trade into a long hold. But if the market gives you an out sometimes, and I don't know if Nimrod's listening right now, sometimes the market gives you an out and you just got to take it. You know, like that's what it's all about. We were talking about fat fingers the other day. I've been in a couple where it's like, oh, the market doesn't screw me. It's going to let me get out here. Yeah, I'll take it. Just jump out of it. So Palantir up 1.8%. It's actually... I don't want to jinx it. It's a bull flag, but if I go, it's a bull flag, it looks like it could break out the top here and continue, it'll probably end up pulling back because I just said so. So, yeah, unfortunately, Palantir testing the bid, but that looks pretty strong to me if it can break out the top.
All right, Scotty J. I can't make Apple do anything, so all you can do is just sort of rock with it and see what winds up happening right there. But SMCI, I'm going to take another piece out right now. We're pretty light on all of these positions again, so just trying to. And again, remember what we say this all the time, and it's Neil always says this, so I'm just kind of channeling what he says there. You got to trade your own style. And my style is to use more shares and get them out a little bit quicker. Your style might be something completely different. Like, let me show you an example here on Lyft. When this happens, like Lyft just made my whole day. If you don't have enough shares there that this doesn't really matter, then maybe, you're either, again, you're trying to practice and get your strategies right, which is great. And I think that once you figure it out, then start to ramp up your shares. But, at some point when this starts to happen and you have shares on board, especially when you've already seen this bounce happen and it goes right down into your levels, then I'm pretty much emptying the clip regardless of share size for myself. So that's what I just wanted to say. Like, I'll look back and be like, oh man, I wish we still had this when it's all the way down there. But at the end of the day, I have to make a decision because, quite frankly, you got to be responsible. And again, we talk about this all the time. You got to be responsible with the amount of shares that you're holding and what you're trading. So that's why, like on SMCI, when this happens, obviously we probably would have hit 2 or 3 times our daily goal if we had held all the way for 43, all of them. But I don't know that that's going to happen. So again, like this SMCI when we came in was up like 14, 15%. Now you're only up 6%. And this show's number 1 stock right now is SMCI. And it's from this long. So it's like, just think about that. Regardless of the styles that we're doing, I'm telling you which stocks every day are the number 1 P&L upside and number 1 P&L to the downside. So you can assess the risk that we're putting up and the trades that we're giving you. So that's why I'm shouting out Trader Dinesh. I haven't even looked at Shopify yet, but you're like, I got $1 in the money and you're super happy with that play. So great trade there, Dinesh. I'm not even sure which way you're in this name, but that's my point is that everyone's going to trade their own thing, make it happen for you. You know, be honest, look down at the numbers at the end of the day. If you're doing well, push it because, you're not here for a long time. You're here to build up a strategy and then use it once you find it. If you don't find it, that's fine. 98% of the people don't. But when you do, start to push it, and it could be something that you become really successful at. So good luck to everybody. And I hope that Trader TV Live has helped you guys. We had 12,000 watching at one point here today. Still 10,000 watching and over 2,000 likes, over 500,000 subscribers. So we keep doing it every single day, and we're really proud to keep on doing that for you. So stay with us, and thanks for all the comments in the chat as well.
Yeah, absolutely appreciate it. I know there's a lot of small cappers moving, and we haven't really covered any of them, with the exception of AIFF, which is up 50% again today. Mr. Panda asked, can you narrow down what you look for in small cap stocks? Outsized volume. Typically speaking, I want it to be trending. If I'm looking for a long, because usually that's the idea, you want it to be holding trend. That's higher highs. Above VWAP is always a big sign for me. But I don't want to see underneath VWAP and laboring volume are bad things. Underneath the prior day low is usually a bit of a problem. But this one is just an absolute, it's just a little different. It's underneath the whole price right now, but holding on to VWAP. So I don't want to, this is not really that great of an entry, I don't think, because the big buy level seems like it's going to be at the prior high. Like it might even rinse people through VWAP, do a crazy wick, and then a reversion. But yeah, volume's at 50 million shares. I mean, this one's absolutely on one at this point. All right, Intel might get back to 21. 21, can you do something for me again? So Intel cannot hold on to VWAP. It's rolling back underneath. 21 is where it bounced in the afternoon. 21 is where it bounced this morning. We double check. Lyft is also going to be holding on to VWAP for now. But if it breaks VWAP, I think you get down into 1250. Don't have a reload that isn't involved with the prior high on Lyft yet. But if we trend down, we can look for this underneath 13 as well. I see Oklo and Rigetti, some people talking about it in the chat, but I wanted to get back over to Tesla for a quick little second. Tesla, yikes. Yeah, Tesla's going to lose VWAP here. Ideally, it actually just fakes everybody out like it did last time, holds the higher low, breaks the trend, which is what I'm looking for at this kind of day. Like I want you breaking one of these trends, closing above VWAP, and then we can get it back into the upside. If you're catching a falling knife, you could be trying to grab this underneath the low. I'm looking for this to close above and give me an entry. And once it does on the 3-minute, then we get in. Similar to Lyft, but I like that execution plan. And Tesla's still up 1.7%. A little stronger than the market, which is why we favor the long for now.
Okay. I like. I think we're all liking Tesla. I'm favoring the short in Tesla. I'm gonna have to go back and just have a quick look at it though. And you see what I was talking about with Lyft here, guys. This is the point. That's why we cover down there at $13, so that if you really do like the trade, you can reload it at some points. So you got to cover a little bit. We'll cover a little bit more at 10s there as it does make that move back upside. But I just wanted to show that as an example on risk management there on Lyft. So you got to take something out when it hits your levels. Right now, the 50-period moving average is back now to 13 again. So we'll have to wait to see. But see the out. And like I said, that's just part of it. If you only have one lot, you can't get any out. But if you're trading options, you may only have one contract. So that's the thing, like you gotta sort of pick and choose where you get out, right? So, but yeah, big trade there for Lyft. SMCI, again, same kind of thing. It's been really fading out now. I can see how many shares we've traded of this. We have about 5% or so left. Apple, we do still have 10% left of Apple. So we're still waiting to see if that can get going a little bit. Actually, we're at a decent level right now. My next offer is much higher than this. So we're gonna get something out at 20, as I just noticing here that we're breaking above VWAP. And again, here's another tip. Like when you have 3 positions like this right now, it is a good idea to look around and make sure that you double check where the stocks are going and make sure you have offers where they're necessary, because there it goes. Like I need to take some out here on Apple. My net is just kind of going like this. There's not really that much happening right now because we don't have a huge percentage of our positions still left on. We do have a new caterer starting next week. So I don't know if the lunch is going to continue to get emailed or not, but that is everyone's, I think it's their second favorite segment. Yeah, so we'll wait to see if what happens with there. But we still have the salads. So that's what's happening there. Apple, we just talked about it. Lyft, again, I'm really proud of that trade. I hope you guys were on that one as well. And then SMCI, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Meta's strong. That Palantir, you know, great job today, like up 2% and still going. Wow, man, this stock is just, it's been a difference maker for me. And I cannot believe the strength in Palantir like every day. It just seems to, despite the NASDAQ being down 0.6, like this name's up 2.29%. That's why I favor actually. And I think Big Bear's up again right now. Dang. It was down there at 7. I was hoping that we could have got a flush today in Big Bear AI because I really like this name for the long run there.
Rigetti flushed.
AI. Yeah, Rigetti, So I last bought Rigetti at $6 and sold it at 9 in one day, which was a bad decision, but I was like, okay, we'll take it. Maybe we get that again. The last time I bought Rigetti was at the 50 period. It was right here. It just fell like this. And by the way, thank you, Martin Shkreli, for opening your mouth about quantum. That was great. That fell back in right there, and then it just ripped right back up. But now you're getting that other opportunity right now. Maybe, as Neil just mentioned, maybe this is a buy. Down to 10.50, right at the 50 period again. So far, so good there. If you did that on Rigetti, as we now are up on the day, RGTI bouncing basically off that 50 period moving average again. So great level there on Rigetti. Yeah, so far, so good.
Like that 50 period, the thing about an indicator, and we say this all the time, it's great. I have nothing against indicators. I like moving averages on dailies. I like VWAP. I like volume. I don't use much of anything else. But if you're going to use one, make sure that the stock that you're trading actually respects the indicator that you're talking about. That's why that 50 period is so good on. We already saw Rigetti bounce off that when it had that bad news. We're back into Alibaba. Said it got to 15. There you go. That's the prior high. It got to 15. We put another mean reversion trade on. Remember last time it got to VWAP installed. Now all of a sudden VWAP is also the higher trend top. So you got to respect A, VWAP turn last time. B, the trend down on the day reverts here at 116.5. So this time, if it fails that break, I just jump out with a trailing stop. Tesla still not really giving us the fade. Intel never got to 21 either, so I guess we're not going to get that. And Palantir looks like it is. Jinx. Yeah, it didn't break out the high. It's still the bull flag. It just hasn't broken out the top of the bull flag. 2 seconds ago when I looked up, Palantir was looking like it was going to break this top, but it hasn't broken it yet. I emphasize the yet. Let's go to Adara.
Not too surprisingly, the IWM underperforming the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Why, you may ask? Well, we had this pretty significant drop here for the IWM at 830, 227 to a low of 220.5. That's when we got that higher than expected January CPI core print. The IWM or the Russell 2000 is a lot more sensitive to rates than what we have with the NASDAQ or the SPY, so it makes sense it would have this outsized reaction. So IWM right now, though, bouncing decently right now, trying to break past some resistance at 223.15. KDLY, our first small cap here, could not find any catalyst on Kindly, but it has just under 2 million share float, so very small float for KDLY, up at its peaks over 100% or almost 100%. VNET, this company is VNet Group. They are a Chinese ADR. They're a tech name, and it seems like they're running here in sympathy with a lot of these Chinese tech names, which have been pretty strong. Hang Seng closed up over 2% yesterday, so looks like some sympathy. And then we actually have a small cap with a catalyst. It's going to be Tivik Health Systems. TIVC trading higher here, announcing they've acquired the exclusive licensing rights for a treatment here from Cetera Biopharma. It's actually a penny stock right now, trading around the 60-cent level. Also, just to be aware that Chair Powell is giving his opening statements, other than being told to move the mic closer to his face. Nothing has actually happened here, and he's not been questioned yet, guys.
Oh boy.
I feel like sometimes they do that just to get camera time.
I don't know what's going on with Apple right here. It's huge. And we talked about this was the one that we had pretty much the most shares, and we just said we had 10% left in Apple. So there it goes right now. And we said we'd be honest about what the number one P&L names are today. Apple, SMCI, Lyft, with the worst one being this TQQs right there. But like I said, though, we're up double on these names what we're down on the TQs there. So wow, there it goes back up to, this is just absolutely monstrous. I'm willing to buy Palantir. Oh my
God.
gosh. Okay. I just put bids here at the 50 period, hoping to get long at 14.50, but that we were at $15 then. And I was just looking at the charts and was like, okay, look at the NASDAQ. What's going on with Palantir? Yeah, that's what's going on with Palantir. We've been up here before. It's not, we were just here yesterday. So it's not like this is like a crazy level. It's just a nice move up. I could see a fade off of 16 right now. So that's definitely a possibility right there. It's not huge on this level, so I'm not like in love with that as a trade. I think the better one would be see if you can clean all of that and then really start the short rate here at 117, 117.50, something like that for Palantir. But wow, what a big name there today, Palantir. And I don't know if they just made a deal with Apple or whatever, but Apple is making that move up. I mean, I think it's just a matter of time before you. What's up, Dragos? So I've only sold like maybe 15% or so. We talked about the positions on Palantir. I'll sell them as well to people at $200, and hopefully that'll come soon. We made this the pick of the year. I did for my own pick of the year. That was back at $65. Oops, we're not even on Palantir. And that was a month ago. So Palantir right now continues to make moves higher. And oh boy, what a day. $3 in the money on Apple, $2 in the money on SMCI. Neil's still there with that Lyft trade. Lyft is getting a little bit back to the upside, but it's still heading down. Nice trend on Lyft back into the downside. What's up, A?
A bit of a catalyst here for AAPL. About 10 minutes ago, we had Ming-Chi Kuo. This is a noted supply chain analyst here, specifically often talking about Apple, NVIDIA, and Tesla. Ming-Chi Kuo basically said here that apparently Apple is exploring humanoid and non-humanoid robots for its future smart home ecosystem. So potential smart home robots, according to analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. That could have been the catalyst here for Apple. Again, he posted this about 10 minutes ago, but it's just getting circulated on social media now, guys.
Okay. So we're going to get VWAP out on Alibaba, kind of try to stick to the plan there. I wanted to respect the day trend, so I kind of, that trend line was there before. It's going to break it now, so I might get into another long. You still want to be bullish on this name, but I said if it lost VWAP, there was that wick. It closed underneath the prior bar, so I jumped out of it. Just make sure we lock it in. There's always going to be other chances to get it. If you can only trade once, fair enough. When you can trade it multiple times, I don't mind taking the stairs up. But it's lower lows and lower highs, so want to make sure we lock in the profit on this and then look for a trade off of VWAP or back at the 115 area if it wants to give it to us. Palantir did. I mean, it kind of broke, but it didn't break 116. So it's still doing all these topping tail candles over and over again here on Palantir. This feels like it wants to go. Maybe it needs to take out the 116 and just get a clean, even dollar break. Otherwise, the trade might just be to look for the pullback into this support, like a 114.5, if you want to participate. That might be the only jam here for Palantir, because you can see the sellers here at 115.5, so maybe try to buy the bottom of this support level.
Yeah, so it must just, so that's exactly what I just mentioned there. So we're going to be on the same page there with Palantir. I'm bidding these levels of 114.50. So let's see if it does.
I'm going to take the break. But.
Yeah, let's see if it does fall back in. My out will be 113 though. Break of 114 downside. So we'll put a stop order in there just in case those fills come through when they do. All right, so that would be that trade. All right, like, you know, thank you, Min Chi Kuo. I mean, this guy's the same guy, I believe, anyways, that just randomly spews off like Apple's missing on this and that. And he might have been right. He might have been right on all those plays. I just know that this definitely what he talks about can move the market. So it's too bad that we don't have more longs here on Apple, but this is what I'm talking about holding things, right? So. Yeah, no small caps. I mean, you guys keep asking us about small caps. We don't have any traded here today.
AIFF is pretty much.
Yeah, but we haven't traded it, right? But I mean, Big Bear AI, AAIF, those are big names. 31 million shares and going higher right now on Big Bear AI. So far, so good right there. I feel like I told you I really want to get into this name, so it kind of sucks where we're going on that right now. You know what? We haven't checked it out, and like I said, I think NVIDIA is probably P&L number one for the show period since we split off, but nothing today, down 1%. It looks like a short to me for sure underneath that 200 period. It looks like it wants to hold it down. Something about Hawaiian Electric right now. Isn't that HE?
Yep.
Okay, so let's just see. So some congressperson there purchased $100,000 worth of stock.
That's nothing.
Okay, Intel, I'm just looking to see what's hitting on my scanner here. Intel, Broadcom, maybe Starbucks, iBit, nice move there for iBit. Oxy right now flashing as well, so we can have a quick look at some of those plays. But yeah, man, it's gonna be a positive day. So I'm positive here today. It's only 10:30. This could all change very, very quickly. We'll figure it out as we go along. But yeah, so far so good into today. There's Oxy, I guess, just kind of like a day's high look right there at $49. So we just talked about HE, and it looks like it is going. So maybe right there, Congressman Gil something.
It's so crazy.
Congressman Cicero.
Well, they got to make sure they get as many of these purchases in before they change the laws.
Right? Yeah, and I mean, and now it's disclosed. It's kind of like, well, I mean, everyone's like, oh, there, you know, but there you go. You buy it as well. There it goes. Nice move to the upside. We could have just made money on that, right? We brought this to you at $10.13. So that's now 9 cents. That's now 10 cents. You know, I mean, there are opportunities there. But Neil's right. Yeah, you got to look. You're allowed to invest no matter what. So here we go. Fed Chair Powell still talking as well. We've just gotten out of a bunch of shares there. Lyft, we talked about the responsibility there of getting out at that level. Again, all going to be dependent on, as Neil says, whatever style your style is. Mine is called taking profits. So when it comes down there into the 50-period moving average, we've looked at that many, many times. So I take that out, especially ahead of an even dollar level. So go short there at 50, take it back. But my trade was a little bit different because we'd sort of gone red on Lyft. It was our only red stock there once it broke 50. And then once we saw that top on a little bit of an exhaustion volume, we then hit it short with our biggest position. So that's why we were able to cover that. And look at this, man, stair step up. Definitely great opportunities to cover, and I'm glad that we did talk a little bit about that. Other than that, man, I mean, it is what it is. So we'll just keep on going. Tisha talking about...
that's my line.
Yeah, exactly. KDLY. Right there. All right, so this is another one that Tisha's looking at here again. Yeah, this is the big one. This is a big one right here. 60 million shares right now. This needs to get going above VWAP right there. If we can bounce off of that, that has a great opportunity. And again, like to get back to $3 is like 15%. You can make that right there. That's a good trade if you're able to find that. So good one there on KDLY. I hope you do have that, Tisha, because it does look like a nice runner for you. Apple's still making that move, man, at high a day. I'm going to take a piece out right now and then just let the rest go. I mean, we just keep on stair-stepping it up, taking that profit. Like we said, we're right where we need to be. We're at our daily goal here, but we made that a while ago. Let's see if we can start to add up to it. What's up, Adara?
We're going to take a look here at crypto so far today. And here's Bitcoin. Basically, again, we've talked about that struggle with 98.5. That's been a level of resistance out for both Monday and Tuesday. Today, opening below that level here and basically flat in the day despite some pushes above and below. We bounced off 94,000, currently trading around 95.7. And we actually have some Bitcoin-related IPO news. Bloomberg reporting that BitCo, which is basically a cryptocurrency custody firm, is apparently planning on IPOing this year. So Bloomberg reporting a potential BitGo IPO. Some people that are reportedly backing said IPO include Goldman Sachs, and some venture capital firms, including DRW Holdings, Redpoint Ventures, and Valor Equity Partners. Valor Equity Partners is actually, I believe, one of the names involved in that Elon Musk suit as well. So keep an eye here on that BitGo potential IPO. Of course, if we hear anything definite, I'll let you guys know. In terms of or these other crypto names as well, that we've got Bitcoin here, according to Binance, currently down about 1.25%. Ethereum down about 2%, trying to hold on to the 2,600 level. XRP and Solana red on the day here. Dogecoin, Cardano also red. So a lot of weakness in some of these major names, but BNB slightly positive here, and looking over the few names that is. So a little bit of a weakness across the board for crypto. Back to you.
So before I get to Lyft just came back out to break even. So hold it for either a VWAP break or break even at that point. I took out over 80% of it, but we're always going to hold on to some on the reversion for the break of the low, and then we think it can really flush. I think AIFF's about to rug. I said this yesterday, and it didn't. It actually ended up holding the bid at $8, but it was really heavy pressure into 8. We're looking for a dip into 7. Kind of thinking the same thing here. If we lose VWAP and do one of those capitulation panic candles, holding above $11 would be a good sign. The $10 levels where all that selling was yesterday, so whoever's short at that price, if they haven't been rugged already, certainly I think they'd be trying to take some profit at the 10 level. So if it does lose the bottom here, I'd look for some kind of a snap back to the upside. Going to leave that one up for us. Palantir is going to break 116. Tesla looks like it wants to break 340 as well. But PLTR, 338 right now. But Palantir is going to break 116 before that happens. So Palantir, since we were talking about it, doesn't actually get back into the low for the dip buy, but it is looking like it wants to take out the top. Looking for a 116 break. That order is just where I'm crossed to. It doesn't actually have to get above 10 for me to go long. If it breaks above 116 even, try to get long. I'm only crossing up to 12s.
You'll get that.
Yeah, we've been getting, the thing about Palantir is like you get fills.
You'll get it.
This is not like some other stocks where you got to
Holy.
like 30, 40 cents. Tesla, 338, looks like it wants to take out the top as well. I'll prefer the Palantir break to Tesla, at least for now.
Guys, this Apple is now $350 in the money here. And like, again, we only have 7%, 7.5% left. We're just getting out like 2% every time here. But 234, like that's a pretty decent move considering what the NASDAQ is doing right now. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. The NASDAQ is still down. Like thinking like if the NASDAQ actually rallies, now we just put an offer there and missed it. I just pushed offer enter, it came back in. I pushed it at 234.31. So there it goes, right? Like I was saying, it's not a huge amount of shares, so I'm not sweating the little stuff, right? But I think that Neil just mentioned there, even on Lyft, like, you know, getting out there, you know, just by getting a little bit out, you do wind up saving yourself there. So that kind of sucks to have missed that Apple trade. We did the same thing there on SMCI, kept on getting out on these pops. We just got another piece out there at 50s. So we're just getting lighter and lighter on all these names because, again, heading into the afternoon, we do have some earnings coming out. I can probably go
There's
check.
some more movers again tonight.
Yeah, there's some more movers. Bigger, is it Roku? No, not Roku.
Hood.
A Hood, okay.
Reddit.
It's Coinbase is tomorrow, right?
Coinbase is, Thursday. Yeah, Coinbase is Thursday. Hood, Reddit, there's something else.
Yeah, I was trying to go find
Daryl will
it.
remember. But those are two of the big ones. I mean, Reddit's a rocket.
I have it
That
on
stock
my,
is
here it is. I have it on
absolutely
my Twitter. So
yeah,
it's right here. It's Cisco. Yeah, so these are some of the ones there tonight. Robinhood, Fastly, Cisco,
Dutch Bros.
AppLovin, yeah, Dutch Bros. AppLovin's a good one too. Trade Desk, the Trade Desk, TTD, right, TTD, and Albemarle there as well. So far so good on all of that. We'll look to see if you guys are here in the recap show. Join Neil and Adara as they will be going over all of that. I got to go pick up my daughter from the batting cages again. But okay, so here we go. Apple starting to fade out a little bit. SMCI is about to go back in. Again, if we break $40, we're just going to get out of SMCI. This is a trade that we have like, I guess, less than 5% left on this one as it's dripped all the way back in. We've been done good to get out of this trade. You know, we can just hold it to that bottom, 39.90. I'm going to now change my stop right into there, so that will still be there. Again, SMCI, despite it coming all the way back down, will still be P&L number 2 today for the show. So 38, 84, sorry, 30, I almost did a mistake there, 39, 84. If we drip below that, we will get stopped out there on the bottom of the day. So far, so good, but here it comes right back in. There goes SMCI. This could be a good reload spot at $40, but again, it's bleeding pretty good in. Remember, these jokers still have not reported since August. So, you're going to have to wait to see, or the report we're waiting for is the August report. So they haven't reported since March of the year. So it's almost 8-10 months right now for SMCI, if I am not mistaken there. So, all right, watch out for SMCI, and let's go over for ADRs.
No, let's talk a little bit about the way that you can find some of the best trading opportunities out there. And that's going to be eSignal. Because listen up, traders, the first month is free over at eSignal. That's right, absolutely free. Trade smart and not hard, like we always say. You want an elite trading experience, eSignal is for you. Back testing, forward testing, highly customizable charts, market data that is not only on every single instrument or equity you could imagine, that is reliable. If the market is open, eSignal is going to be good to go. You got the tick replay, so you can go back and look at the tape, look at the level 2 if you want that entitlement to be able to see what was happening in the moment when those stocks get those big levels. Sometimes it happens fast. You want to go back. Did you execute well? eSignal is going to be able to give you that opportunity for sure. So big shout out to them. It's all in one platform, everybody. And like I said, the first month is free. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. Click the link in the description as well. And a big shout out to eSignal. Also wanted to get to, we got a super chat in there. We got a super chat that we didn't acknowledge, and it was from Mad World. Thank you, Mad World. Look at TEM. TEM is on one. I don't know necessarily why it's got the move, but it's a mean reversion when the market reverted as well. So I look at the NASDAQ chart, I look at this chart, they're lockstep, but that is one heck of a move to the upside. My only caution whenever I see something like this the day before is going to be pretty obvious. It broke out from this, 71.6, fail all the way up at 78. Just I always eyeball that lower high where the selling came back in that took it all the way back. Like if it can't push through here, sometimes you get a little bit of a hiccup at a level like that. So watch out. That 76 level, 75 to 76 on TEM does look like it could be a little bit of a something to watch out for. If you're in the long, you're obviously doing very well. So you can't hate.
All right, we're going to go long Tesla. Tesla just broke 340. We'll see if it dips back into it. I didn't put the bid to take it. We should have. Just wasn't really looking there. We were trying to focus on Apple, which, by the way, Apple just gave us a $3.50 winner right there on Apple. As today, again, will be another big day. We just got long Tesla right there as well. Not a huge day. We are at our daily goal. We had mentioned that, so that's pretty good when you can do that. Wish we were a little bit higher. SMCI, of course, pulled back, and then we're not on that Palantir train, which keeps on going up. Choo. All right, we are dip buying Tesla though. If this fades out, breaking through 337, we're going to get out of this. Sorry, 338. Hold on. I just want to tell you where my stop is before we get on this name. Just hold on, I got to scroll this up because I still have stops on Lyft and all that kind of stuff. My stop, 337 break, so that's right. So 337 break, and we're out on Tesla. Small starter position here at 340. It's just gone parabolic. Let's let it settle down. It's Tesla. What up, Chill Vibes and everybody else out there, man? We're still here. We're not going anywhere. Come on, Tesla. My next bid is 338.50. Dara?
Pretty red board, actually. More red, I would say, than the NASDAQ necessarily shows. I think we're down about 0.25% in the NASDAQ, slightly more so in the SPY. But there's very few green spots to find here on this board. Consumer durables, actually, despite this nice push to the upside in Tesla, a bit of a relief rally. A lot of the other names in this sector are red. Health services is another sort of bright spot here. UNH, Agilent, Cigna, all to the upside. Health technology has a little bit of strength here as well. Gilead, day one earnings bump. Lilly and AbbVie also strong. In terms of weakness, where do you start? Commercial services to the downside, producer manufacturing to the downside, utilities, process industries, transportation, retail, trade, finance, technology services, and electronic technology. I would say technology services, with the exception of Palantir, actually doing a lot worse off here. Oracle down quite significantly here. Workday, Fortinet. Electronic technology is buoyed here by Apple to the upside, but there's still some weakness here. ANET significantly to the downside. Also, just be aware here, we do have, I guess, keep an eye here on DraftKings and PENN, PENN. Apparently, Kalshi here, according to filings, has filed for new sports event trading contracts after Super Bowl. So keep an eye on any sports betting related names because Kalshi trying to get more into that world here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. Right. Speaking of sports betting, NCAA tournament's coming up. That's got to be good for them. Not really happy with the Spartans losing a conference game to Indiana and dropping into third place in the Big Ten. You got to win at home versus a losing team in your conference. Michigan State. I like Michigan State. I also feel old.
They still have Mo Pete or no?
Dude, Jason Richardson's son plays on the team.
Okay, yeah.
That's how old we are.
That's old.
Jay Rich, absolutely. He won a dunk off
Yes,
a long time ago. Obviously, if his son's playing. But that's how it,
That's almost when the dunk-offs meant something. Nowadays,
there's been some good, Zach Levine and Aaron Gordon.
that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, they were good.
Okay.
No, yeah, that was a while ago. But it's not all the way back to Jay Rich. I'm just saying there's been good ones since. I don't like it as much anymore. The problem is all the best dunkers aren't NBA players. That Jordan Kill, whatever his name is sick. And that's what people want to see. They want to see the best, and the best dunkers are not in the NBA right now.
It's the format of it, too. I mean, these guys can dunk about 20 times, and when they finally get it, they're like, yeah, we got it. It's like it's a joke. The NBA has multiple problems, man.
I like the
that
old
is
days.
for sure.
Yeah.
Nice to see Luka back. It's just so funny. Like when he's playing on Dallas, he can't get on the court. Problem. He gets traded. They're on the court immediately. Like these guys are just jokers. Like a hockey guy takes a puck in the face, goes back, gets stitches, and is back on the ice literally in 5 minutes. These guys get elbowed in the nose and have a bloody nose. It's probably 10 to 15 days gone for sure. So and plus they have to come back with a mask as well. So don't forget about that one. Or they just say they hurt their back. What up to Joel Embiid and all those guys as the Raptors go in there and embarrass Philly.
Did you
guys
see
are
the final
playing
play?
for a playoff spot?
You see the final play?
No, I was watching a little bit of it.
Well, I just saw the highlight.
No.
Let's
We
just
only
say-
won by 3, right? Or 2?
Embiid basically,
Oh, Embiid's playing?
he was playing.
okay, well,
you
my
guys
bad.
can watch the clip if you
Oh, here
want. But
comes
against
Tesla,
the
by
Raptors,
the
they had
way.
a chance to win. He had a wide open 3 that he could have just taken the wide open 3 to win the game.
Passed it?
He passed on the 3 to basically drive into a triple team and turn it over.
Okay. Not great.
Like it's crazy because if I ever we had a coach, Abbott would bench you for some nonsense like
It
that.
has to be some accountability.
No, it's like that's
I ain't no NBA coach.
an easy benching. Rest in peace. Actually, our high school coach passed away a few years back.
Is that it?
No,
yeah, okay, yeah.
No,
all
I
right.
just remember I was thinking about Abbott, and then
Yeah. Okay, here comes Tesla. Nice move to the upside and then fails. So
Wow.
now we have to wait to see what winds up happening right now with Tesla. Again, our average price is right here, $338.65. We're out $1 on this. Feel pretty comfortable with it. Remember, we didn't want to play the breakout. I thought the pullback in would work. I mean, we might lose this 50-period MA, and when we do, then it's a problem. That is for sure. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Tesla. I'm trying to get a little bit more down here, but it's just it hasn't really been working out. We talked about where our stop would be, and it's still there. So if that comes through, that's where we'll get stopped out, breaking through 337. Trying to get a little bit more here in the 50s. It seems like it just keeps on bouncing off of us, which kind of would suck if we missed it because we wouldn't mind a better price right now. But at the same, there it is, so we got it. But at the same time, we just add to the problem, it looks like, as Tesla right now not being able to find a bid at all. That 50-period moving average is actually, I got to change it. It's not at 337. We're okay. We will, it'll turn out to be our most negative stock, obviously. We don't have another one on board. We had the TQQs. We talked about that not really getting hit too much. There's only 15 minutes left until the big show happens. But yeah, we're going to have to deal with this. I'm going to now put my stop. I just noticed it's 336.50, so that's my bad. So I'm going to put it down there. And again, not really. Okay, well, Tesla's going to break now. I mean, the futures aren't doing anything. There it goes to the downside. Generally speaking, it's a bad feeling when it just whoops down, but this is even kind of worse because there's been no relief at all. I mean, look at me just buying these dips, and this is why share size is pretty important. Just buying the dips here right into this level. So there it goes. It's going to break, obviously.
I'm buying Palantir at 115.
Yeah, so the market, some of these names coming back. Go ahead, yeah.
Palantir failed a 116 break, and it's coming back into 115.
Really?
Now, the higher low, okay, so the support on the bull flag was 114.5. But the higher low was at 115. So previously, that would have been your bull flag. There's your failed break. Now looking for that 115 level. All right, Rigetti, I didn't even pay for locates on this thing, but Rigetti's up 7% and continuing to go. I'd love to join that party, but it's too far gone. I said if Lyft took out the top, I'd look for longs in Uber. Well, the Lyft reversion worked, but then it went back up. Uber has gone green on the day. So this is one. If we hold higher lows, I want to be involved in Uber, not Lyft, to the long side. So as long as you're above, this is on Lyft earnings. The actual low yesterday was 76.6. As long as you're above that, want to look to buy the dip there as well. But Palantir coming into that 115 as we speak. I think feels like that's going to be the next execution for me. Vecna. Thank you for the super chat. There it is.
Vecna?
D-Wave. QBTS Qubits. Haven't looked at that in a hot minute. Actually, probably looked at it yesterday. I like Rigetti better, but the quantum names are back.
BBAI.
They are all running. This one is pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same look as Rigetti. I'm only checking myself because I have a resistance line drawn here and it's trending up. If I had paid for locates, man, this is. When I have a resistance line and it's literally top wicking through that line, the first instinct is just short it right now, Neil. No. I would have had this drawn for a couple of days ago, and these are on one. So yeah, it's at a resistance of just underneath the $6 level, but I'm not going to trade it. We'll stick to trying to buy the dip here on Palantir, looking to join Uber if we can. Maybe we get a VWAP retracement on Alibaba. Like Baba, this is what happened when it broke VWAP. It ran away from VWAP when I was trying to get back into it. There was no real high or low until it got to the high of the day, which is not what I was looking for. But if it's going to continue stair-step up, we'll go back into Baba. Up 4.5% Alibaba. The quantum names are moving, so shout out to you. Vecna or Vesna? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Let me know in the chat if one of those two is right.
The BBAI rate now is $9. Lazy by me. We should have had an order out for this one to get long. We really like Big Bear AI. I like it in my own account, not just to sit here and trade it today. I really like this name. So yeah, too bad. A little sloppy on that one, that is for sure. All right, what's up, Adara with Money Talks?
Before we get to Money Talks, actually news. If you trade Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, keep an eye on those because they were actually just mentioned here. We had Fed Chair Powell saying that privatizing them could lead to, quote, other virtues, but it would lead to higher mortgage rates. So keep an eye on FNMA and Freddie Mac as well there. With regards to the US dollar, I have the 15-minute chart because I think this push up and down is pretty interesting. We had this big rally. This would be 8:30 a.m. when we got the drop in the market with higher than expected core CPI. As Brendan mentioned, if we had gotten the expected 3.1% core CPI that we are lowest rating in multiple years, unfortunately, instead we get 3.3% versus the 3.1% expected and also above the 3.2% prior. That being said, like slightly higher than expected month-over-month print as well. CPI on a monthly and yearly basis also a little bit higher than expected, but that core print was really key here. We have had some Fed speakers saying that they're looking more closely at core inflation now than some of these other numbers. So that may be a little bit of a blow here for the market. And then we had the US dollar, of course, giving up pretty much all of this move as we have comments from Fed Chair Powell being digested. But be aware here, quite the volatility in the DXY today. Also here, it's worth noting, as of this morning, 97.5% of participants are expecting no rate change at the next Fed meeting, which would take place here on March 19th, 2025. That's a pretty stark change here from 1 month ago, January 10th, when about 75.5% of participants were expecting no cut. It's even more than yesterday. We had 95% of participants expecting no cut. So slowly but surely over time, we have more and more participants in the market expecting that we're going to be having zero rate change as of right now. We're going to have to wait and see how things unfold, but it's certainly worth noting there's becoming a lot of hawkishness here in this market with regards to when we will get that next rate cut. Back to you.
So thank you, everybody, for correcting me. In my defense, I was always more of a science fiction nerd than a fantasy nerd. Vecna from Dungeons & Dragons. I wasn't a Dungeons & Dragons guy. Like, I love sci-fi way more than the fantasy stuff. So shout out to Vecna in the chat there. Wow. I'll get to AIF, Firefly, which, okay, that's timely. Firefly Neuroscience, revolutionizing brain health.
Yeah.
Unleash the power of objective AI-driven brain health assessments with brain network analytics. as I was just about to talk about it. No, but Palantir first bouncing off 115. So Palantir kind of trended down. It just made a bounce off 15s to get to the $0.50 and now looking like it wants to work back in. So if it breaks this higher low at 114.80, I'm going to jump out. For the second time in 2 days, I was pretty convinced that we were going to get a flush through support on Firefly. Instead, it's a bounce and reversion trade. So it doesn't, like it looked like it's going to flat bottom break. It doesn't do it. You're still going to end up holding on to the trend and going higher here on Firefly. So it looks strong. It's above VWAP. Maybe I'll have to look for some kind of a VWAP entry as it's starting to respect it. Alibaba, we're still sitting on the bid, but that's now, all right, it's now $2 away from my bid, so I'm going to cancel it. If it's $2 away, then if it falls in, I'm not going to just want to be sitting there on Alibaba. It's breaking out the highs. Got to look to the prior high as a potential support level to play off here on Alibaba. We're still wanting to get back into long, up 5% Alibaba. Don't get too far away from this because with Chinese ADRs, you do want to make that your next trade before you get to like 1, 2 o'clock when things tend to slow down. So it's one that you kind of want during lunchtime if you can grab it, because the last salvo for any real volatility is usually 1:30, 2 o'clock. You'll start to see those Chinese ADRs barcode a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very good point, actually. They don't move too much in the afternoon, so I do like that one. Shout out to George. What's up, George? Right here, $20. Been watching you guys since 2020. Thank you. One of the OGs, it seems like there. Haven't missed one show since then.
That's impressive.
That's all right, but I think you should have missed a couple shows. Since that we do appreciate your. I was gonna say get some fresh air there, George. But no, of course, thank you so much for all of that. Just playing around. Much love and respect to all of you. Green Day today, blessings. Thoughts on Mara? So okay, I'll have a quick look for you on Mara. I'm just trying to watch out for this Tesla trade. I did want to bring up Lyft, everyone. There, we just got some out, but it was pretty much barcoding right there on Lyft. So I just want to bring out that we are going to get some more bids here at low 30s to see if we're able to get some out. Come on, you can see my average price there on Tesla. It's starting to go. It's back to flat now on that trade. Mara, okay, M-A-R-A. Right now, I'm just glad you're green today. That's a great opportunity there. Okay, so thoughts on Mara. So my thoughts aren't very positive on this name, and I think I've sort of mentioned this before. Like, why is it not going, right? Like, crypto's not having this move down right now like Mara is. Mara's looking to break this shelf. So if crypto does break, we talked about 94 to 92,000. That next level is 88,000. And that will probably bring Mara into like 13 or 14, where I think there is, come on, Tesla, where I do think there is an eventual buy down there. So I like those levels down there for Tesla, for Mara, but you gotta wait. I'm watching Tesla right now. But yeah, so I like those levels, and I think that's a buy. For right now, you could see, as Meta's having 16, 17 straight days, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is like 5, 10 straight down days for Mara. So you gotta, be very, very careful with that one. Look, man, Tesla's going to make a bad taste in my mouth here today, because if it breaks, man, we'll be back to flat on the day P&L wise. So that's why I was saying good job over there for you guys being green. We put a little bit here on Tesla. So look, we're green today right now, but we have to wait to see what winds up happening with this Tesla trade right now. So far so good on holding, but it could drip down again for us right there. So yeah, that's how my day is going, and that's that for me. So yeah, we'll just keep on trucking along here and see if Tesla wants to go. It just tried to get above that 338. I mean, if we can get above that, then as we said, man, our day is still here. It's going to be a good one. But yeah, with only 5 minutes to go, not too bad there at all today. We'll have to wait to see. Again, we'll raise up the trophy, but it's going to be position pending here on Tesla. No idea. Congratulations, Obi in the back has had a big day. So that's a good one there. And yeah, Neil's there to talk to you about his day or whatever he wants. So here we go. Go up, Tesla. Finally starting to break.
Yeah, get to the upside, please, because Palantir's. We failed 115.5. It bounced off 115, topping tail candle a little bit here. I was able to take some out. I got to respect the fact that you've had a rejection of the even dollar breakout, a possible head and shoulders. So we're going to keep reloading this one at the 115 level. If you hear some noises, they're snaking the pipes up there. That's just what that noise was a couple of seconds ago. It's not really that bad. AIF, we're still looking VWAP. If it puts in a higher low off 1250, I don't mind playing this one on some kind of a higher low. This one looks like it wants to go to the upside. There was just a halt, but I didn't catch the ticker. So it's going to be Palantir in AIF potentially. I want to reload Palantir at the 115 level. Alibaba, not going to chase it. If it barcodes from here, there's not much you can do on Alibaba. Completely sideways action. If this is all that if it's going to do this for the afternoon, sometimes the Chinese ADRs are just done. If it's got one more pullback in it, that's the dip I want to get into VWAP. It just might not get to VWAP. I might have to look at like 17.5 or something. Wherever it decides to dip from is what I want to grab, like any kind of bounce reversion play. So Palantir back into the highs, looks like it is going to work. Get out from 16 not working and get back in on the dip at 15 and now ride it back into the highs there on PLTR. And one last one, we only have 2 minutes to go here. As Lyft came out, we sort of talked about this, Lyft back at the highs. So I got out at break even. Uber, which we like, much stronger. Right, so
Tesla.
Lyft, same highs, Uber making higher lows. So this is one that we want to try to get the next available dip on. I think the status quo of Uber being stronger than Lyft is just reflecting itself in here today.
Much greater than day's goal right now. There goes Tesla, man. Neil, this is an absolute monster right now. We really layered into this trade. Oh, that's still TQ's. This Tesla trade. Oh boy, what a hold off the 50-period moving average. Whew. So we almost went red today. But we do not, so we'll hit the siren right here. There, 340. Let's get another piece out right here at 340. This is now $2. Neil, we've gone $4 in the money on Apple right now. We are $6 in the money right now and having ourselves a day. Look what Apple's done. Apple right now, we are long at 231. It is 235. There goes Apple, huge move to the upside. Tesla's still that $2 in the money. This has just been... that Tesla was almost a problem. We talked about that, but oh boy, did we do it again right there. So 340 coming and going right there. Look, man, let's do it right now. We've done this before, because Apple's been such a monster. I'm just going to search Apple right here. AAPL, APPLE. If you're green today, put a green apple in there. If you're red today, put a red apple in there. As we only have 1 minute left to go, let's see what the chat is doing. Hey man, look, if you're red, you're red. That doesn't matter. Let's just see what the chat is up to here today. I have a feeling they're going to be very green there today, Neil. So let's wait to see what winds up happening on that. It's been a monster day again, we'll just talk about Tesla for now. We talked about how lucky we were to get out of that trade for where it is. So if this continues to go, oh boy, we're going to go to the gym, Sharif. We're going to pump some iron today. We'll go do that during the midday. And then we'll come back with just as much energy and possibly more. And bang! More times to trade. More winners alert, Neil. There it is, man. Neil, we sit here. We're $7 in the money. So great trade there on Palantir.
I'm out. I took the dollar. It failed the high of the day, by the way,
nice.
guys.
So
just very quickly. Palantir double top 116. It failed to break the first time out. One in. It gave the bounce we wanted, but the tape was distinctly different just now. It failed at 116 level. I think I still want to look for dip buys, but that was a harsh move. It just pulled back 50 cents very, very quickly on Palantir. So I got to take the money and run on that bad boy. You know what time it is, everybody. We'll be back at 2. We got lots of earnings aftermarket. We've got the Bash Brothers, the push-up challenge that doesn't seem to want to happen, and the Playmaker trade as well. Well, when's the actual date?
We're about to deal with
when's the date? You gotta set a date. It's up to you guys to set a date. I want to see his push-up challenge. My money's on Sharif. I've already said that. I think Sharif is gonna absolutely wax him. Let's go midday. Kill him with kindness.
That's my word.
You stole mine.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I was flexing because I'm going to be flexing after this after this push-up challenge. Now I'm playing, of course. Welcome to everybody. What a great day it has been so far, guys. If you haven't been with us since yesterday, we hit that 500,000 mark, and today it's really exploding. I'm looking at the user count. We're already 1,134 above that level. We could not be more pumped. Obviously, thank you to you guys. Let's do the shout-outs. Everybody over here. All right, who do we got here? We got Jeremy Newman. We got Bax. We also got Rob Jenkins. We got Ayo Lewis. Siesta Mike. You can't be taking siestas while we're trading, bro. You get punched out of your position. We got Evan. We got Angry Bear. We got Wakil. We got Vecna. And we have Fluff Nugget. Shout out to Nessa. We got Ray David. We got Sif. We got Vivek Ramaswamy. Is that you? I'm playing. Chandra. We got Nakul. 2 New York cents. We got Guap. 10. Who else we got over here? We got John Angelecki, one of your boys over there, it looks like. We got Dan. I don't know, he's Italian. That's what it means. So we got Willie Mack. We got Northwest Sasquatch as opposed to the Southeast Yeti. Real ones will get that. T-Dot, we got FC, we got Ray David, Nathaniel Morris. Shout out to who else? We got your Huckleberry, Scalping, like that name. We got Matthew Cabral, one of the OGs there. Mr. Floppy Cakes. Whatever. Crazy Carl, Joseph, Scott J. We got Carlo. We got who else over here? Retro Stocks, like that one. We got Osama. We got Joe, believe it or not. Brian. We got Brand, Josie, Khalid A. Couple more. Crazy Carl. I like that one. And then Kirk D. Peace back at you, brother. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. A bit of a nervous one to start the day. Obviously, CPI coming a little bit higher than expected. Tanking these markets. We were down over 1% there. Joseph, big recovery on the NQ specifically. The Russell still reeling though. Keep your eye on IWM, the Russell 2000, Joseph, because these small caps, they get more affected by interest rates.
Still down 10% off those all-time highs, Sharif. So we know that it's interest rate sensitive.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, hey, looking for value? Maybe not right now. But again, when there's blood in the streets, folks, maybe that's a good time to buy. Is that the case for multiple stocks? I think it might be for Google. We're just going to wait for things to turn around here. And then we're going to look to play some potential longer-term or medium-term trades with Google. But also Bitcoin at the lows here, creeping towards that 92,000, has had the inability to recover like the rest of the market here, guys, and is really, really sensitive. So we got to figure out what's going on with that. But we got a lot of big names, a lot of strong names, Sharif. I know you have a lesson today, so we're going to hop into some of the top performing sectors right now. So in first place, guys, we have the healthcare sector up about 0.25% here. Consumer staples sitting in second. And then consumer discretionary sitting in third place there, guys, down about 0.25%. Sorry, and consumer staples is down about 0.2, okay? So let's go from third last. The tech sector, surprisingly, in third last, down about 0.7 here, Sharif. I mean, CPI print really weak, dragging a lot of these big names down, but the recovery it's immense. It's starting to work out here. I think we need NVDA to kind of pick up the steam, and then I think we can go positive on the session. Second last, we got the industrials. Oh, whoa, we just got a big flip here. Second last, we got the industrials, and then real estate in dead last, down about 1.2%, Sharif.
That's a shame. All right, let's get to work, Joseph. I think it was a good time to talk about short squeezes yesterday because we saw AIFF really take a move up. It's back in play again today. AIFF I'm talking about. It's up 50%, dancing with that 12.5. I'll submit to you, this has been one hell of a short squeeze. So let's talk about it. So short borrow fees are a secret weapon, believe it or not, for traders in heavily shorted stocks. This lesson will equip you to understand and leverage these fees to potentially make informed decisions in your trading. You'll know what I mean in a second. Let's talk about shorting just as at a very high level. So before diving into fees, let's recap what short selling is because we always have newer viewers coming in. So a trader borrows shares from a broker and then sells them hoping the price will drop, right? And then he later or she later repurchases them at a lower price and then gives them back to the broker, Okay? The profit in this case, in this transaction, comes from the difference between the selling and the repurchase price. As I gave the example yesterday, I buy a stock at $150. It later drops to $100. I go back and I buy that same share that I borrowed for $150. I buy it back at $100 and I give it back to the owner. In this case, it's going to be your broker, and I pocket the $50. That's how short selling is done. That's how you make money from short selling. And this is kind of what we're looking at here. This is the basically the amount of available shorts. You can hedge with options contracts, obviously, and then you can catch the peaks and then the scalp reversions. That's kind of what we're looking at there. So the fee factor. How does the fee factor play into this whole scenario? So borrowing shares usually isn't free. Sometimes they're free on your platform, but sometimes it's not, especially, when you're when you really want to get those shares and there's a lot of demand for those shares. You're probably going to have to ante up. All right. So short sellers, they incur a fee, the borrow fee, typically expressed as an authorized percentage rate. Okay. This fee charged by the broker who locates the borrowed shares and then lets you borrow them. So if you have shares with your broker that are fully paid, not bought on margin, that are fully paid, you can tell your broker, hey, you can loan out my shares to Joe Schmo for short selling. And then you get a fee back from your broker for having lent out those shares. So your broker acts as a middle agent, pairing people with fully paid shares with those who actually want to borrow the shares to short, okay? Unless you're obviously on a prop floor like ours where the system is different. We're talking about the retail trader now, okay? So that's what we talk about when we say the borrow fee. So why monitor short borrow fees? How's that going to help you in your trading? So short borrow fees offer valuable insights for traders. Number one, they gauge demand. They act as a demand gauge. High borrow fees typically indicate strong demand for shares to short a stock. So this suggests to you significant bearish sentiment with respect to that name, potentially foreshadowing a short squeeze. What's going on over here, bro? Ram's talking up a storm on my wall. All right, this suggests significant bearish sentiment, potentially foreshadowing a short squeeze if the price starts rising, okay? And then the cost of the squeeze. So high fees make it expensive for short sellers to maintain their positions. You have to pay, well, it depends really how your brokerage is. There can be a daily fee expressed as a percentage. It can be weekly, monthly, whatever the situation is. You're having to pay the longer you hold. You have to pay more the longer you hold your short position. So if the price goes up, they may be forced, people who are short, may be forced to buy back the shares at a loss, further fueling that short squeeze that we keep seeing. And then there's the potential squeeze easing, right? So a sudden drop in the borrow fees might indicate to you as a trader that there's increased share availability. Well, this could signal a weakening squeeze as short sellers find it easier to cover their positions. So the whole point of this little spiel is to tell you that when it's hard to borrow shares for short, and that the fees are high, that usually means that there's excessive bearish sentiment. So you don't even need to be short a stock in order to use this information, right? Because what if you're long the stock at some very close level? It might be interesting for you, or might be feasible for you in that case to liquidate your positions. Or you can take the option side of things. You don't have to go, and Joey Options can get into this in a second. If I know that the fees are very high to borrow a stock and the demand for it's also very high because I can't get my hands on any, well, I can start looking at some shorter dated puts. And I can go through the options market. So you don't need to be short a stock in order to use this information to help you out. So finding the fees, how the hell do you find it? What are we doing here? So short borrow fee data isn't readily available on most stock quote websites. Here are some resources though. Financial data providers, services like S3 Partners, or IHS Market offer real-time and historical short borrow data, short borrow fee data, I'll get it right, for subscription. So you gotta ante up to these providers here in order to get all their information. You can get it off some fintech platforms though. So some trading platforms with advanced features might display the borrow fee data for stocks on their watch list. And last but not least, the brokerage firms, the one that the people that we have most exposure to, okay? Some brokers, particularly those catering to active traders, might provide borrow fee information to their clients. I know with my brokerage, it'll tell me. If Joseph and I have the same brokerage, it'll be like, okay, the amount of shares available are 5 million for short, or we could see 0, right? So that kind of thing, you know, you might have to pay for, or it could be offered to you free. It really depends on your brokerage and the selected plan that you have. So how do you use the data? Right? So don't view borrow fee in isolation, right? Here's how to integrate them into your trading strategy. First and foremost, combine with short interest. So you want to look at the borrow fees in conjunction with the percentage of the float that's actually being borrowed for short. So high borrow fees alongside a high short interest paint a stronger picture of a potential short squeeze. So that's number one. Number two, you can track fee changes. This is super interesting. So you're looking here, you're monitoring sudden spikes or drops in the borrow fees over time to identify potential turning points in a short squeeze. If a month ago, it would have cost you, let's say 25 percentage points, I'm just throwing any number out there, 25 percentage points for a month to borrow ABC shares for short, and now it's costing you 10%. Well, what does that say to you? That means demand is down. Okay, if demand is down, that there aren't that many eyes or that many traders that are interested in borrowing this stock for short at the moment. So that should mean something to you. That should be another piece of the puzzle that you can try to fit in there. And you should also be considering other factors, obviously, right? Don't rely solely on fees. Analyze the stock's fundamentals, news catalysts, obviously, and overall market sentiment. And as always, when we're talking about shorting, I got to throw a word of caution at you guys. Borrow fees are dynamic. Fees can fluctuate rapidly based on the intricacies of supply and demand, and it's not a guarantee. High borrow fees don't guarantee a short squeeze. I don't want anyone thinking that. Other factors can influence the stock price, no question about it. And then focus on risk management, as we always say. If you want to be a day trader, you got to have an account to day trade. The only way to have an account is to not to blow it up, right? So short squeezes, by definition, by their nature, can be quite volatile. Always have a stop loss in order, I should say, to place a limit on your potential losses. Having said that, I hope everybody brings up several storms, Joseph Wilson.
Hey, yeah, good lesson there, Sharif, on the shorts. Yeah, guys, that's what these guys do. So, I mean, that alternative that you pointed out was fantastic. I like that as well. If you're not looking to just go short shares, then you can always do contracts, shorter dated contracts as well, too. It depends on your broker as well, because some I shouldn't even say that, but anyways,
whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Some brokers are relatively cheaper than the other, right? So ours isn't too bad. But again, those options contract fees can definitely get up there. So just be wary of that as well, too, guys. So, but yeah, anyways, let's see what we got cooking up today. We're starting to form somewhat of a wedge on INTC. We're looking to see if we can break through this with some momentum to the top side. I mean, it's been strong the past couple days. Hoping for this to continue. We are forming higher lows, which is really, really important with a flat top. Looking to break this, but then also NVDA forming a wedge as well, guys. But the thing is, though, it's a downside, it seems to be the case, with the flat being the support system. So we tried an attempt at the breakout and the continuation of strength, but this thing's been green about 4 or 5 days in a row, Sharif. So breath in this stock is definitely warranted, and we're not going to get too worried about it. So we'll maybe add to this position at any form of dip, which it seems to be the case today. So maybe we'll look to add a little bit on that one. But other than that, guys, let's see what we got going on for volume and seeing what stocks are performing the best here, or putting in the most volume, I should say. So TSLA, surprisingly, is in fourth. Okay, I thought it was in first. Everything just switched up. So SMCI with 100 million shares traded already today. So that is a hefty amount. INTC, 75 million, and then NVDA in third place today with 67.9 million. So the volume is there. We know CPI came in a little bit hot. market's somewhat recovering, gaining a lot of that ground that it lost earlier in the morning, and Tesla really strong as well. So one thing that I kind of want to point out here, and I've done it before, with just stronger stocks, we know kind of the overall sentiment in this name. But when CPI sold off and Tesla held VWAP in the pre-market, this gives me a signal identifying, hey, we might be strong on this session because it's not participating with the broader market. You've seen a lot of these big names start to sell, and then when an individual stock that you may be looking at is holding some key levels, that might signify some possible strength coming at the open, and that's exactly what was displayed here in Tesla in that opening drive. Extremely strong throughout the whole day. What else?
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Great question from
Yeah.
New York Cent. So it's
Yeah.
talking about fees, borrowing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And he's like, these apply to options as well. So my answer to him was, it'll apply vis-a-vis the premiums that are charged. Is that correct? Or is there another fee that's charged when you want to go short on
it's just so just like long contracts, it's just a basic fee, right?
Okay.
So yeah, they're usually relatively all the same.
Gotcha.
You pay like $3 or something along those lines for what our brokerage.
Yep.
Which isn't horrible. I mean, if you think about it from a leverage perspective, you're paying $3 to own the rights of something. So again, they are a little bit more hefty. But again, I think our broker is reasonably priced. Other names, we're not going to speak of them, are like $10 a transaction and something along those lines, which is almost like, okay, you need this to work because you'll just get riddled by fees at some point. But yeah, relatively cheap. There's no additional fees on that. Again, if you want to get a little deeper into that, if you get assigned, there might be assignment fees, Sharif, right? So if you're holding a short contract past that strike price, then you might get assignment fees from your broker, plus some shares in your account that you may not necessarily want as well too, right? So just take that into consideration. There's always hidden fees somewhere, but the broad aspect of it is that you're paying a fixed rate for X amount of contracts that you buy. But just going back to what we were talking about here in relative strength, Tesla was strong this morning, Sharif. The rest of the market was selling off, and it seems to be holding up here early in the session.
All right, I just got into AIFF at VWAP, and it just absolutely dropped. So I lost 10 pennies, quick as you like, Neil, on AIFF. This was a descending wedge. I tried to get in at VWAP, thinking maybe I'd be able to scalp a couple of shekels. Little did I know that this one was on the way down. We give up VWAP, we give up 12. Now what I see on my side charts over here is we're holding at the 50. The 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's around 11 and a quarter. Not a level and not an indicator that I typically use as a retracement level to pick these small cap gappers off. But if it shows me that it's going to be defending that level, then I'll have to respect it. And what I see here is there was respect, believe it or not, between price action and the 50 exponential in the pre-market. I'm looking at that 8:10 a.m. area to when we really got off the schneid there at around 9:15, give or take. But it's really selling off aggressively right now. AIFF, it's still up 41, 39%, zigging and zagging right now. So this is, we're going to go 0 for 1 on the day. And quite frankly, we're out of the money on this current trade. We're about 15 pennies out of the money on CVS. CVS, I'm into this stock again for the same reason that I got into AIFF, a VWAP pullback. Now, this is an earnings name. CVS, we're up 13.5% on much better expected report. I'll get to that in a second. Because this is kind of like what my family does. And so I have some commentary here aside from trading that I want to make about the nature of this business. But CVS at the volume weighted average price, I'm only giving it to a third. VWAP is on my chart is 62.60. We're printing 62.50. We've got 3 candles of bless you, Neil. We've got 3 candles of indecision right now at this VWAP area, all doji candles with very tight ranges from the high and the low. That's the good news. The bad news is each of those 3 candles on the 5-minute is a lower low and a lower high. So we could give up the ghost here. I mean, we could see ourselves really dropping. So keeping my eye on a CVS. I've also got a bunch of other ones that I want to talk about. Here they come. We're going to bring in the side chart and discuss these bad boys. So AIFF trying to work its way back above 12 and above VWAP. Let's see if that happens. But there's also this monster, KDLY. What is this up? 113 some odd percent. Great look. Now, this one is a bit of trouble. Okay? And why do I say trouble? Because the range per candle on KDLY is quite wide. That's the rule. The exception is a tight range. Like if you look at most of these candles, most of them are characterized by their high wicks and low and wide lower wicks. I don't know why I couldn't speak there. But the whole point is that you're going to have to account for that wide range per candle when you're placing your stop losses, as well as where you're getting in and where you're taking profit. When you have wide range per candles like that, don't have a tight stop unless you're really in at the perfect technical support level, because likely you'll get stopped out. So KDLY, it's a monster and it's a respectable one coming into a previous area of resistance. I'm talking about this $3 area, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Now, what's the situation here? LTBR. What another good look here on LTBR. This is one hell of a bull flag here. Not up as much as KDLY, but a very respectable move. Very respectful as well of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's gotten up into that $14 area, and I perceive us to be doing maybe a little bit of a bull flag here. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Look for a bit of a better entry. I've also got CFLT, another good looking chart right now. I mean, up and to the right this goes. It comes into VWAP here. It's defending VWAP quite well. It only had one quick, it didn't even touch VWAP. It glanced by it, and then it moved right back up. So the high of the day, I believe, allow me a second over here, $36.50. We're at that level right now, printing 46s. So there's a lot to watch over here. Okay, we're doing a little well now on your friend, what's it called, CVS. So we're gonna wet our beak here, maybe mid 80s, and let's start layering some orders for this bad boy if it is to catch a bit of a bid. So I'd like to put some in the 90s as well over here. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So that's the look right now. I have others as well. I've got, ones that I can't fit on the other side chart. EH, great looking name as well. Not much percentage-wise, 20, almost 21%. But again, pulls into a predictable area of support, that 24 2/3, 24 1/2. It bottoms there, and now we're knocking the door of 25 again. So I perceive here this to be the initial bull flag, and we'll have to see if this is like a stunted bull flag over here, and it didn't get quite as high or quite as up as the previous one. So EH also on watch. So lots to talk about today. XLO's breaking down, not really my cup of tea. UPST, an earnings winner, up 30%. We're off the highs though, and we're not respecting VWAP. So I don't want to base any trades off VWAP on Upstart, but we'll see if this one wants to run. And as I mentioned, CVS, good name today. We're involved in that bad boy right now. We just got the second print. Okay, so now we're going to wait for that third. Appreciate you, Joseph. Waiting for that. Oh, we got 3 prints so far. Now we're waiting for the 4th in the mid 90s. So let's layer the orders now. We're going to put some above 63. I'm going to hang out at 05s. Come what may. Joseph Wilson, what are you looking at?
Yeah, let's go here, Sharif. We got something cooking up here in INTC. Took a little bit of a loss there on, I tried IBIT. I'll pull it up for you guys in a second. And NVDA. You could just see the opposite patterns in both these stocks. So we'll pull this up here on the 5-minute time frame, and we'll just compare them, because I think they're pretty cool. So they're almost inverse to each other. As you can see, higher lows, lower highs here. So really cool, interesting pattern. We're breaking to the top side, resistance up here around that 2180 level. And then you have support systems down here at 136 here on NVDA, looking like they might breach them here on the session. So we'll be patient, wait to see what's going on with that one. But as of right now, we're just going to stick to what's working. And that seems to be INTC on the session. Oh, Gorev, check this out too. One thing that I missed on some good stocks and good names this morning. Look at this hammer here, Sharif, on INTC, 5-minute. Really nice look here, my guy Gorev, throughout the whole session, really, and then a nice recovery on the 5-minute here. And then Gorev, check out this one as well too, my guy. On NVDA, yeah, that was on one of my top lists here, and then a really nice hammer 5-minute candle for those 5-minute orb traders to the top side, but had the inability to crack it and then come into these support levels here around 132 in the pre-market. But I think at some point it will recover. It might just take some time, but when the ball gets rolling on this name, you almost get that snowball effect, and it just drags the overall market up with it, and then that steam is just moving it, propelling it forward and forward and forward. It may not happen today, but I think at some point we continue to climb in this stock. So, but we're going to see what Adara is up to.
Get it, Adara.
This is really interesting here. Please keep an eye on PSQH. In case the ticker sounds familiar, this company is called PSQ Holdings, and they actually announced late last year that Donald Trump Jr. had joined their board. Well, now the CEO of PSQ actually tweeting here that his brother-in-law has been appointed to a leadership post at the U.S. Department of Transportation. So first they had this connection here to Donald Trump Jr. Now the CEO's brother-in-law involved at the DOT. So keep an eye here on PSQH pushing to the upside, 7% short float, and multiple governmental connections, guys.
Thank you very much, Adira.
Every time we say Donald Trump Jr., I always think Barron for some reason, because the kid's like, I don't know, he's like 6'7" or something along those lines.
Yeah.
He's a big
There's
kid.
Eric. I think he was he was the tallest one before Barron came onto the scene.
Yeah, and then
now Barron's a monster. He's like
Monster.
6'100".
Yeah, he's almost like, it's like that kid's 7 foot and he's still pretty young. So,
Ridiculous,
you know,
bro.
Donald's going to probably get him in the league or something along those lines. But I mean, hey, here we go, guys. Like Apple really, really strong today. Somewhat of an outlier. What?
Neil's laughing.
What? That he's going, you don't think Barron's going to, yeah, you don't think he's going to the league?
Get it, Barron.
Yeah, what do you mean? Hey, man, listen, if Bronny James can make it to the league, then, you know, Barron has a chance too. So, I mean, there we go. Okay, here we go.
It's
It's
over.
done. It's over. Neil liked that one. Here we go, guys. Running into yesterday's highs, Sharif, is
Sir.
Apple. Really strong. One of the stronger Mag 7s here, climbing
Tell me
higher
more,
and higher.
Joseph.
Still only about 9% off that all-time high. So I think that this name has a big potential to recover and recover quickly. And I say this time and time again, and I've said it on the show. Okay, yeah, iPhone sales are down 13% in China. Boohoo.
I know.
Services are up about the same all around. But these guys have $100 billion in free cash flow. It's unlimited money. The stock is just an absolute money printer. The margins are high, so that's what gives them the ability to just stack cash. And you got to buy the dips on these names, and I think that's the exact same case here in Apple and Google as well, Sharif.
All right, we're in KDLY. I was able to take, I'm long at 7s. I took some out there into the mid 20s, so we took some at 25s. It's not forthcoming in the same way to the high side as it had been earlier, but as I mentioned, this wide range per candle, I've tried to give myself a little bit of room below 3, knowing that it has wicked below 3, and that 3 is a support level, previously resistance vis-a-vis this top end right here, this area crest as I call it. So we wet our beak a few times over here. Now I'm waiting into the high 20s. I will layer into the 30s as well. We'll go ahead and wait at 333. There we go. Throw that on there in case this one really squeezes. And again, it has a propensity to do that. So if we have wide ranges per candle on a stock and you've seen it over and over and over pop up into an area and then dip back down really quickly, it behooves you to throw out resting orders, because unless you're going to be like Speedy Gonzalez over here and be able to take out those levels with super fast exits and entries, well, I can't do that. And this is exactly what I mean. See how it popped up like that? Now watch how it drops. Come on, don't make me look bad. Drop. Yes! There we go. So it pops up into the 40s and then it drops. So now we're done our trade on KDLY. So I didn't realize that I took everything out there. So kind of a bit of a fat finger on my part, but did well on it. KDLY is not off the hook right yet. So this could actually squeeze above that 360 area. 359 is the, oh, I still have some on KDLY. What am I saying? Excuse me, I got stopped at a CVS for the remaining amount there, and then it popped right back up. So that's kind of frustrating. Was able to de-risk a little bit on CVS as it goes right back into that area. Yeah, that's kind of the situation. We'll have to deal with that. All right, let's layer some more orders. I thought I had more on this one. That's what I was thinking. Let's layer some orders on KDLY, see if we can continue to pop up here. Now zigging and zagging with 30s. Best print I had so far, 33s. It's showing me 34s now. Let's see if we can continue to squeeze. It looks like there is a bit of a seller right now at the third of a dollar. Here comes 36s, 40s right now. Yeah, there's 40s. Can we squeeze a little bit higher? Can we get much higher? Sorry, guys. I slung up yesterday and people were not very happy with it. There's a there's a hidden seller at 40. We just rejected that area again, despite not having too much size on the book. So it looks like as if somebody's selling there at the 40 penny area. Just occurred to me, I didn't give you any of the details on KDLY, so let me do that now. 1.19, so 1.9, I should say, excuse me. Million share float, says Trade Ideas, with a short float of 4.17 million. The volume on the day is quite well. I think we've done almost 100 million shares, just less. We're going to hit 100 million right now, it looks like. So there's plenty of liquidity on KDLY. It's the number one gapper up on the day. It's 133%. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10 exponential. It's got all the factors, all the ingredients that I look for to trade these small cap gappers. Now it just comes down to good entries, good exits, and sound risk management. This has got everything we need. Here's that 40 level again, and bang, we take out 40. So now we're going to wait on 50. Appreciate you, Joseph. Appreciate you, Adara. Now we're going to wait at that 55 penny level, see if we can take out the high. The high of the day is 59. So I'm front running the size right now at 59 because I anticipate that we will have some selling at the high of the day. So let's see if we can clear that 50 penny area on our way up here, 143%. Let's see where this one goes, Joseph.
Hey, bang, let's go here, guys. One thing we're going to do, we've got to highlight these quotes. We got to see where the strength is. I like to see an imbalance on these names, so we're gonna modify that. That didn't do much. I just put down one share. Okay, anyways, guys, here we go. We're cooking up here in INTC. Philip Boyd, let me know the expiration cycle on those. Well, SPY changes so fast, I think I'm okay. 0 DTE is all I can afford. I'm new. Okay, so yeah. I mean, you got the 601s. You're gonna need that to accelerate a little bit. I think you'll be sitting pretty pennies if you can get to that to this local high here. Right here, this pivot here, if you can get to 603, I think you'll be okay. But the full recovery, big gap down on that CPI print, just be wary about that. But 0 DTA, beware. And the later we get in the session, they're really going to accelerate, and so is that gamma on those contracts. So keep that in mind. Someone in the chat also said they were asking, hey, where can I find an options course for beginners? Go back into the archives. You'll see a beginner's options course lesson. There's a couple of them. Run through those, and hopefully that will help you, and then come back to us, and then you can just go advance from there. There's multiple options contracts, options lessons, that you can go through. So we got A.O. Lewis, $2 super chat. Gotta say, Sharif was good luck. Fly, Eagles, fly. Yeah, we got that. We got the gif of that. So there you go, Sharif. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Thank you, Leo Lewis.
I told you guys this yesterday. I turned the game on, and the first play that I seen was a flag. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, that's it. Same old NFL seems to be the case, guys. But let's see what we got going on IBIT. I thought we were going to be a little bit stronger here. Hasn't been the case. I didn't get back in. Been focusing on INTC, and that's totally fine. But one thing I should have done, I should have punched back in around this 54.10 level. Hopefully we can crack through some of these resistance and then maybe head to that CPI print. But one thing I want to note is that look how strong the market has been, some of these big names starting to recover, and IBIT and Bitcoin has not participated, but when something negative came out, it just slams to the downside. So that can just give you a broader perspective of, hey, maybe this underlying isn't as strong as you think it is, so we'll keep that in mind. But I do think at some point we're going to recover. Sharif has 125 by his birthday. I mean, Sharif, that ground, for me, what I need to happen, I believe, is that we need to just chop around within this range for the better part, because we can put that in a matter of a couple of sessions, right? Like when this thing's strong, you can move 10K in a day. So boom, 10K in a day would put us at 105. And then if you have another couple follow-up strong sessions, you're probably north of 125 by your birthday. So the more choppiness is in my favor, but I'll also take the move up to 1.
See what Andre said to me today?
Know what Andre say?
So he's like, so what's the bet that you have with Joe?
Yeah.
I'm like, so if it hits, 125 by my birthday on the May 25th, he's a Gemini too, then I get 2 shares of IBIT. Yeah. Joe, if it doesn't, Joe gets it. He's like, Joe's going to win.
Oh,
wow,
Andre. Let's go,
yeah,
my guy.
He just completely dismissed me.
Dude, you know what though? A lot of people in the chat have me as the favorite here. You know what I mean? But besides the bet, obviously I want IBIT to go. I think
what's going on, Neil?
Oh, USO?
No, I think he said who.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Andre.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Dude, it's a win-win situation for me, really. You know, IBIT's at 125. We hit the bank. It's not at 125. I also bank a little bit here, so it's a win-win for everybody. I think in this situation, and I think that's why it's so fun. Unless you're short, but I think that's why it's fun.
Look at the borrow fees. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, look at the borrow fees. Right, yeah.
All right, guys, we're zigging and zagging here with that $0.50. There is a seller of note on KDLY. I'm waiting at 55s. I believe this one did spike, and bang, we take it out. There it goes through the $0.75 now. The high of the day, 82s. But look at that range per candle. This is what I meant, guys. See, it pops up into 82, and now it's down into 50s. That is a characteristic of this stock. Why does that matter? Because if you're not taking profits at those levels, it's spending literally fractions of a second at those levels. If you don't have those resting orders there, or unless you're Superman, and I ain't, you're not taking the profits. So use resting orders is what I'm trying to say. Good trade right now. Happy with this one on KDLY. Looking to get back in because I'm done all my shares here. Good move up to the high side though. We take what did we take? We took 55 pennies or a little bit less on that. So keeping my eye on KDLY for another entry. Now, I'm also looking, as I mentioned earlier, at CFLT. So I don't want to be quick to just ignore KDLY. It was good to me. Maybe I can extract some more profitability off it if I can get it in at a key level. But I'm also looking at CFLT. The reason I'm looking at CFLT, despite the fact that it's only up, less than 20%, 19.9%, it's gotten to that 10 exponential now. And it's put a bit of a 2-candle pullback. And, last time we put a 4-candle pullback into the 10 exponential, we ended up making new highs. So I'm interested here. I'm interested at the 10 exponential around this $36 area. If that doesn't hold though, then I'm looking for this area, 36.50 to 36 and 3/4. Why? Because I perceive this area over here at around 950.10 to be the area crest, the area that we rejected before we made our move down below 35, then made our way above that level. So what does this mean? That means that area was previously resistance. Technical analysis tells us that former areas of resistance sometimes act as support once they've been cleared. So I'm looking for this one first to hold the 10 exponential. Doesn't hold the 10 exponential, then I'm looking for that 35.5, 35 3/4 entry for CFLT. But I want to also mention the OG Jay Lee was telling me about SMCI. And so let's have a look at SMCI over here. Big earnings winner yesterday. So the reason I was even looking at SMCI, it was south of VWAP. And I said to myself, well, if this is south of VWAP and it's an earnings winner, could it have a nice move into VWAP? So let's have a look at what SMCI is doing right now. So we got a bit of a 41 rejection there, Jay. I don't know what you were seeing or where your beak wetters were, whether you were looking to take some profits at 41. I personally was looking for a move from around 41 into about 41 1/3. That would be where I would first take profits. And then if we wanted to clear VWAP, well then fantastic. The reason I'm even looking at this right now too, as I mentioned, we're curling back into VWAP, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red candles in a row before we found a bit of a base here at around 39.50, give or take. A couple of pennies, obviously we wicked below 39.50, but the closing prints all around that $0.50. So I said, all right, well, this could be a nice mean reversion, at least in the VWAP. So I'm going to keep my eye on SMCI, despite the fact, obviously, it's not a small cap gapper. Good look right now. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's have a look at the scanner up top. Anything new? Yosh. What the hell is this? Okay, so a new entrant has found its way onto my scanner, YOSH. This bad boy here is a $20 million market cap, and it's up 70%, 67%. So this one, look, I mean, we were doing a little bit of volume in the earlier time of day, but the volume really started kicking in at around 10:30. It's lightly traded though, guys. YOSH. It's got 500,000 shares traded on the day. It looks to be awfully spready. 15.16, 15.37. She's okay. Oh, yeah, okay, no problem. Thanks, Andre. Yeah, so YOSH, Joseph, a little spready for me, a little bit light on volume. So despite the fact that it's a big boy on the day, I am concerned a little bit that it might be light on volume. What's your look over there?
Yeah, I mean, here we go, man. Someone in the chat said, Joe, you don't need to go long every day. Well, I was like, pull up my chart, please, and thank you. I know the boys are busy here, but why would I not when the setups are there? Right? Like, come on. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, I know there's a short button. Do I hit it that often? I hit it when it's time to, but as of right now, I don't. And yeah, Los Pollos Hermanos, thanks, Joe. Have gone long. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. That's a really nice indecision. We're talking about SPY right here. He's asking me about the 15-minute, and I don't pay too much attention to the 15-minute, right? I'd stick to 2 intraday time frames. I'll look at higher time frames for a daily perspective and see what the broader trend is looking like. But this is what we were talking about, Los Polios, is here. Beautiful indecision doji right at VWAP and now starting to climb higher and higher. I want to see if we can come and touch this 603 for the playmaker as well, too. Because if we continue with this strength, which I think we're going to at this point, recover of CPI, I think we can come and touch these levels and fill this potential gap that has been created. So let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And we're not too far off these all-time highs in the SPY, Sharif, not necessarily being led by these big names. Like NVDA is still a little bit down, but we know Meta has. But market breadth is good. If the market starts to widen, then we're going to continue to trade higher, and I think that's going to be the case here. People say the third year of a bull market more chippy choppy, and that's fine. We're seeing that now. It's displayed now. But the earnings are there. We know the street's also a little bit worried about CapEx spend on AI spend as well too. So we're going to monitor that. But these big names are just printing cash hand over fist and continue to do so. So I think it's, I mentioned it before, is again, buy the dip opportunity in this market. Again, not too many headwinds. We know that we're battling inflation, not going as smooth maybe. Jerome says there's no need to change the mandate. Totally understandable, and I don't think he's going to ever. He's going to stick to it and hit those goals, but that will come at the cost of probably the labor market, etc. But only time will tell, and we'll wait for those things to come to fruition. But I mean, Tesla's strong, UPST really strong, putting up really, really great numbers year over year is UPST. And then NVDA climbing back towards the volume-weighted average price. I think that if the volume steps into this thing, Sharif, we're going to start to climb higher on it. Some key resistance levels we need to break through, and we're going to need the momentum to step in order for us to do so. But what we can analyze is this volume by time profile right now is that as we climb higher, that volume is starting to dwindle. Not the best sign. We want to see that volume start to step in, and then we can take it higher, potentially breach some key resistance levels, and that's what I'm looking for NVDA to do today, Sharif. All
right, I'm back in KDLY. I already took some profits at 60. Now I'm waiting at 69. You know where I'm waiting, right? 16. Shout out to Tisha. Her and I, it looks like we have the same entry. Get it, Tisha. She just let me know. I didn't even chart this wide enough, so thank you, Tisha, for letting me know. Blue sky setup above 420. You heard that right. 420. Apparently, this is a new IPO. I kind of didn't do my homework, quite frankly, on this. I didn't look to see what the chart had been doing. And yes, that is correct, Tisha. 420 high back in June or May 31st of 2024. So shout out to May, my favorite month, I'll tell you that. Here we go, 69 incoming, waiting for that print. We're going to take it here. We're not going to wait. Boom, we'll take that out there. And now I'm going to set up at 88. Go KDLY. So now we're going to set up at 88. Shout out to CD Lamb. Hopefully the Cowboys can have a bit of a better year this year. God knows I had a really bad one. So we're going to continue to wait here. Got in, I don't know how you feel about this, Tisha. I felt that 340 was a bit of a local resistance level. We rejected off it here and again over here, and then I wet my beak on the break of it over here, but it was a hard roll. So when we dipped down below that half level, I felt confident punching in. Here come 80s. Here come 88s. CD. 85 high day right now is waiting at 88, so we're going to have to continue to wait to see if we can get back into those levels. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, I perceived there to be some resistance initially at 340, which had me feeling confident. If I got into the mid 40s, then I could just give it to right below 30s, right below 40s, excuse me. So I only had to risk about 10 pennies, give or take, not even. And I was just going to stop out if it broke below that 40 penny level. Again, 40 pennies, I perceived it to be a nice area of previous resistance, this time looking like it is support. So this one is on one right now. It just printed a new high a day, but as I mentioned, the range per candle is quite wide. It doesn't spend all that much time in the price level that it wicks up to. Oh my goodness, what's happening up there? So we're going to keep an eye out on that one, Joseph, as this one continues to zig and zag at that 380 level. Still packing my patience there. Looking at the other bad boys here on the side chart, I'm not really liking anything at the moment. Maybe EH a little bit. We'll get to that one in a sec, but just waiting for this trade to end right now on KDLY. It is not forthcoming to the high side, 385 HOD, and you bet your bottom dollar. If we take out 420 today on KDLY, I will be in that trade. I will be long. There's probably people short.
Oh, you got a face slapper on there.
Bro, look, bro, I'm not a great trader. I don't take too much size during the show, but I like to pride myself on my entries.
Big, what do you mean? We have
Yeah, hey,
bro.
you know, whatever. So that's... We're having a good time, bro. We're having a good time. So in any event, I'm continuing to watch this bad boy. And just let me remind you guys that KDLY has not a big short float or anything like that. KDLY, here we go. It's about 15.4%. And, you know, you have to assume that they're all short south of 420. Because that is the all-time high. So if we get above 420, this is probably squeezing to no end. It's got it's a bit of a larger float, about 501 million shares. Not the smallest that definitely I've ever seen, but yeah, something that we can work with, Joe.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. You're getting a lot of comments in the chat here. Tammy KB says you're a hell of a trader, Sharif.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Kind words, man.
Kind words, man. Yeah. And one thing that I'm noticing in the chat too, Sharif, Gorev and I have been talking a lot lately, as well as Los Pollos Hermanos. And these guys are picking out key signals that I'm looking for every day. Gorev found something on Google that I didn't even recognize, and he's been smashing it. He's like, dude, I recognize the isolated volume signature. I recognize the isolated pivot on the candle, and then he takes the long. Gorev, we noticed that the other day it wasn't working that good, but when they do work and when they display themselves, it's our job to take those opportunities, take those trades, and you've been doing exactly that. And you too, you as well, Los Pollos. Nice work, guys. That's what I like seeing in the chat. You guys adapting these things that we see on a day-to-day basis and then implementing them in your own way. We're not there pressing the buttons for you. You guys are doing that. You're implementing your own, you're infusing your own DNA within those trade setups, and congratulations to you guys for just absolutely smashing it. And it's only up from here. You're going to get better at them. You're going to take some losses, but you're going to also have the ability to really take advantage of those W's when they display themselves. And that's the name of the game. Learned a lot from Brankles and Wayner. These guys are like, yo, you got to add into those winners. You have to have confidence in it. You got to double down. You got to add to them and everything. And that's what I've been doing.
And you've been doing that, bro. Every single morning I see this guy trading at the open. He adds aggressively into winning positions.
Yeah.
He's not dollar cost averaging. He's adding into winning positions every single morning. And I see him do that. But there's a question for you. What does isolated volume mean?
Oh, yeah, for
Stan is asking there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So we don't have the best examples here today, but we'll pull it out right now. On the Google example that Gorev was looking at here, and this is what he's looking for. Google here. So this is what we're looking for when I mean isolated volume signatures, is that when we're at an extreme high or low, you can see that this one candle is an outlier to the previous 2 hours of trading. This is what we want to see. So Gorev analyzed, okay, the overall market seems relatively strong. We move higher. We haven't cracked any of these lows, but maybe the pullback sequence has been completed, and he recognized that by saying, hey, we have a doji candle here with an outlying volume signature. So this is what we're referring to. This isn't necessarily an A1 example. They're not always going to be like that, but that's what we're referring to. And when we have one, I'll display it. Here's a better example on BTC from a daily perspective. Tab. But it's not the signature isn't as isolated as I would like to look, but one thing on the volume is really key. So here you see this doji, but look how the volume candle is an extreme outlier. To me, this can display like, hey, we're ready to turn around. And on previous sessions, we go through them every day. I used, I think it was like Monday or something along those lines, where I gave like 4 examples of those isolated volume signatures and isolated pivots, and that can signal and justify possibly turning around volume, stopping volume, and igniting volume to the other side. And what I refer to as stopping volume is when we're at an extreme high or low, that means that party is exhausted, either buyers or sellers, and the price of the stock may be ready to turn around relative whatever way it is going. So yeah, that's what I mean. Hopefully that wasn't too complicated. Go back into the archives of Trader TV Live, and you can see that we have volume price analysis lessons. Go and watch those. Watch a couple of minutes of it. I use a couple examples as well too, and just the basics of VPA. And hopefully you learn from something like that and have the ability to identify things like Gorv and Los Polios are in the chat.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, good call out there. All right, I'm keeping an eye still on CVS. So I got stopped out for the remaining amount on it, but it's right back above VWAP. Now I'm perceiving this to be a rounded bottom. I don't know how anybody else feels there in the chat. It didn't respect VWAP in the strict sense, certainly, but it looks like, you know, this one could be headed back to the high side. I'm going to give this one the old college try. It won't let me in. There we go. Oh, crap, bro. Yeah. Literally a couple of seconds. Damn. A couple of seconds. Oh. That's all I'm asking. Oh, my goodness. Were you at it?
Was that an ad there?
No, that was an entry. Oh, look at it just go. So clearly I was not the only one looking at that right now. It's just unreal, dude. It's like 30 pennies higher than where I want to get in a matter of seconds here, and it had been doing nothing. So, yeah. There's not much I can do about that. That was a good look there. I perceive this one to kind of be a rounded bottom where it was just putting in incrementally higher highs and higher lows. So, yeah, a little bit frustrated with that. But I like this entry again right now on KDLY right at the 10 exponential. This is an interesting entry here. Let's give this one a bit of a try. Let's see if we can get into there, and then we'll give it to here, and then we'll go all the way down into there. So that's the look. And now I'll look to scalp into the $0.50, and then we'll put some above there as well. So let's see if this one holds a 10 exponential. It looks like it's still quite strong, but you know, it could drop, so I'm not giving it that much room below my entry. KDLY, it's still a good look. Now, Tisha has different numbers than I do about this one. So she's telling me a general float of just about, I believe, 2.1 million shares. I have something way higher than that. So I don't know what everybody else is seeing. I'd love for you guys to be able to tag me in the chat. Let me know what you guys are seeing on KDLY in terms of a float, because I have it at like almost 500 million or something like that, Trade Idea says. So let me know. Sometimes this data just requires some updating. All right, keeping an eye on 55s. Boom, we take it out there again. Now I'm waiting in the high 60s. So we're going to keep trading KDLY so long as it's above that 10 exponential and holding the level, and so long as it's above VWAP, obviously. Very seldomly do you have VWAP above the 10 exponential. I've seen it happen at times, but very rare. So now we're waiting for that high to test that 370 area again. Anything below 330 and I'm gone. I'm just going to give this one very little room. Already de-risked a little bit. Comes back right into my entry. Having trouble right now with the $0.50. If we get anything below as a closing print, below that 10 exponential, which it's been very respectful of, I'm going to take that as a signal to get the hell out and then look to get back in at the volume weighted average price for $3. So that's what I'm looking for right now on KDLY. Quite disappointed that I didn't get the entry into CVS, but I'll have to have a short-term memory on that and just look to trade what's available for me right now. XLO, I kind of mentioned that one a little bit earlier on. Let me just see what the previous or the low of this candle is. So low of this candle is 31. So I have the right stop here, I think. So XLO just popped up quite aggressively. Let me throw the 5-minute on here so you guys have an idea of how this bad boy's been trading. So that black line right there, that's VWAP. A bit of a skewed line because the data starts a little bit late on this one, but it's now above VWAP. And it also took out this area crest and this area crest. I want to see if it holds the volume weighted average price. Right now, that's at $1.40. So if XLO wants to continue to trade above VWAP, let's put some dang respect on this one's name. It's up 130%. So You know, it got a nice move up in the pre. It kind of did nothing, trading below VWAP. It had a couple of attempts at VWAP, both of which failed, and now it's on its third attempt, the best of the attempts, because we've gotten to the highest point so far, that $1.61. That is technically the high of the day. Now, you know my rules. Pre-market high and above VWAP. Well, that pre-market high is quite lofty at $2.02. So it might be a minute before I can actually trade XLO, despite the fact that it's above VWAP. And I won't be taking this if it doesn't take the pre-market high. I danced with a stock last week that made me really regret breaking my rules about taking these things south of the pre-market high. And the reason I say that is because these ones do quite a bit of volume. If they're trading in the pre-market, they trade like they're trading after the bell, okay? They do a lot of volume. So if you have a pre-market high, you could really, theoretically and realistically, have bag holders that are holding that stock from a higher level than where you're getting in and that want to get the hell out of there because they're out of the money. And they're going to keep a dampening. They're going to dampen the price action on that name, and you won't really get that parabolic effect. And so that's why I always insist on taking out the pre-market high before I get in. And that's exactly what I'm going to do with the XLO. I won't trade it below the pre-market high, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, guys. So someone in the chat asked us about gold. We'll touch on gold, but first I got to do my guy, Big Solid. He's such, like, I don't know. I told you guys that we've been in this game for a long time together. This is Greg. Like, he's just absolutely blowing it out the water day after day, man. Yeah, exactly. So it's been a long time, man. We've been friends. So this is his style. He's looking for the same things. Phenomenal trade, and he's putting up size there too, guys. So yeah, I mean, great stuff. Amazing growth. We've been in this journey for since the beginning, essentially. But here we go, guys. NVDA. We're in NVDA. We're gonna see if we can get this break. If this volume's gonna step in. The market is starting to crawl higher. So I like that, gives me a little bit more conviction. The only thing is we're constructing lower highs, slightly alarming. If we break some key levels here, I'm going to have to get out of this one, and then we can definitely get a better entry, as you know I often like to do. Oh, I thought Ram was looking at me. I'm like, okay. Let's see what else was I. Yeah, I'm not too worried. Anyways, but here we go, guys, in IVIT. But just absolutely moving to the top side, Sharif. Now $55. We had a low of, whoa.
Bro, people are talking. Okay, I have to mention this, Joseph.
Bring this up here for me.
Here it is. Fed Chair Powell says we do not want to get in the way of banks serving perfectly legal customers using crypto.
Bang.
That was a while back, says Adara. Well, I see it at 11:17, so it was about 45 minutes ago. When banks take crypto activities on their own, it's appropriate to make sure we understand risk. On the other hand, we don't want to go so far as to overplay your hand. Many of these activities on crypto can be very well done at banks. Okay, so it looks like he doesn't want to stand in front of the banks, and I see Bitcoin making a move up at around 11:28. So I would think that maybe it coincides a little bit with that. I was responding to Sebastian, who's asking what the news headline was.
No, totally justifiable. I mean, this thing is really starting to pick up a little bit of steam here, Sharif. Now up closer to 2.7%. I had a confidence in the long today. So again, we missed out on this trade. That sucks, but it's okay. We'll always find another one. I think that's going to be NVDA. But here you go. Bitcoin moving to the top side. That headline can be huge for Bitcoin. We mentioned this. It's nothing for Bitcoin to put in a 10K day, right? And we haven't seen too many of those. If we go back in its history, I mean, it's put them in like it's no tomorrow, essentially. But as of recent, since it's became optionable, traders have the ability to hedge, so that can limit downside and topside as well, too, guys. So let's take a look at this. Price is really starting to compress here, Sharif. Even though we're moving to the downside, we're trading in like about a 5 or 6K range, which is absolutely nothing. This is a $100,000 asset. We should get a little bit more fluctuation from a day-to-day basis. So it's only a matter of time until volatility picks up, and then we get that steam moving, and then possibly Sharif going to take the W home on that bet. But as of right now, we're going to be patient, wait for a potential pullback in this name, and then look to get involved. But let's talk about INTC as we continue to climb higher, and that's all that I'm in right now. I'm in an NVDA as well too, guys. But here we go, looking to put in a potential new high. We're going to take a little bit off the top here, Sharif, just to trim some up here as these semis continue to climb higher. I'm going to get to gold now and then send it to Sharif. I'm going to keep this gold simple. Buy. Gold is a buy, I think, at any given point. There's a finite amount. There's only so much gold on this planet, sorry. So we'll continue to look at that. Maybe not up here, but on other levels. I'll do one more actually, and that's AMD. A lot of traders asking me about AMD. To be honest with you, Sharif, this thing has not been on my radar for an extended period of time, and I think it's going to stay like that. But one thing that we need to keep in mind here is a nice little pivot on the 5-minute, and then that buying volume really starts to step in here. So that is my look. NVDA starting to climb higher. We like this, Sharif. Hopefully we can get this breakout, which we are, and we're going to take some off the top here. We're going to send it to you, brother.
All right, man. I'm still waiting here on KDLY. I'm looking to stop out below 330. It's still zigging and zagging right here. It bounced off 330. The reason I'm saying 330 is because that's the area low. So if we break that level, that'll be a lower high and a lower low. That's not what I'm in this for. It's going to have to hold this area. Now, if it wants to do a compression pattern where it puts in a higher low but a lower high, that I can accept, but I will not accept lower highs and lower lows on a pattern that I'm looking for a breakout trade in. So we're about 4 pennies out of the money with one last out on this bad boy. Anything below 330, we're gonzino, keeping an eye there. I'm just seeing here that Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed as the next top intelligence chief. She just got voted in right now. So keep, not that that really matters for any trades that we have, but any, these, I don't even think the defense stocks would move. That's more like a Pete Hegseth thing. But yeah, I'm just seeing that come in right now. She did get confirmed with Mitch McConnell being the only dissenting Republican vote. Not surprised there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I think RFK still not voted in yet. Now, the reason I'm talking about RFK is because I've got a bit of a swing trade here on MindMed. MindMed obviously deals with psilocybin, some of these alternative theory or alternative treatments to things like PTSD, depression, stuff like that. Trying to get away from the pharma and the biotech route. So, that popped up. I think it's trading at 8.5, give or take, something like that. So that's another one that I'll be looking out for to see whether RFK can get confirmed. So keeping an eye out there. But the Playmaker poll is now up, Joseph, and you know what I'm going to hit. We're hitting long, baby. I think it's been long like every single day, but I'm good with that. All right, back above the $0.50 goes KDLY, not forthcoming to the high side though. Trying to keep an eye out on that. XLO continues to go though, guys. I'm still not going to trade it until it gets above that $2 area, but it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. It's a bit anemic though on XLO because, it's being kept down by these people that were long at $2 and $1.95 and $1.90 and $1.85 and every other level that's above this $1.60 level right now. Traded heavily in the pre-market with good volume there. I'm also keeping an eye, sadly, on what's it called? CVS as it continues to stair-step higher and higher, now breaking through that 63.25. Good look for CVS earnings winner, guys. Did quite well on the report. I was really surprised to see how they were able to shore up costs. Their insurance branch did well. Their medical services did well. Pharmacy, still a little bit, not so good. Reason being, a lot of brand name drugs, their licenses or their patents expired this year, so that they could be basically they could have generic substitutions. And generic substitutions, you have less margin on. I'll give you an example. In this province of Ontario, when we sell brand name drugs, I'm allowed to mark up to 18% markup on the brand name. However, when it's a generic drug, we're capped at like 8 or 7%, depending on the formula. So obviously, needless to say, it's a lot more lucrative for these pharmacies to sell brand name drugs, not just for the biotech companies who have higher margins.
Oh, man.
So that is a bit of a headwind for them at the moment. We'll talk more about that though once we get back from Madeira and Near's lesson of the day.
Oh, he's handing it to Neil.
We're just doing the lesson of the day, everybody. It's all good. We'll get to it there for a quick second. There was a headline, negotiations. Well, so Trump had a call with Putin, and apparently negotiations starting. Maybe you're going to get into the Ukraine war. There was a bit of a volume spike. You had crypto news. You had that as well, heading things to the upside. But I want to say the simple lesson here is avoid the headshot. A lot of times we reference some of the floor managers have been on the floor here over time. Right now, it's Brankles and Wayne, and before we had Greg, and I've done it, and we've had others, and Sean as well. But one of the things that usually gets said is you definitely want to avoid taking those like massive hits, like the day ruiners, don't give it back your whole day. But the one I really liked is when someone said avoid the headshot, because there's a difference between taking like a hit or a big hit and a headshot. And a lot of times you should be willing to risk it for the biscuit, like all that kind of good stuff. Like I'll show you, I'm going to start with Palantir. I'll talk about Intel and some other ones as well, maybe even Tesla. There are times when you like a breakout trade, and breakouts, longs in general on Palantir have been so good. And you're willing to sort of go into the long, and give multiple shots at it, give it a little bit of extra room, because you know if it goes, it could go $2, $3 for you, and you want to have that tight risk reward. So what I'm talking about for the headshot is trying to blend that trade. So like obviously I'm going to fail here. There's a fail on Palantir. Let's just get that out of the way, that I didn't go long there. Right after the morning show and I need to go to the bathroom. It sucks, but what are you going to do? That's a fail not having that entry. No, but I like the long in Palantir. I think it's got an obvious recovery candle. I mean, what do you guys think? What does that look like? Does that look like a recovery to you? Back above prior resistance, holds above prior resistance. Yeah, we're going to like a long setup like that. And it's a stock with an upward trend. But the headshot to me is, if you, and again, like you could be in this, you could add at 15, you could add at 114.5, but then if it loses 114.5, I actually heard the Midday Boys talk about this. Adding the winners is different from adding the losers. At that point, like you could have a 115 price if you average into it and it loses 114. That's $1. It's not unreasonable to lose $1. But the other thing you have to consider is, if you're risking that $1 on average, well, how much do you have? Because if you have a 15 price, it's now 1-to-1. When it's done all of this work, it'd be 1-to-1 for you. And so the headshot has nothing to do with how much you've made or lost on the day. It has nothing to do with what your average day was like the week before or the day before. It literally has nothing to do with that. It has to do with how much are you going to make on this trade relative to how much you're risking. And that's what it comes down to. To me, the headshot is the amount that you're going to make when it goes up, you just risk 3-4x that. That's a headshot. Because even if that's a small amount of your daily loss limit or a reasonable amount of your daily loss limit, let's say you only risk 20% of your daily loss. That's perfectly reasonable on that shot. But if it turns out that the amount that you'd make if it won for you is 2, 3, 4x relative to the amount you risked on that trade, it's a headshot. And the reason why the term was coined is because even if it's a reasonable amount that you lost, that particular strategy for you, if done over and over again and leveraged, is going to end up being a little bit of trouble, because you end up risking way too much compared to the upside of the trade. You can't sustain losing streaks if that happens to you, which is going to happen in trading. What happens when you have 3-4 bad ones in a row? All of a sudden, that 3-4 really adds up relative to what you're going to win. Now I'm going to use another example here. It's Intel. I got to use Intel, because Intel was almost a headshot for me. And I was saying this earlier, like it all started when I broke a rule. So first things first, I like stocks that are upward trending, check. I like stocks that hold prior highs, check. But I anticipated on the way down. And I anticipated on the way down, and I probably, if it had bounced here, I can tell you what was going to happen. If it had bounced here, I was going to be adding to this position when it actually did something that I don't like. And that is fail the high, lower high, break down, underneath VWAP, and then underneath the prior high. Like all of that is a failed top break, and I don't like longs in that situation. And it was so close, because I'll tell you right now, if this had started working even a little bit on a reversion and then that still happened, it would have probably ended up a headshot, because I would have been adding to it. Thankfully, I get a little bit fortunate. It never gave me an opportunity to add to this position. And that's just blind luck, because had I been doing it, I violated a rule, an execution rule for myself, not in terms of just when to get in, but also where to get in and under what circumstances do I need to see to still like that long. Ultimately, sometimes the market's going to do you a solid, and instead of bouncing at like 2130, it bounced at that obvious 21 level we're talking about. Okay, great. Thank you, Intel, for giving me the reprieve. But it doesn't change the fact that that's not a good entry, and it's at 930. Like that 930 dip, got to be real careful with those, especially when you're at a stock that just lost the prior high. So always consider when you're making a trade, your risk in that trade relative to itself. How much did you risk on that trade to pay you off whatever? It's a lot easier when it looks like this and you have like tight entries into one price or something like that. But it gets a little bit trickier when you find yourself in a situation where, no, I didn't blend this one in, but let's just say I did. Like you find it's a little bit trickier when you blend in. When you average up, a lot of times you just trail it to the prior resistance level. When you average down, it becomes a lot trickier because you're going to have the max amount for that potential flush trade. So you've got to make sure that when you're executing on the way out or your plan on the way out allows you to have a strong enough gain for the times it blows out. So remember, compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges. Each trade or each particular type of setup and individual trade needs to be judged on its own merits so that you can avoid the headshot, everybody. That's your lesson of the day.
Keep an eye here in CVX. I'm seeing some reports there that during an internal town hall meeting, apparently the company announced they're going to be reducing their workforce by 15 to 20%. So CVX on watch here, guys. Back to you. Sorry, what were you asking?
Joseph's got a great question there from the chat, but before we do that, I want to mention KDLY, guys. It has to be on watch. 420 is the all-time high. If we squeeze above this 420 area, it's going to be trouble for the shorts. We could probably see a hell of a short squeeze. KDLY, it's already on people's radar, up 175%. I promise you, this one will be trouble for the shorts above 420. Set some alerts, do what you need to do, but just be around for it if small cap gappers are your thing. $4.20 all-time high, Joseph.
Hey, bang, good stuff here, guys. We got INTC still ripping, but NVDA really starting to work out for us here. So we like this trade, guys, but we got a great question in the chat before we take a little bit more off the top here. It says, Sharif, Joe, yesterday I went bigger size and could not play the same way as regular size. Today went back to regular size and had a good day. How does a trader get over this block? And yeah, that's such like a
Great
phenomenal question because to this day, I still have that type of issue is like just going size where you have high levels of conviction, but there's a couple things, right? One, I'm just going to keep it simple. Just get comfortable with being uncomfortable, all right? I hope that'll take you, that'll help a lot, right? So that's just what I tell myself. When I get nervous, I'm like, okay, I feel alive now. I'm really alive. And then also, like, you did it one time, right? Don't expect everything to work the first time. Been through it multiple times. And that's one thing Brankos and Wayner and Obi taught me is like, when you have conviction within the trade, then that'll give you the ability to put in more size. And I think that's what it is. So when you have more conviction within your setup, it'll give you the ability to push more size. Also practice, right? I was telling Sharif about a free replay system, that you can use. I use replay on a day-to-day basis as well too, and it helps you work on those executions. Every evening I go and I run my previous day of trading, and then I try to push it. Even though it may be exaggerated sometimes, I just try to push it just to get comfortable with that setup, and then it gives you the ability, oh, I've seen this before. I've seen this 100 times before. Okay, you enter, you get a little, you wet your toes. Oh, it's working, and then you add more. The first time you do it, it's probably not going to work. You're going to feel nervous and everything totally normal, but just continue to do so, and eventually you will get to where you want to be. It may take a month, it may take 6 months, but just keep pushing. And one quote that I always like to live by is that a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. All right, that's it. That's all it is. Bang. That's it, Sharif. That's it. Done. Mic drop. I'm done.
That's a mic droppable moment right there.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. A winner is just a loser who tried one more time, man. No one has gone like through this game just a breeze and made it easy. This will beat you down to the point where you don't want to do it anymore. Experienced traders themselves have been like, yo, I want to quit this stuff. But you know how many times I've thought that? It's like, yo, I can't take it anymore. But guess what? The next day you're like, yeah, all right, let's go back at it. Let's follow the system. Let's follow the rules, and then let's crush it. Even though you may not crush it, and you'll have some days where you're like, oh, head down. Totally keep that chin up, keep working, and it'll come to you.
And look what your buddy Greg said in the chat. Record your screen, watch it back until it feels comfortable. That's actually really interesting.
Very.
Because it helps you get the psychology of, like, you know, watching the trade, you know, getting nuanced with it. Yeah, that's a good point there. All right, Dell. Who's this individual that keeps telling me look at Dell? I can't even say your first name. I'm really sorry. I'm not going to try and butcher it, but let's have a look at DELL. It's up almost 2%, you know, a little bit below 2% right now. This is the 5-minute on Dell. Looks like there's that 114 resistance, 113 and 3/4. We're very close to that level right now. Now, this doesn't respect VWAP, but what it did respect very clearly was the pre-market high right there, right at 820. We got into that pre-market high at around 112 1/4, and then lo and behold, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 candle holdup on the 5 at that 112 1/4. So this one looks like it's respecting price action support and resistance. If that's how I feel, then I'm probably feeling the same way maybe about that 113.75, 114 area as a short, right? Because it's not really these indicators, but more price action, support, and resistance. So interesting look for Dell. It's a nice bull flag kind of looking pattern. Whether or not we get a continuation above 114, yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. But I do like the level. If it rejects 114, 113.75 area, it could be a nice short, maybe into VWAP, which currently is around 112.80. Unless you're going to get that breakout above 114. But I don't think that there was a headline of importance today, maybe on Dell.
A lot of people chiming in after that. Winner is just a loser.
Oh, people love that, bro. Yeah, absolutely. OTR Global upgraded Dell to positive. So that's the only thing that I'm seeing there for Dell. Let's just have a look quickly at anything else. I don't know if yeah, we know Dell and SMCI are competitors. So this could be a sympathy play, right? Where it's up about it's up over 2% right now. Maybe in sympathy with SMCI. Not really seeing anything else, guys. So Dell, not a bad look. Nothing that I really want to take on Dell at the moment. There's a lot of other ones to look at. I'm talking about Upstart. I'm talking about LTBR, and this one on my screen currently, KDLY. I'm just waiting for this one to break above 4, waiting for this one to take 420, because this is a very aggressive move to the high side, and we know we've already earmarked that 420 level. That is the all-time high since this bad boy IPO'd back in June. May 31st, sorry, and then it hasn't been that high since. So I'm keeping my eye on these bad boys. Not in a trade right now, though, guys, but definitely looking at getting into one. Here's EH as well. EH pulled in, initially bounced off that volume weighted average price, now breaking down below 24.5. There is the volume weighted average price at around, 24, a little bit higher than 24. I could be persuaded to get into there at VWAP. There's Upstart as well. The Upstart, I wouldn't have had a trade on. I didn't earmark any of these areas for an entry. It looks like it found support at $84. $84 was an area of importance in the pre-market, but it's not a level that I would have charted. It's coming into the high of the day. The high of the day on Upstart right now, 89.47. We're printing 12s, so we're about to take out that level, maybe even see 90 on UPST. It's a great look for the name on the day, but I've got no entries on anything right now. Nothing is setting up to my liking. So I'm keeping my eye on KDLY. Specifically, I'm also looking at EH for a pullback into VWAP. I'd like to pick it up off there. Well, we shall see. Neil was asking me if we had chosen a charity. You're going to choose a charity. I'm going to choose a charity.
Yeah.
Right? So he's thinking Sick Kids is a classic.
Yeah, it's right down the street too.
Yeah, it's right because we're super close to a hospital.
I was going to say like a fighting community, but maybe we'll go Sick Kids. It's probably a little bit more.
You're going to do fighting community?
Yeah, well, I was going to say
charity.
Yeah, why not?
Okay,
right? It's expensive, right? You get the kids.
100%, it's expensive. I think
Sick Kids is. I think the Sick Kids is definitely the better call. So.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, each one gets we choose our own, right?
Exactly.
So Sick Kids could be out there as well. Definitely a good look there. All right, let's see what some people are saying here in the chat. Meta just 52-week highs. I think that's all-time highs, Gaurav, on Meta. META, the monster Meta, just got into 725.76. It's about $1 and change lower than that level right now, but good call out by Gorev. Here comes 4 on KDLY. Now this is squeezing. We know 420 is the all-time high. Here we go. We're zigging. We're zagging. There's a seller here in the high single digits or around 10. It looks like it rejected that level. I'm keeping an eye on KDLY. This thing could become parabolic. I think if we take out those levels, a bit of a higher short float there, guys. As I mentioned, last time I checked with Trade Ideas, 15.4%. That's not negligible. So this one could absolutely go, especially when we're at all-time highs. You know where the shorts are sitting. They cannot be higher than that. So we'll probably wait and see exactly if we can get a break of that level. Look at it go. Here we go. Joseph Wilson. It looks like all hell is breaking loose right now with this bad boy. KDLY up almost 200%. Let's see if we can. What's up?
Adara, are you plugged in?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I'm not plugged in. My bad.
Yeah, it's all good. It's
Get
all
it,
good.
Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Keep an eye here in PFE, apparently getting FDA approval for one of its treatments. It's basically it's combination regimen for the treatment of relapsed or refractory large B-cell lymphoma. So lymphoma treatment, getting some FDA approval here for PFE, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Derek. I send it to you because I'm going to try and trade this
do what
right
you
now.
got to do there, guys. NVDA starting to pull back in. The market is still crawling higher, guys, recovering a lot of that CPI print. This is exactly what we want to see. The market is strong today, so we'll stick to what the names that are strong. No need to short anything just yet, so we'll take a look at that. Joe W. is a good to close SPY long at yesterday's closing price based on the close this morning gap, or do you just ride it? Thanks. I mean, that's totally subjective, man. And that's the thing, right? Like, one thing we were talking about before is just the experience. Well, think about it. We're trading against individuals who've been trading for 10, 20 years. We've been in this game for not that long, so expect those kind of that turbulence, right? It's an experience thing, but again, this is where it comes into play for you. Just write down your trade plan, right? Just like, okay, I'm in here. These are my profit targets running at key levels, and then just accept the fact it's either your targets are going to get hit or they won't. They'll get rejected, and that's totally fine. But just write down that game plan. Those profit targets are totally subjective. We got $5. I'm going to send it to you. $5 chat for the challenge I suggest. Operation Smile, the poverty kids cleft surgery, life-changing operation. I know because I changed mine. Chat GBT, we love that. That's what we're going to do. It's going to go to sick kids. What do you got going on?
Here comes the short squeeze. We mentioned it. Here comes the short squeeze. Okay, so now we're zigging. We're zagging. I got 16s on 40. Seller at 40. Looks like they can't take them out right now. So that seller at 40 still in place. It's a hidden seller, because we couldn't take him on. There was really no size posted on the gateway. Anything below 4, guys, I'm gone. I'll get back in, but it's going to have to continue the trend. I'm looking for the short squeeze here, so definitely don't want to be DCAing into this. It's supposed to be parabolic in that direction. Now there's a seller at 30. So that same seller that we saw at 40 is moving down incrementally. Here we go. They can't take him out. Look at that. 30s, rejecting. So the seller of note there moves down from 40s. Okay, we took out the 30s, or did we? Looks like we did maybe there. I don't want to take out too much, so we're still holding a little bit over here. A couple more outs on this bad boy. I want to see if we can get that 55 prints. KDL dang Y. We've just made all-time highs on this bad boy. Let's see if the buying continues to be aggressive. We're up over 200%. You got to make assumptions that whoever's trading small caps has to be looking at this right now, and I think we've got the shorts offside. So if we can really push them here and get that momentum continuing to go, I think we could break into at least 5, seeing how these short squeeze have panned out in the past. So zigging and zagging right now with that 430 and change, 433 and change. That initial seller was at 40. I think they moved down. As you can see, we keep getting these hidden sellers, guys trying to short into this level. So we'll see exactly if we can take them out or not. Keeps moving down their order from the high 30s into the 40s. Let's see if we can continue to move up a little bit. Now there's some selling at that high 38s. Let's see if we can get to 40 here so we can get a better look at that hidden seller that I perceived there to be last time, but we might have to pack our patience. But this is the short could be on, or the squeeze, could be on right now. Anything below 4, Joseph, sorry to interrupt you, I'm out.
No, I don't think you really interrupted me at all there, my guy. But we got a lot of good questions in the chat. We'll touch on NVDA here real quick. Starting to pull back. I do think that this thing is going to slowly climb higher. We're still in INTC. Let's see how much we got left of this NVDA trade here. About 60%. Okay, so we're hefty there. We're gonna have to start trimming a little heavier there, Sharif. So that's the look there on NVDA, INTC, still grinding higher. Something that we like to see. I mean, this thing hasn't really been in play. It hasn't been fitting my style, but it seems the tables have turned here, my guy, because we are starting to run into this potential pivot high. I think this is going to be a big moment for INTC. Don't know too much about the company. I just know it ain't doing good, and when it ain't doing good, I ain't paying attention to it. So here we go. That's true. That's just my style. But here we go on INTC. We'll start with the first question. Sharif, Joe, can you guys take a peek at VERI? I'm long at 250. One of those unloved AI stocks, thinking swing trading at 425. We'll pull that up for you real quick, VERI, and see what it is up to. Jesus. Embarrassing.
The notorious just please us with this lyrical thesis.
There we go. So here we go. Okay, guys, not the most liquid from an intraday perspective at all. Are you killing it over there?
Let's go.
Okay, all right. I'll give it to you in a second. Not too bad on the daily. Not something I'd be long-term invested in because it's just choppy from a technical perspective. Again, just have those targets, have those stops in place. If they get hit, then congratulations. And if your stop gets hit, just reassess and then look to get back in. Nick has another question. Do you guys trade leverage shares?
No.
Excuse me. No?
We trade
shares?
leveraged?
Leverage shares? Yeah, like TSLA.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm
mistake.
getting.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
an options trader, so I'm not too sure how that works. If you can explain
My
it, would
bad.
mean a lot. Thank you so much. Keep up the amazing trades. Appreciate you, Nick. Yeah, so we don't trade options on the show, but we trade leverage derivatives such as TSLL, which is the long of Tesla, which is trading around 17 or 20 bucks right now. We trade the TQs, which is the 2x leverage of the QQQ index, so the NAS index, and then NVDL. Before it did that split, I would trade NVDL because, again, it was significantly cheaper than trading NVDA. So if that's what you mean by leverage shares, yes, we do trade leverage vehicles, and that is TSLL, NVDL, and TQQQ. There. Yeah, perfect stuff. That's what I got. You're very welcome there, Frederick DeVille. Show them what you got cooking up there, Sean.
All right, man. We just took out the best print that I have so far is at 40, but it's already breached that level. It's gone into the mid 40s. So I perceive the selling really to be at 40s. And if you base it on the closing prints, you can kind of see it my way there. I've only got one more out left. Anything below that 405 area. So I've given myself 10 pennies on the remaining shares. I had my stop below 4 initially. I've moved up my stop now to account for this latest pushback because we could see some profit taking come in here quite aggressively. But what I'm really trying to bank on is to push out whoever is selling in the mid to low 40s. And that's exactly what's been happening. The closing prints are all south of 40 and all the wicks are in the mid 40s or lower. So there is somebody of note selling in and around there. Now, it could be profit taking or it could be newer shorts instituting another position because they've all been squeezed out. We know that they've been squeezed out for certain. I should say that again. We don't know if they're squeezed out, but we know that they're out of the money, right? Because we know that 420 level was the highest level, ever in this stock's history. It only goes back to last June, late May. So shorts are caught offside. They don't have to cover though. They can just be out of the money, right? So we'll have to wait and see if they actually start covering or what's going on up here at this level. So that's what I'm waiting on right now. Let's see if we can make a move, another move back into 40s because we're not even dropping, or not yet anyway, into that single $4 single digit level like 409, 405, etc. So let's see if we can move up. We're kind of waffling. It looks like a bit of a bull flag right now starting to form on KDLY. I'd love to see if this one can really squeeze and take out the top. I'm waiting on the north side of 50. So we're showing 30s right now, mid 30s coming in. We'll see if we can squeeze through that 40 level. Lots of tape action on this one, 150 million shares. I literally talked about this half an hour ago, and we were south of 100 million shares in the high 90s. Here's that 440 again and again. We keep rejecting $4.40. Really having trouble even wicking above it, let alone closing above that 440. So a seller of note. Someone with an obviously strong hand there, possibly keeping this bad boy lower. And I suspect it's more than one person because there's been multiple levels where, you see that that 439, 440, reject, and then you'll kind of see that same seller come back down to 430s with that same short. Now it could probably an algo just basing its trade on the price action. So we'll see if we can take out the levels there. Back off that 4.25, testing that 440 again. I don't know. You never really know with these things, but I think it's just a matter of time till they get blown out. Here's that mid-40s again, and we reject mid-40s again. So somebody very big, very strong, boom, we take out that level, and we take out the high of the day. Give me my money, man. There we go. KDLY up into the high side now, 214%. This one could be on one, guys. Be careful with this one. There's a seller again in the 450s, but he's getting creamed, bro. Into the high side we go. This is a monster. I'm all out, bro. Yeah.
Bro, 200.
Dude, look where I've been in. Look at these. There's a ton of entries here.
Discredit there. I mean, I didn't even take a look. I was just looking over here. Absolute face slapper. Sharif, but we got something before you send it back to me. I want you to cover something from the super chat here. Yep. Our guy, Nick W. Sharif, thanks for the KDLY in with you. Can you do me a favor and look at A-Lab? I took a swing at 88.89. Good look there, $5 super chat. And then Patrick DeVille, you guys are doing an excellent job. Thank you, Patrick. $10 super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. We love the contribution.
All right, here we go. Let's look at A-Lab. So just so everybody knows, this is, oh, my bad. There we go. Flip back. ALAB. We're going to go to Adair in a second. Astera Labs, $14.25 billion market cap, having traded 4.3 million shares. Today, they provide semiconductor-based connectivity solutions for cloud and AI infrastructure. So interesting there. Let's look at the daily. Let's start off with the daily. Okay, big move up there off the lows at 35, but well off the highs. Okay, so this is interesting here. This has popped up, rejected, it looks like that 110 area, and now we're looking to test those lows. Most notably, though, we are trading in a bit of a range between the 200 exponential and the 50. This could be a flat bottom break if we get back into that 80. I'd like to see how it dances with that 200 exponential moving average at that $80 level, because this is a lower high technically. Obviously, we've got into the high almost at that 150 there, and then this area crest into 110, 115 is a lower high. Could we get a lower low? It's a bit of an interesting one. Intraday, though, let's have a look at the 5. Not much doing today intraday, maybe just off VWAP. I would say you're looking for a swing on this because it's not doing much intraday. We'll get back to more of this when we get back from Adair.
Do have some news here. Rivian taking a little bit of a tumble. Keep an eye on any of these electric vehicle names or companies that make electric vehicles like GM, Ford, and Tesla, though Tesla is not really impacted by this story. Basically, I'm seeing that apparently the Republican senators are proposing a $1,000 tax on new EV purchases to account for road repair costs. We know that this was also something opined on by Sean Duffy, the new head of the DOT, saying that there should be some costs here with regards to road repairs for EVs. So Republican senators actually officially proposing this $1,000 tax. Keep an eye on any EV names or companies that make EVs any vehicle manufacturers here, guys. Also, while we're here, I want to thank you all for getting us to 500,000 subscribers. We reached this milestone yesterday. And this little graphic here is a fun visual of in honor of the 500 milestone. This is every ticker on the S&P 500 trading above $500. So we start here with the largest. These are well over 1,000. Then we get to these ones at the bottom here, just over 500. Had a lot of fun making this. Lots of, other potential spready tickers on watch. So keep an eye here on this 500,000 subscriber milestone post. We have another one on the way. Should be released later this afternoon. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I love how you made that specific infographic, Adair, because I know you love the spready tickers, and those obviously are going to be quite spready.
They work out.
So shout out to you. Yeah, good look there.
That's it. But yeah, Nimrod, thank you. What a day. TIVC, XOL, KDLY, rode 5 times. You guys rock. 30 shekels, bang, about 12 CAD there. Thank you very much for that one, Nimrod. Enjoy it. Hey, man, glad seeing you in the chat, too. You're in the chat every day, contributing to the cause. So, really good look. Random Oddities, best trading show ever. Bears versus Bulls. Let's go. Sharif, Joe, Adara, Sean, Neil, Tisha's in there for some reason. But it's okay.
She's on the show, too.
She's on the show, too.
We should have Tisha
I'll
on,
add
bro.
Ram, Fabian, and Andre in there as well, too. Can't forget about them. So what's for lunch, y'all? I don't know.
Ram?
Yeah, I said Ram.
No.
No? Okay, all right. Sorry. Well, she just asked what's for lunch. I was going to ask her, can you go check in what's for lunch? Because we didn't even get, whoa.
Oh, she's there. She was in the
right,
back,
she was in
bro.
the
and I'm
back,
like, I
man.
wanted to know what was going on. She's in the podcast room.
Working
She's
on
working
stuff.
alone. I wanted to know what was going on. I felt like, we were being left out of something. She's like, that's my new office.
It's her new office there.
Yeah, I don't believe
Okay, all right. She got the new office. Andre, what'd you say was for lunch?
What's, you're...
Oh, yeah,
There's,
Andre, he has no idea. All right.
what's it called? Something pot pie?
Oh, chicken pot pie?
Chicken pot pie.
All right, I'm not a big chicken pot pie. Not a big chicken pot pie guy there.
A lot of carbs.
Yeah, a lot of
Oh,
carbs there. I don't know. I think I've had it once in my life. But that's okay. that's okay.
That's all I care about. I judge meals based on how
on the
much carb.
carbs. Yeah, on the carbs, man. Everyone is going to buy gold and Bitcoin, but not many people are buying stocks. Trading volume is shrinking. I don't know about that there, Zhao, because the record inflows, like there's just more and more money flowing into these markets. Trillions of dollars still sitting on the sidelines in these money markets. They're eventually going to move over probably into the equities market. So keep that in mind. There's record inflows year over year. The market is definitely not shrinking, especially with these big names like Apple hitting 4 trillion. NVDA, it tapped it, didn't it?
I think it got 3.9.
Did it get there? Okay, so getting close to 4 trillion.
Yeah.
And then you got the big names like NVDA growing as well too. I don't think the markets are shrinking. Buying gold and Bitcoin is not a bad thing at all. You'll get the thumbs up from me on that one. But I think the equities market is here to stay, and it's only growing. Retail space is growing as well too, guys. There wasn't even retail traders really trading at home probably 20 years ago or something along the, I guess John and Neil event. But there's not as many. It's grown. There's more access to the computers. Like you can grab direct access softwares and trade right from your desk at home. I think this space is only growing, man.
I was watching the. Have you ever seen the show on YouTube, Jay Leno's Garage?
No.
It's interesting. So he has a ton of cars, right? Yeah.
Jay Leno?
Oh, goodness, yeah. He's a super car buff. And so he was doing the review with the main designer and the chief engineer of the new Model Y, the Juniper. And so obviously Tesla putting some respect on Leno's name, sent some big cats from Tesla there. And they did like an hour show on the Model Y.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the new Model Y, that is. Interesting look, lots of interesting new features on that. Little subtleties, what we call Easter eggs on the car. So if you guys are interested, obviously having been invested in Tesla, you should know what the products are selling is. So an interesting 1 hour long review. So very thorough. I just want to throw that out there. Jay Leno's Garage, ADRs at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on the market in general. Fed's Bostic talking here, saying that the GDP was more resilient than expected, and also saying that apparently deploying AI will likely actually mean fewer workers are needed in some industries. So apparently pretty bullish on the future of AI and saying that we did have a resilient GDP print. Also be aware we have an auction here at 1 p.m. That would be the 10-year note auction. This isn't always going to move the market, but it's something to be aware of. Come 1 p.m., 10-year note auction, guys. Back to you.
MP says Tesla makes the worst cars. I was like, I don't think they're that bad. I know. Remember in the beginning, people were talking bare crap about the finishes, and like you'd see like different. You know what I'm saying? There would be like panel gaps and loose parts, but they've really improved over the years. I mean, it's not the same.
A lot of people are saying like BYD. Yeah, BYD. These cars are 10K. But how safe are you truly in them?
That's a good point. Because Jay Lee, the OG Jay Lee says YouTube's full of videos with these things blowing up.
So again, those safety qualifications probably aren't up to par like they are here.
But I want to say something about China.
For sure.
China, you have the entire spectrum. You can get absolute crap that costs nothing, and you can get the best stuff made. There is literally everything available in China. So if you're an importer or exporter, I don't need to tell you that. You already know that. Adair's got more news, though.
Talking right now, saying that it's difficult to have confidence in any forecast given policy uncertainty across so many dimensions. So basically expressing some economic uncertainty right now is Fed's Bostic, as the NASDAQ here hangs out around this area of support on the 3-minute, that 527.50, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Keep us up to date with the Bosty. He says he needs to keep close touch with business contacts to see how coming policy changes play out. The Fed is sitting tight, he says, until there is more clarity. The Fed will not move until it has enough information to do so. I feel like, maybe we should keep the chatter to a minimum here
You know what I mean?
amongst these Fed chairs.
Like we know, we know the mandate, we know the goals here. Why do you got to continue and just make noise? It's what it is, Sharif, is noise, right? It's just noise, bro. It's just noise.
They spook the markets.
Yeah.
Like who needs
It
that
is,
kind of
man.
stuff, bro?
So, yeah, I mean, and the Fed is a separate entity. It's its own entity. Okay, whatever. But yeah, here we go, guys. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher, Sharif. Tapping as high as 55.60 close to there, guys. So that strength is there. I don't know if it's off the news that Powell says, hey, let the banks do what they want. I think that's a fair statement. I mean, what does it have to do? Like, you're still going to have risk measures. Not everything you can do through a bank, right? Like, you only have, from a crypto standpoint, you only have ETH and Bitcoin who are in ETFs, right? So we don't have a Solana or anything other than that. And if you're looking to trade those meme coins, you're looking in a different realm of the crypto space. So here we are. I think this thing is going to continue to climb higher on the session. That momentum and that volume is there. Look at these selling volume candles here, Sharif. Really low. Buyers are stepping in, pushing in that volume. And someone made a very good, valid point in the chat as well, too. The amount of capital that is going to be required in order to move this asset higher is going to be extremely immense, right? So it's like NVDA and Apple now, right? You need a lot of volume because the floats are so large to move the price in a specific direction. And I think that's going to be the same case here in Bitcoin, Sharif.
All right, there's something going on right now. Shout out to Bren Rex. Sorry, bro. I'm trying to figure out the name here. CYN. It's a 20 penny, 19 and change dollar stock, cent stock. But it's really squeezing, and it doesn't have a headline. It looks like they cleared all their outstanding warrants or something like that. That's from 7 a.m. though. The volume did just start coming in though, guys. So the volume really started picking up at around 12:30. We're having trouble with 20 pennies right now. And now, if you've been watching the show for a little bit of time, you know I don't like to trade these sub $1 names. There's reasons for that. There's certain algos that won't trade them south of $1, so they won't participate to the long side when the stock is south of $1. Also, you've got multiple levels that you got to clear where people can post size. We're talking about 4 decimal places now, whereas if it's above $1, we're talking about 2 decimal places. So, just a case in point, you can post size at 101, 102, 103. So you can post by every penny. Here, it's literally every 4th. So it makes getting through the levels a bit more challenging. It shouldn't make a difference from a notional perspective, but it ends up doing, okay? So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Thank you, Brenworks, for calling that out, but it's going to have to clear or get a lot closer to $1 for me to trade this bad boy. It's already pulling back a little bit right now. Adara, what do you got for us at the big desk?
To that CYN, Sinjin, no news that I could find, but they do have about a 71% short float, according to Trade Ideas. Also, so much social media attention. We were talking, I saw within a 10-second period, 3 different tweets tagging the name, so that's very significant. CYN, look like it's getting a lot of retail attention here in conjunction with that push to the upside with volume. Also, just noteworthy here with regards to the Fed and what Fed Chair Powell is saying. Powell did commit here to one of these lawmakers that he will alert House Financial Services Committee should anyone from Doge, which is of course notable because it's led by Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, try to access the Federal Reserve System. So apparently Fed Chair Powell promised to alert this House Finance Committee should a situation occur where Elon Musk's Doge tries to access the Fed system. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Bring in context. Love that. You get the trade. You get the story. I mean, what else could we do around here? I mean, I don't know. Other than Joseph and I just doing the push-up competition right now, I think this is pretty good entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, how much? What else do you want us to do? I'm serious. Like, what else can we do? Like, we
I don't know, bro.
Bring it outside, man. One thing I remember when I first started watching, there's a segment that Sean was doing called "Stalk in the Streets."
Oh, that was amazing. That was him and Feifei.
Yeah, that was
this
amazing.
Guy here. Where is he?
Where is he?
Come on, Feifei, show yourself. There he is.
That guy.
Get
yeah,
it, Feifei.
That guy. Yeah, I remember him.
He was so angry all the time. He wanted to dunk on everybody. He was not actually an angry guy. He's a fantastic guy. I'm just talking smack, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that was cool, man. I think that'd be cool. We go down Bay and do a little stalking.
Isn't that?
Go down.
It's sick. People are like, Well, say that again, Andre?
No. There's no way I'm going to. I try to stay inside as much as I can during the winter, Andre. It would be most definitely.
You don't want to go
summertime
outside
thing.
in -20 weather and talk to people?
No, I prefer not to. I mean, like, I'm a miserable individual during the winter, man. I like that heat. And speaking of heat, we're gonna be in some sunshine this time next week.
Yeah, what a guy, bro.
Yeah,
what a guy. This guy's going to Jamaica. He just crapped on all of us right now.
So,
he is the one, Canobe, will be filling in for Joseph for a couple of days next week. Wednesday,
Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, your boy will be gone next week, so no Joey options for a couple of days, but he's going to get some R&R. Obviously, he's going to come back with a sick tan, and we're going to hate on you even more when you get back.
Exactly. We got some good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Bavish says, hey, guys, just came across you guys an hour back. Wondering if you do this live show the entire time from 9:30 to 4. Babish, we actually do it from 8:30 to 4:30.
To 4:30.
So there you go. You got even more time. This is just half of it, all right? This is the midday. It's Sharif and I from 11 to 2. And before that, you got some absolute superstars in Neil and Sean in the mornings with Brendo and Sharif. And then in the afternoons, there's the superstar. He's trying to
Oh, there he is.
You don't want to, you got to hide him. You can't show his face just yet, Bavin, because he's got come 2 o'clock. You're gonna see this guy, and he's gonna put on some monster stuff. So
Katina, man, the people want to know, bro.
Yeah,
you're the people's trader. The people want to know.
We're still long.
He's still long Tesla, but the people want to know how the weights were. Got back from the gym.
They're a little light.
Don't believe that. I don't believe. Hey, midday
He's in the
workout,
push-up
baby.
comp. He's in the push-up comp now too. There we go.
Katina, man, where you
He's
long
alone at his
Tesla,
desk,
brother?
man.
Because you're well in the money right now, almost 4.5%. 337.50. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bro, he's in the comp, bro. He can't
$7 winner.
He's in the competition now. He's in the push-up competition now.
Get it, Katina, man.
Let's go.
Great look, brother. Katina, man, back from the gym. He's putting in work. He doesn't just put in work at the desk, baby. He puts in work at the gym. So shout out to the Katina, man. We got a couple of super chats there.
They're killing it.
All right. Intel, so what's this? Lingering Catapult. Sorry, I had to expand the window to see your name there, brother. Lingering Catapult. Intel worked nicely today, bought 400 shares last night at $21.05 and happily sold at $22. Get it, Katina, man. Great show as always, boys. Cheers. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the kind words. Obviously, very happy for you because you're printing up multiple storms on that side. Joseph, we also got another super chat there. Chaz. That just reminds me of Wedding Crashers, bro. I can't, man. You ever watch that show? I mean, that movie?
Movie with
Chaz?
Owen Wilson?
Owen Wilson and what's his name?
Vince Vaughn.
Vince Vaughn and the other guy, Chaz.
Been a long time.
He's Chaz in the show. The guy from Anchorman. Will Ferrell. Thank you, Katina, man.
No,
he's in there, and Chaz, and he's like the guy. He crashes funerals to pick up chicks.
Okay.
It's like
been a long time since I've seen
man,
that
I
movie,
got Chaz.
Yeah.
New fan of y'all. Howdy from Arizona. Howdy back at you, man. Thank you for joining the Joe and I, and the Katina man and I, and Neil and I, all on the show here. ADRs at the big desk. Brendo's on in the morning. We're doing the best we can for you. We have the best production team around, except Ram. Well, that's it. And we hope that you can join us every day. What's going on over there, Katina, man? 5 on Apple. $7 on Tesla, guys. They're both having a great day today, both Apple and Tesla. Tesla got shellacked yesterday. Apple got a bit of a tailwind yesterday because of that Baba story.
Yeah, it did.
But we'll have to wait and see how that all works out, Joseph, because, that could just be all smoke screen.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you there, Sharif. Like, we got to take into consideration, guys, here on Tesla, that we were down 6% yesterday, guys, right? Now recovering a lot of this. This is fantastic stuff. Running into some key levels. But if we want to zoom out and see what Tesla's been up to, are we in a turnaround spot? Maybe. This is a nice engulfing candle here. So maybe, and with a heightened volume signature, maybe we bounce here. Because again, we are still quite some times off those all-time highs here, guys. over 29%. So that's a hefty haircut right there. Oscarito, let's go INTC is right, dude. You were right on that one. I was wrong. Good ad. If you added on that pullback there, congratulations to you because you're killing it. Stick to your game plan, man. I'm not always going to be right. And with that, I don't want you to like hinder your trading or anything. You do you, my friend. And what it seems to be, you're doing it right. So really good ad there. We're still in this name. We took the majority off here, Oscarito, but that's okay. We can still hold on to the remainder, see if we can go and test this high and then potentially go higher. We're all out of NVDA as well too. Katina Man's in Apple and Tesla, both constructing a new high a day, which is fantastic. But we're out of NVDA, slightly weak. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to chase Apple up here, guys. I think it would do myself a little bit of a disservice, maybe. But I mean, we can set up these risk parameters right here. I thought that was it. Okay, so yeah, we can set up these risk parameters right here. The RVR is slightly skewed, guys. So about 60 cents I would have to risk to the bottom of this range to potentially gain what? I think at this point you have to have the ability to look at the average true range of that stock and how much is put in this far. So no problem, Oscarito, I got you. Are you able to see the positions of Sean and Neil when Joseph and Sharif are on? I'm not using the mobile feed. Is it more Trader TV Live, Sean, on YouTube to see your positions? So there you go. Pack Rick, go to more Trader TV Live, and then you'll have the ability to see Sean and Neil's positions when they are not on the screen. So, I mean, Sean's been holding that all morning, same position. Yes, Jimmy Donnelly, I got you on that Lucid. Sorry, I missed that request. We're gonna pull it up for you right now. My guy says he has 100 calls right now expiring today, and 5 calls expire in a month at a $5 strike price. I really want to know your thoughts on the 350 strike for Friday. Oh man,
What's wrong?
dude. I mean, our guy Jimmy Donnelly in the chat, Sharif, has 100 calls on Lucid at the $3.50 strike price. So that's a little bit hefty. We're out of the money right now, guys. So hold on. Jimmy, confirm the strike price on those calls. Are you thinking about buying those 350s, or do you own currently the 350s? Because if you own the 350s that expire on Friday, I don't know, man. I think that's a tough look. That's a hefty gain from where we're at right now for Lucid to get all the way to $3.50. That's going to be a 25% return roughly. In a span of a couple sessions. I don't know if Lucid has the power to do that, man. So hopefully you're in the money on those. I just can't give you the nod on those calls, and nor would I be looking to play any form of options in this name. When time is working against you, this is not a stock that you necessarily want to be in. That's just my 2 cents, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about Lucid.
Okay, so I wanna caveat something.
Okay,
I like their cars. I don't like the stock.
Exactly.
Okay, I've made very clear how I feel about their new car, the Gravity, the Lucid Gravity. It's their first foray into the SUV. They had a very successful Lucid Air, which is a sedan. They have multiple versions of it. It can go from 100,000 to 300,000. Take your pick. The Gravity gonna have a better price point. It's south of 100. It's still a bigger SUV. It's a 7-row SUV. It may not be your cup of tea. I know that I personally don't want a 7-seat SUV, 3-row SUV, 7 seats. I personally don't want anything that big. I have an SUV and I don't want anything, that has a 3rd row. It's just, I don't even have a family, right? So I'm looking for something a little bit smaller. So I like how they're getting into the SUV market. We've seen where the demand is with consumers. It is mostly with the SUVs. So I like what they have to offer. I don't like the price of the stock. And there's also a bit of an issue with them, Joseph. They have a lot of money backing them. The Saudis have made it very clear that they're going to continue to fund them. They want to get them out of their infancy, help them become a mature company. But that's also a blessing and a curse. Because when you have that kind of like limitless money that you can keep getting poured in, you don't have, you're not cornered. Yeah, you're not exactly to get it right. You know how they say necessity is the mother of all invention, i.e. DeepSeek? block them from getting the H100s. All of a sudden, they're coming out with better methods. So I don't know how I feel about that whole thing with Saudi, but I like the cars certainly. Whether they can scale and make money, I don't know enough to talk about that. But I want to talk about this.
Ooh,
Apple exploring humanoid and non-humanoid robots, reports your boy Ming-Chi Kuo. Get it, Adara. So Apple is exploring both humanoid and non-humanoid robots for its future smart home ecosystem. And these products are still in the early stage proof of concept. TF International Securities Analyst Ming-Chi Kuo said on X, while the industry debates the merits of humanoid versus non-humanoid designs, supply chain checks indicate Apple cares more about how users build perception with robots rather than the physical appearance. So Apple uses anthropomorphic instead of humanoid. Okay, implying sensing hardware and software serve as the core technologies. The launch of the Apple branded robot, which could be its next big thing, is unlikely to occur anytime soon, he goes on to say, citing current progress in the typical development cycles. Mass production of a robot likely will not start at least to 2028, if not later. In addition, he goes on to say Apple has been unusually open about sharing some of its robotics research in recent memory. He goes on to say this includes a research paper published last month that described a robot that looks similar to the lamp at the start of the Pixar movies. The company is also said to be working on a smart home tabletop robot that has an iPad-like display and robotics arm. Okay, that's a whole lot to take in there from Ming-Chi. Obviously, we've seen some of his comments lately be quite bearish about Apple, basically saying supply in China is bupkis. Do you have something to say?
Yeah. No, continue, man. Because INTC, Oscarito, man, this guy was so right. INTC is just absolutely soaring to the top side there, Shreve. Finish that off. Sorry, what you had.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. So we'll have to wait. Obviously, again, he's talking about 3 years down the line at minimum for that. So nothing to really hold our breath about. But obviously, you want to see that from Apple because our biggest criticism is they dried up.
Yeah.
Right. The innovation's been drying up ever since Steve Jobs passed away and Timmy C's been at the helm, and he's not really a founder. We've talked about this. He's not the creative guy. He's a good manager, and we've talked about the dichotomy, obviously, between manager and founder, or manager and innovator, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go through that again, but that's an interesting look there from Apple. Okay, Trump says he and Putin agreed to begin talks to end the Ukraine war. Seeing that just coming in on the side over here, that's good news. I want to hear that. I'm sick of the belligerencies all over the world, so I'll definitely entertain that myself personally. I don't know how everybody else feels, but that is the look right now. Just saw that on the side. I didn't see this though. Wowzers, KDLY, right up into 525. My favorite number. High day right now, back down though into 450. But it's still, believe it or not, despite the fact that it's south of 5, it's still holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. You'll see that right down here, bottom left corner. It doesn't have any closing prints south of that green line. That is the 10 exponential. So KDLY could be another long here at the $0.50. We're going to give this one a look, possibly get back in. So, yep. That's the look right now. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, just reading what people are saying in the chat about that Apple news. A lot of
what are they saying? Anything positive or poop?
Humanoid robots are such a gimmick, boomer trap. I mean, are they though? Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Gotta admit it, Apple nailed it on this one. Yeah, I think that's the case, man. We talked about the free cash flow and that thing. They can essentially do everything they wanted. But I mean, the Apple car didn't really work out too good, Shreek. But I think this is kind of, I think this is just a different realm. It can be really game-changing. Optimus, LLMs, you combine these, and you got some really crazy stuff here, guys. Like, imagine having a humanoid robot just moving around your house, doing laundry, sweeping, and doing all that stuff. It probably won't happen in my lifetime, but you never know. Technology is advancing fairly quickly, and I like Optimus, and maybe Rich Tech Robotics, Sharif. But I mean, you think so? 100%. You think a robot's going to be able to do my? I'm not arguing.
In the next 60 years.
Oh God.
60? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll be
10 years.
That's borderline. I'm 30.
10 years.
Yeah, I got another 60. Yeah, I'll take another 60 years. I'll put me at 92. So Yeah, all right, we'll take it. Yeah, I'll definitely need the help then, because I mean. But yeah, I agree with that. I think it's coming in that time. Our kids are probably most definitely it's gonna be common. You're not gonna be driving your own vehicles anymore with autonomy, and you're gonna be having other things do your laundry and all those chores that you don't necessarily want to do. Doesn't this Samsung robot already exist? Ask Ramram, or was that Ramram? Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. Does it exist?
Ramram, keep.
Okay. All right,
It's not doing much though,
okay.
Ram.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
much.
it's not what we're talking about. I'm just trying to get you those tickers. Ram, allow me a second over here. I'm just looking for one more. Oh, BYD's up another 8%. I'm putting that one on. Oh, I actually put Chinese ADRs on the first one and nobody liked it. Well, and people don't really trade BYD either. I'm just looking for another ticker for the rundown, guys. Give me a second over here as I look to final. Joseph, I'm going to send her 3. You got 1. Yeah, I throw Lyft in there. All right, Ram, Lyft it is. So that I sent you 3. You can just add Lyft to that one right there. All right. So that's the look. I'm still keeping an eye on KDLY, guys. It's still holding above the 10 exponential. I'm trying to think, is this an area where I can enter? If I get in at that 440s, 450s area, I'd like to see if this one would hold the 4 1/3, because that's where the 10 exponential is. And it hasn't even breached the 10 exponential on a wick basis since 12 o'clock. We're going on an hour now with no breach. So KDLY could be on one right here. This could be a good entry into KDLY here. I'm going to, let's think about this one for a second. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. Sharat Rahman, Apple needs to get back to impress the consumer. Agree, my friend. I think Sharif Gobrel hit that one on the head. There's no innovation with the company. With that said, I'll take blue bubbles over green every day. Absolutely, you get the money spin there. I will not even respond if I get green bubbles. Steph. Shout out to Steph. Thank you very much for that super chat, Steph. I missed that one earlier. I do apologize. Here's what she asked. Yeah, can you check out Archer, ACHR for me? I have 100, 3 1/4, $10 call. No, 314. So March 14th, $10 calls. I'm going to give this one to you, Joseph. 99 cents. They have a big sell off yesterday due to share dilution. Can you check Archer?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so she's got 100, March 14th, $10 calls. I don't know what 99 means.
ARCH, right?
Yeah, ACHR.
ACHR.
Yeah, so I'll keep going there as you pull it up, and we'll see what everybody else is saying. My man Jose in China. Okay, Jose, I love when Jose gets excited about China. Yeah. Sebastian, Baidu, and Baba. Having a look here. I'm assuming you want me to throw that on the rundown. That's already been sent to Ram. But Baba, let's see what Baba is up to on the day. Where's Alibaba? 6% again, Katina Man, for Baba, and another 5.6 for Baidu. China is on one. I mentioned this on the morning rundown. David Tepper added more, Katina Man. He's been adding to his positions there, and I'm going to just show this real quick because, you know, if there's no point to using all this without showing you guys. Yeah, here it is. Let's show them the presentation that I set up today. There it is, Chinese ADRs. There we go. We can kind of zoom in there. So David Tepper's portfolio right now. Okay, he's in JD.com. He's in Alibaba. He's in PDD. 37% of David Tepper's strategic investment in basically all of his company's called, what is it called again? Appaloosa? Dara, how do you say this word? Appaloosa? Appaloosa? Appaloosa Management has also boosted into Appaloosa. Thank you, Adara. 37% of this hedge fund's portfolio is in China. He's also in some ETFs as well, KWEB as well as FXI. So he's very much heavily invested. He got on to CNBC, you'll recall, in September and said buy everything. He was pounding the desk there about China. And so it took a little bit of time for that to manifest. But we're talking about Baba being at local highs here. We're about to take out that September top if we haven't already. Let me have a look on the side chart here, see if we took out that September top, Neil. No, we're still south of it. 121.20. We're 119.80 today. So we're right there. Looks like we're very close to taking out that top on BA. We'll see how that one does. Joseph, what do you got for Archer?
Yeah. So Archer, she said something about share dilution. So for me, that would be like, did it split or something like that? I mean, I don't really understand that fraction of the question, but you said the average price. I'm looking over here at those $10 calls, March 14th expiry, which she was referring to, or he or she was, sorry, I forget who it was. Steph, yeah, so sorry, Steph was referring to those. I mean, at 99 cents, you're up 25% as of right now. So those are trading at $1.23 almost, right? So again, you have 100 of them. It's up to you. You're in the money, up 25% on those positions. Just be weary of theta, obviously, right? You still have some time, March 14th, approximately 30 days from now. But again, I think you're sitting pretty. We'll take a look at it from a daily perspective here, Sharif, and see what we got going on. Are we in potential breakout territory? One thing that we can look at here is that we are starting to construct higher lows, and that's really important. Basic trendline analysis, you're not going to get too in-depth with it. No, I don't want any of those. But here we go, holding that level. You can get out at the breach. You got some time. If it decides that it wants to break this trend, get out. Maybe lock in some profits as well, too. I think this is where a lot of individuals ask us, but what we got to do is like you're your own trader at the end of the day, right? You got to write down your game plans, figure out what you want to do, stop losses, profit targets, entries, write it down, right? And then execute on those, follow it. And then when that trade is complete, go back and look. Did I follow the exit strategy? Did I follow the take profit strategy? Did I follow the entry strategy? And if you answer yes to all of those, then you're good. You're doing what you're supposed to do. And I think, Steph, that's what you need to do in this case. You're up 25% on that position. That is a face slapper right there. So, again, exercise your options, write it down. Well, not literally. Don't literally exercise the options. Write it down. Figure out what you want to do with that position, and I think you'll be doing just fine.
All right, we're back in KDLY, taking some profits here. There's some selling in the mid-60s. I perceive there to be selling in the mid-60s, high 60s. We'll see if this one can squeeze it. Has a hammer candle that did wick below the 10 exponential, but it got bought up super quick. So that, to me, seems a little bullish. I'm super tight on my stop over here. For Prince, anything below 40s, I'm gone. We're not gonna give too much back over here on KDLY. ADRs at the big desk.
Just so you guys know here, the news element of this is Jerome Powell has finished speaking. They're actually a little bit over time. They said they'd have a hard stop at 1, but some of the questions did run a little bit over. Jerome and co have left the building, so now that meeting is no longer happening. So as of right now, no worries with regards to comments from Powell, but Fed's Goolsbee just started speaking here, saying that if we get multiple months like this on CPI inflation, the job is clearly not done. So Fed's Goolsbee saying that this CPI inflation could be cause for concern and the job will be not done if we continue to see these prints. So right now, I guess it's a bit of a one-off, but be aware if we continue to see these higher than expected inflation prints, Fed's Goolsbee certainly sounding a little bit of an alarm where that is concerned. Now, let's take a look here at crypto. We actually had some comments from Fed Chair Powell on crypto. And it's worth noting, I didn't even say anything when he made these comments because this is really echoing comments he's made pretty frequently, going back to the Fed meeting and then also at yesterday's testimony. But basically, he just said that there should be no debanking of crypto, but that banks should be kind of cautious, make sure that, these are legitimate businesses. But if businesses are legitimate, if the crypto transactions are legitimate, there is really nothing wrong with the crypto being held. So I think a really interesting point there with regards to crypto and debanking from Fed Chair Powell himself. This is a weekly chart for Bitcoin, which I wanted to look at because this is a really interesting bull flag we have. We have almost a double top, very slightly just above that 108 level, but we've had higher lows since that breakout here into these new all-time highs after the election. So it was a great look here for BTC. Also, something interesting in the weekly chart that I wanted to talk about that's on a lot of people's minds is Doge. I want to see what Doge had done since not the election, but the inauguration, because as we know, that was when we had the instatement of the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as Doge. So if you look at it here, this was the week of the election here, January 20th. Since then, we've had 3 red weeks. This might be the week that we break that streak here, slightly green, but I think it's pretty interesting. Doge might have been a buy the rumor or buy the announcement of the department and sell the news event, because we've really had this nice push up when it was announced. This is actually when we had the Doge announcement here, this sharp volume increase. And then as we've actually had it implemented, DOGE selling off a little bit, guys. Interesting stuff.
Very much for that, Adara. All right, I'm still holding here on to KDLY. What's going over? Okay, so Tesla's breaking through 345 right now. Tesla's up 5%, give or take a couple of points over here. It's on one. Katina Man's long. He's been long since 37. Shout out to him. It's a great trade for the Katina Man today on TSLA. It recovers after that shellacking yesterday that we watched in real time as a result of BYD releasing, their version of driver-assisted technology on all their cars, well, 21 models. And I don't know if it's all their cars, but a car as cheap as $10,000 US. So that obviously kind of puts a bit of a kibosh there on Tesla in China, who doesn't even have authorization to roll out FSD quite yet. So a bit of a disadvantage for them. Probably lose a little bit of market share to BYD. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, we got the Playmaker poll, my guy. That's what we got. We're going to time it in. People in the chat are reminding us as well, too.
Like it.
Thank you, guys. That just means you're engaged. It tells us that you want to see this. And that's exactly it, guys. I talk about it time and time again. Hopefully, people are collecting data. Look how simplistic this is. I don't know why I always point at the screen like you guys can see. But anyways, trade, entry, target price, exit, stop loss. It's the most simplistic stuff in trading. Just document it, refine the system, and you'll get better. Sharif, trade number 43. Talk to me, my guy.
3, oh, wrong one. My bad. I was like, 3. Yeah, we haven't been 3 in a while. 603.80.
603.80.
We're taking everything out for profits at 605.80.
605. Oh, close to yesterday's numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're going to stop out at 602.80.
602.80.
Boom.
602.80.
Add more to the data,
guys.
baby.
Add it to the data. Another data point docked up there, guys. So today is the 12th. 12, and we do this here. And then here's the equity curve, guys. So what it is, if you guys are looking to construct this is just cumulative P&L. You construct it how you want. So you start at 0 and then you just add, and then you can just plot this data. I think that's really important. I do that for my credit spreads and not so much my intraday anymore, but definitely credit spreads just to see where I stand, if I'm profitable or not on the month from a passive perspective. But again, cumulative P&L, you can type this in on Excel, Google Sheets, whatever it may be. Start at 0 and then whatever you plot your data and what the profit is there. I know a lot of people in the chat say, Joe and Sharif, can you make a lesson on just like constructing a trade plan and taking profits? Yeah, we can do that for you, Ryan. I think that's a great idea. Maybe I'll look to cook something up, but we're going to talk some options. And tomorrow, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We got reading the tape, time of sales. The time in sales, I think this is so important. It changed my style of trading drastically, but it's a skill. It's almost an art. They refer to it as an art, and it takes a lot of time to understand it and see what you're looking at, because the majority of the time of sales is noise. So the one thing that we're going to touch on is the time and the place that we want to be looking at it. And that's going to have to do a lot with your system and looking at key features in the tape itself, because I think it's such an underutilized but key aspect to trading, Sharif.
All right, here we go. Joseph, headline, another one for Apple. Apple to bring TV Plus to Android phones in a bid to boost subscribers. We know that Apple TV, or not even just Apple TV, but services in general, highest gross margins for all their product line. We're talking mid 80%. Now, by the way, that services segment in Apple, that's $100 billion a year segment, guys. So that's big with high gross margins, and they're looking to expand it. So here it is. Apple is set to announce that it's expanding the TV Plus streaming video service to Android phones for the first time. According to people familiar with the move, the company will unveil an Android app for TV Plus as early as Wednesday. I didn't even know there wasn't one. I had no idea, said the people who asked not to be identified because the move isn't yet public. Apple TV Plus, which launched in 2019, has been reserved for the company's own operating system and third-party TV platforms like Roku. The move marks the rare occasion when Apple is offering services on Google's Android, its biggest competitor, obviously, in the smartphone software. Though Apple does provide its music service as an Android app, it typically tries to keep customers within the bounds of its own product ecosystem. So that is a headline there for the dead one, Apple. We'll have to see, does that move the needle? Well, we're knocking the door at 236, so I don't think the market's taking it that badly. Separate headline here. Trump's DOJ picks as resource a big factor in tech cases. Is he talking about Pam Bondi? No, Gail Slater, a veteran antitrust attorney and advisor to President J.D. Vance. would lead the DOJ division that enforces laws against illegal monopolies. Okay, I'll have to read this one later. That's not that important. Well, maybe it is actually. So that came in not that long ago. So yeah, I don't know. Tez, you're right. Apple sucks. Stupid closed systems. At the same time, I get what you're saying. A lot of people don't like that. That's how they're able to offer really, sound sound software, sound hardware. It doesn't end up glitching all that much because of the closed ecosystem. So it's a bit of a blessing and a curse. I get your point. You're not wrong there. All right, let's see what else people are talking about. Apple news coming thick and fast today. I don't know why, Los Polos Hermanos, but that's what it is, man. We're just reading it out. Oscarito says, I got a Samsung TV for free. Throw some my way, bro. I want a Samsung TV. Well, I have a Samsung TV.
Do you have a Samsung?
Yeah.
What size?
The one in my bedroom is 42.
Yeah.
And then I have an RCA 75 in the living room.
Dang, same. I got the 75.
I got that one. It's a sick deal. I paid $4 for that.
No way. I paid $5. We paid like $5 for our
not bad.
for a 75.
There you go.
But no TVs in the bedroom, man. You can't have no TV in the bedroom.
I got a TV in the bedroom, Joseph. I don't like to admit it, but that's how I go to sleep.
Yeah, that's how you just turn on background noise.
Yeah, no, but then I shut it. Right before I go to sleep, I actually shut it. I don't sleep with the TV on.
Yeah, I can't sleep with the TV.
No. That's no go for me, bro. No. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing, though, either. You're not supposed to sleep with the TV in the background. The lights and stuff, it doesn't disturb your sleep?
No, big time. That's why I can't do it.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I don't do it, to be honest with you. So, yeah.
I have white noise in the background, though.
Do you?
Yeah,
I used to have a
Google speaker.
Like a water fountain, just like when.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a little small water fountain in the basement.
Same crap.
Same stuff there.
So that's what the look is right there. So we'll see what everybody else is talking about there in the chat. Let's see. Anybody else? Sharat Rahman, Sharif, Joe. How do you guys feel about March, April call for Google with a strike of 190 to 195? Bro, I think the higher, man. Google's going to recover off this, man.
But what he's talking about right now is he wants to buy a far out the money call right now, Sharif. So he's thinking about, so we're trading
at that far out the money.
Well, because he's looking to gain time value, but I don't think, what the thing is though, so he wants the appreciation in the contract that will consist of the time value, right? But I don't think that's the play on Google, to be honest with you, Sharat. One, it's not going to give you that much, like you don't have time. I always say buy time, but I understand what your game plan is, but the volatility in in Google, it's dwindling, right? I went on yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, I was talking about a trade on it when it's kind of an option seller's market, and I think that's the case here in Google. I'm not saying like short it or short calls or anything along those lines, is that premiums are heightened. So right now, if you go to buy the 195, the average true range is increased, so the premium is going to be increased, right? For me, I'm looking to swing trade this, but if I'm going long Google, it's via leaps, right? I don't want to have to worry about time on this name, and the volatility isn't there for it to appreciate that quick. Again, you're talking about March, April. You got some time if you go to the latter half of that being April, but that's just, again, you got to write down the game plan and accept the fact of what you're willing to do. I like to swing trade in Google, but maybe not necessarily the game plan of buying a 195 out the money with only a month out, right? It may not hit that. I mean, it's only $10 from here, but then again, if you're looking to gain that extrinsic value, that's fine. But then for it to exceed that, if you gain some, you need to get out of that quick if it just hovers around those levels, and then look for it to appreciate after if you're not out of that trade, and then that's when theta will really start to kick in, especially closer you get to expiration.
All right. Guys, KDLY is, I think it's breaking down now. I don't know if the trade is over. I'd like to see what it does at 4, but it now has lost the 10 exponential, what looks like to be on a closing basis. There goes the flush right down into 4, what was that, 410, 412. The aggressive selling is coming in. Recall that all-time highs prior to today is 420. The all-time high currently right now 525. I'd like to see what it does at 4 for the whole dollar level. It's also awfully close, to the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, a level that I look at sometimes, not all the time. I like to see those deeper retracements sometimes on the large caps pull into the 20. I don't often use them for the small caps. It's typically VWAP and the 10 exponential, as well as price action, support, and resistance. So that's my move with the small caps, but it looks like the selling is coming in quite aggressively right now, guys, on KDLY. And somebody was asking me in the chat earlier, hey, what's going on with KDLY? Should we sell? So I really wanted to take this opportunity to mention my strategy and my thinking about these small cap gappers. These are not companies, guys, for the most part, that I would hold overnight, okay? These are intraday trades. They're very aggressive to the high side, but they're equally aggressive usually to the downside when they pull back. And so when I trade these, I'm never trading them on the merits of the company's fundamentals. I'm almost never. Sometimes I don't even look at what the company does, and I don't care. Okay, it's a technical trade based off a key level or moving average or whatever. Okay, so that's where I really want to stress. When I get into these names, and because there's so many newer viewers, I'm never vouching for the fundamentals, for the actual. What's the word I'm looking for, Joseph? For the merits.
Yeah, the merits, the fundamentals of you don't really care.
No,
exactly.
Not at all. Not at all, guys. These are technical trades. It's not like trading Apple. It's not like trading Tesla. These are real companies with real revenue and real customers. And obviously, these companies, I'm not disparaging them, but they haven't reached that level yet. So I'm in it for an intraday trade. And I won't even hold it usually longer than like half an hour, 20 minutes. These are scalping style trades where you get in large size at a key level, you're looking to scalp out as it moves up. Don't typically hold these. I really want to stress that because I know we have newer viewers and I don't want them to ever think that I'm investing in these companies or holding them overnight or taking them as swing trades. I really don't do that. Shout out to Tisha as well. So she knows exactly what I'm talking about there. John Manalak, Rigetti. My knees are heavy. Let's have a look at Rigetti. It's been a minute since we looked at Rigetti. Look at Uber, bro. Unreal moves on Uber. Look at it, Katina, man. It's just,
man.
Uber's a dang rocket ship. It's going to break 80. Up another 2.25, man. Yeah, there he is. Katina Man's riding a cow. I like that. It's a cash cow. That's why, because that was cash. It's a bull. My bad. Oh yeah,
bull, buddy.
Thing.
Yeah,
Let's have a
bull, buddy. Get it.
Let's have a look at Rigetti. I saw some black and white. Hit that again, Katina Man. Let me have a look at that.
It's a bull, riding the bull,
my he's got a little black and white there. That's fine. The Rigetti looks real good today, though, guys. No, seriously, up 9.25%. Great technical hold here at 1190. Look at those wicks into 1190. That's not by accident. That was a previous area rejection, that 1040. We topped out right at that 1190 area. Lo and behold, when we pull back from that 12.25, look where we're bouncing off. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Right off that 1190 area. Resistance flips to support. We've seen this kind of sideways S pattern all the time. It is kind of what technical analysis is. So Rigetti looks good today. I'd like to see this is already putting in higher lows. Look at this area trough over here at the candle that we printed at 1250. Every successive wick higher than its predecessor, and now we're making higher highs. It's not just a higher low situation. Now we're starting to put higher highs. Good look for Rigetti right now, the quantum computing name. Not a small cap gapper, guys. We're talking about a $3 billion market cap right now. $2.91 billion. It's done an ample amount of shares on the day. About 61.25 million shares done already. And we haven't even come into power hour quite yet. So Rigetti in play certainly today. I would have picked it up off that 1190. Didn't have eyes on that. Is there a headline? I'm looking. There is no headline today for Rigetti. Maybe from yesterday, but certainly not from today. Going to keep an eye out on that one. And there goes KDLY breaking through 4. When you have a feeling about these bad boys, you do have a feeling. Now I want to see, does it hold 4? Because this could be an interesting area. We did reject 4 before Katina Man. We were up into that $4 level. And we were dancing here with 394, and then we kind of finally cleared it. That's how I got in on the umpteenth time. But we're going to see here if 4 holds. I could certainly be persuaded to weasel in. But another level I wanted to tell you guys about on KDLY, because it could still be in play, around 3.25, 3.33. That's where VWAP is hanging out right now. And these bad boys, I keep an eye on VWAP with these small cap gappers because they're good areas of support and resistance. Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. A couple questions in the chat. Mr. Panda says, Joseph, what level of options do you need? I trade scalping and I am a buyer and I use one option strat, i.e. straddle. Thanks again. Yeah, just a little more depth. Like, what do you mean? What level of options do I need for what specific strategy are you asking? Just put that in the chat. Don't think your question didn't go unnoticed. And then we're also seeing, I think it's, what is it, AIFF. I think this is more Sharif's realm here, but I'll touch on it here real quick. AIFF. Does it have an additional leg? We will take a look here. I mean, look at these past couple sessions. It goes from being essentially e-liquid, Sharif, to just putting in these monster runs. So let's see what we got going from trough to peak.
Oh.
Wow, 364%.
2 days.
Yeah, in a couple of days, literally. That is absolutely insane. I mean, that momentum isn't necessarily completely gone, but you can just see the extreme amounts of volume, the exuberant volume here, Sharif.
Sure.
And then the volume starting to dwindle. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Okay, I don't like one thing that I do like is this breakout volume, but I also don't like that this inverted hammer right here, shooting star, can be extremely alarming, especially if that volume signature starts to pick up a little bit, that volume picks up, and then we head to the downside. So here's your risk profile on this, right? So if you're going short, stop out at 14s, whatever, give yourself a little room, not right at the 15, call it even flat. And if you're going long, stop out right here around $10. And if those trigger, then thesis invalid, and that's okay, because look, we'll use an example of this thing previously. Look at this hammer here, right? And it moves higher, and then it takes some time for it to break, and it didn't even break that deep. And again, inverted hammer heads to the downside. So if this print closes inverted, just be weary of potentially more downside. I want to see if Mr. Panda touched on. You have options levels here in the US, right? Like I like to buy calls in our puts for quick scalp does. So what level of options do you need? I mean, level 2 or level 3. Okay, yeah, so no, I don't use level 2 if that's what you're referring to. I don't use level 2 for options. That's just strictly intraday, right? Like, not strictly, you can look at level 2. But again, I don't use that for my option strategies because it's usually longer term plays. So the level 2 isn't as effective as it may be for you who are trading options from a daily perspective. But Sharif, you're building something over there, man.
You know, we had this segment.
That. Pull it up, man. What are we building
Yeah,
today?
I just want to mention, we're going to do it in a hot second. But Joseph, Big Bear AI is breaking out, guys. We're up 17 and a quarter. We just got a big boy move through that 9 and a quarter area, and I believe we just did print the high of the day. 945 HOD on BBAI. It trades on the NYSE, by the way. What a beautiful looking bull flag from that open right at 930. We move up, we do the consolidation dance, we pull back in a little bit below 9, we hold 880, it looks like, and there's a continuation. We could be on a second bull flag here. We could see maybe 25%, give or take. We'll see. We're already making that new pull right now. So the breakout, I would submit to you, is around $9. Why? Because when we look for that, the breakout of the flag or the pennant, whatever shape it is, it's usually below the trend line. Sometimes you could say it's above the high. It really depends on the shape, but I'll submit to you, I think that new flag, the new pull for the flag, starts at around $9. It's squeezing right now. Here comes the high of the day. As I mentioned, 945 HOD on BBAI, and it's right there right now. We'll have to see if there is selling of note. I can see already multiple lots posted at 45, and we're 3 pennies away from it. So it does look like there are some sellers in and around there. Trade it carefully. Big Bear AI, good luck. Now, we were asked about Lucid earlier. I gave my opinion on the cars. I didn't want to give my opinion on the car company as an investment because, well, I don't know enough. But this is the car I'm talking about. This is the Lucid Gravity. We've been seeing this for a while. They've been talking about this for a year and a half. They're starting to finally deliver these, obviously, in the United States, not available in Canada quite yet, but we do have some new information on the Canadian side of things, the starting price, etc., but we can't order them quite yet. So look at this. The base on this monster, 828 horsepower. Bro, I mean, these electric vehicles are single-handedly ruining horsepower for everybody. When you had over 500 horses, you were like, okay, you were top tier. Now it's like if you're not pushing 1,000 horses, you're nobody. I mean, the Model X.
Unlimited torque, no?
Unlimited torque, too. We'll build this when we get back from the big desk. ADRs got something for us.
Rumble being mentioned here by the White House press secretary, apparently. I'm not seeing any details on what this mention was, but it is worth noting the White House apparently opened a Rumble account pretty recently, so keep an eye on RUM. It's getting a nice little bit of volume here into the afternoon.
All right, here it is. All right, so let's have a look. We'll just do a little bit of a turnaround. So I know some people are gonna say it looks like a van. Neil says it's ugly. And I happen to agree that it has van-esque characteristics. And the reason is because it's got that third row. It's a 7-seater, right? So they had to extend the back. In addition to that, the EVs have to have that teardrop shape to become super, what's it called? Aerodynamic, because, I mean, that's what they base everything on. Let's look at the front. I like the front. The front looks good. The back looks good. The side.
I like the I like that profile, that side profile.
You like that profile?
Yeah, I like that side profile.
I don't like how it gives off van vibes at the back. That's my only beef with it. But can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Look where the wheelbase and the driver's seat is. So it's kind of hard to see here, but there's this thing in car engineering where your wheelbase versus where the start of the windshield is. And apparently they were able to move that up because there's no engine in the front. So because they were able to move that up, they're able to give you more room in the cabin. And that's something that EVs can do that ICE vehicles can't do, apparently. Let's have a look at the interior here. Now, this is kind of where it all goes north. This is beautiful. That's a full contiguous screen on the top. And look at this. With this screen up here, you can take stuff from up here and throw it down into the bottom screen, which I love. So you can have multiple things. You can have like your Apple CarPlay on the top, and then you could have whatever nav, anything else you want on the bottom. So you have multiple display screens that are functional. Obviously, the middle component is for the driver information. So you're gonna have your speed, as well as your driver-assisted technology, blah, blah, blah. This stuff is touch screen, but there's only so much you can customize it. But this is what I love about it. And then to add even more interesting stuff, you have physical buttons, which you barely get with cars anymore. Especially like the Teslas. They don't have any buttons. They took off the stocks. So this is the kind of the look. Let's go in the interior.
I like that thing. We didn't build it yet, though.
No, not yet. Yeah, we've been loafed in a little bit. We got some time to kill here, Joseph. I don't know why this is not letting me look at this. Okay, so.
I mean, I understand the minivan aspect, but then you got that nice. I mean, yeah, it's a nice car, man.
And look at that. Look at that.
Oh,
look
wow,
at that, dude. I mean, the windshield goes to the top like the Model X, which I think is so cool because you can kind of see everything's like around you.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
All right, so let's get this design on the road. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to go to Adair before we design this. Get it, Adair.
Thank you there, Sharif. Just be aware of the NASDAQ. We have comments here coming from the White House press secretary basically saying that apparently Trump wants interest rates lower, which we knew. He said that outright over Truth Social. But also, this is interesting too. White House press secretary Leavitt saying that these reciprocal tariffs will be coming before the visit of India's Prime Minister Modi. So I looked up the timing of this. Apparently, he left France for the U.S. 2 hours ago. So this visit is pretty imminent here, guys. But apparently, we're getting a reciprocal tariffs announcement prior to that visit. It's unclear the timing of that, but just be aware here that apparently it seems like it's going to be pretty tight timing. We're going to be getting these reciprocal tariffs very soon, guys.
Very much for that, Adair.
Interesting point here, Sharif. Foxhammer says having an engine block in front of you is safer in a wreck than an empty trunk. Front trunks crumple too much.
That's very interesting.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. But like my understanding is the Model Y is one of the safest cars out there because of its low center. Well, EVs in general.
Yeah, it doesn't like flip over. But
because
what
the battery.
When you go,
well, that's the thing.
Right,
the head-on collision. We'll have to actually look into that. That's a great point,
when you
though.
drive it into the wall, right? You don't have.
I don't want to drive it into the wall, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That makes absolute sense. All right. Joseph, what color are we getting? What kind of lame colors are these, bro?
Let's exercise our
Where's the blue at?
We can't go in the blue. Let's go in the middle.
Say that again, Adara? Shiny one, like a metallic color?
I think the black looks sick.
All right, how about this one?
Oh,
you like that
let's
one?
go in the middle one here, though.
Middle one?
Yeah, the top middle. Yeah, let's see what that. Nah, maybe. That gives me Range Rover vibes, though.
Yeah, okay. I like the white on black. I'm sticking with this. This is my car.
Okay.
All right, here we go. All right, then we're going to go. Are we doing stealth appearance or are we doing platinum? I got to tell you, I don't want that brushed aluminum. I like that black on the top. That's bad. That's bad right there. And then here's the thing, Joseph. Before we start choosing the wheels, I got to let you know that the larger the wheels we go, the worse performance we get.
That's okay.
So the range drops.
As long as we look good, yeah, that's all.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, but we're getting EVs. We have to worry about that. All right, so watch this.
Yeah.
So we have 450 miles worth of range with these wheels, right? We click that bad boy, it goes 407.
I could sacrifice a couple like.
I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with you on that one. And let's do the interior. What do we got over here? I'm gonna go tan.
You're gonna go with the tan?
I'm gonna go with tan. Tan on black. Tan on white with black?
Selena's a really tan person. She's one of those neutral individuals. Yeah, Selena. She is.
Selena, my
right? Yeah. But again, I think this gets outdated too quick. I don't love the brown here on the dash. I think we stick with the black interior.
Let's look some others. So there's some gray there. I don't know about that. The black looks good. We got a couple of blacks here. So we have Mojave Purelux Premium. And that comes with some wood there on the dash, Joseph. So I'm
going with the all black.
Last but not least, there is this weird
like
OJ color. Yeah, let's go with the Mojave black.
Yeah, all right, it's your
and
car.
then the seating. Okay, so you can get this bad boy in a 5-seater configuration with a monster trunk, or you can put the 7-passenger there, and that's going to cost you $2,900 USD. Now, the beautiful thing about the 7-passenger is you can fold the third row.
Okay.
So you can hide that bad boy. Well, I'm going to stick with the 5. Who wants to cough up $2,900 for something that they're not going to use?
When we got the money, we can do it. We can.
We're only at $102,000 US dollars right now, Joseph. Let's take it easy. Yeah, exactly. All right, now the driver assistance system. This is where they make their big boy money. You got 3 options here: $1,500 US dollars for the Drive 2 Premium. That doesn't sound good to me. I want the Pro, baby. Let's see, what do we get with the Pro? How come it's not telling me what we get over here? That's kind of lame. All right, the sound system, Surreal Sound Pro. I gotta do that. I'm an audiophile. Dynamic handling package. I don't want no handling. Technology package upgrade. Look at this. This is how they rinse you. $3,200, and I don't even know what I'm getting for this. And then comfort and convenience package, towing package. Do not need that. Review order. How much are we paying here, Joseph?
Let's see what we got here.
We're at the following price: $115,875 US dollars. They want $1,000 today, and they want their $75 documentation fee. Don't know what the hell that is. We haven't even included sales tax.
We can get that waived for us, for sure.
I would hope so.
Yeah, we can get that waived.
I would hope so. So that's the look right there. A light $115,000 car, but to be fair, I did add a lot of options there. $6,750, $2,900, $3,200. We added $1,000 for those metallic. We added $3,500 for those wheels, and we added $2,900 for that premium interior. So we definitely juiced up this car. That's another version of Build Your EV. No, I like the car. I like the car, but I think they really get you on the upgrades there, which is kind of what they do, right?
That's all right.
Yeah. What are you looking at there?
So 2NY asked me, said, Joe, why are you all out of INTC? Well, I ran out of shares, my guy. That was the trade at the top here. So that it is INTC in at VWAP 21 and then out here at the 22s. So that's the only reason why. Yeah, exactly. Silent alert. Thank you for that. What do you got going on there, Katina, man?
He's Lyft. He was yelling about Lyft there.
Lyft. Okay, Lyft. Let's see what Lyft is up to here real quick, Sharif. LYFT. Is that a 9? No, it's not. Okay, so yeah, moving higher. I mean, just reading a little bit about this. Again, really starting to pick up some steam, recovering a lot of those losses. I was actually short this thing last night and covered in the morning, which was really nice. So it worked out, rebound. Yeah, so after the hours, I was just watching it and then decided to short, just a basic strategy I have, and then covered it bright and early as soon as I opened my eyes. A nice look, but as of right now, recovering, still negative on the session, Sharif, down about 5.5% on the day. But again, regaining a lot of that ground that it lost. But here we go. Someone in the chat was asking about, they said, I have 100 Walmart calls at 103. So again, he paid 33 cents for them. I think that's a good look. For me, they expire on Friday. You bought them for 33 cents. They're now worth $1.20 something or $1.15. So coming down slightly in value, especially coming into that expiration date. Theta's really going to kick in, right? So you're not quite fully like enough extra intrinsic value. So what you want to do is you want to just lock in those profits, in my opinion, and then just be done with that trade because you bought those out the money, not quite in the money yet, or they are in the money, but again, not enough to gain that value that you get in extrinsic value. Sharif, we got, I'll cover this super chat and then I'll send it to you. Kunasia, sorry if I butchered that name, sleeping on BlackBerry. Let's take a look at BlackBerry. Not really one that I trade too often, Whoa. Okay, that's a
happening
daily
here?
perspective here.
That's
Sharif,
the daily?
That's the daily here
Neil,
on
I need explanations.
on BlackBerry.
Cuz, bro, you're the
this
BlackBerry
this
guy.
thing has gone parabolic on this session. Fantastic look. Only one small breath in this name, but again, up a nice trade, up nice on this session here, guys. But yeah, not something I trade from a day-to-day basis.
No, but we got to pay some bills, Joseph. Newer traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to elite trading experience. You can analyze, you can strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize by using the best platform out there. I'm talking about eSignal. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. You can predict better with backtesting, which is offered on the system. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out right now, guys. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will scan that QR code in the bottom right corner of your screen, or go down to the link of the description of the link and the description of the video and click the link there. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. And you've obviously been noticing I'm using that platform right here. It's got everything. And I even got the scanner turned on, Joseph, which had not been turned on. But shout out to the great folks there responded. Now the only thing we're waiting for is for that options chain on your part.
We need that, man.
We'll get that soon as you like, man. Sector City. We got Forex Watch. I got my Mag 7 names. I got my small cap
I think
gappers.
it'd be sick. The option chain would be sick, right? Because then we can actually construct, be like, hey, that's really what
We'll get that.
Yeah.
So this is the look on Lyft. The Katina man was yelling about this one. The Katina man is short 1390 on Lyft. That's a great entry, dude, especially because that 1419 high of the day. Look, Lyft is an earnings I don't know. I want to say winner, but it's actually a loser because we're still below yesterday's print. We closed out at around 1440. This is the earnings reaction. It did pop up, and then we did end up selling off. So it was interesting, and we can talk a little bit about why Lyft did what it did. Let me bring in my notes over here so you can see. A lot was asked about from them about the possible effects that autonomous driving would have on their market share. And the CEO, David Risher, he didn't say anything that bad. He said, in fact, autonomous vehicles he looked as a growth driver. He says Waymo's self-driving cars have not taken market share from Lyft in San Francisco, as has been widely reported. And in fact, he went on to suggest that the market is expanding rather than shifting. So it's interesting there. He also went on to talk about his autonomous vehicle plans. So that what they plan on doing in Dallas, specifically, don't know why Dallas, but by 2026, they want to use mobilized technology in a fleet of over 1,000 vehicles owned by Japan's Marubeni. Hope I didn't butcher that. They want to deploy thousands more in other cities. He says that these AVs, autonomous vehicles, are expensive assets, so he's looking at partnering with another company to finance vehicle ownership. The company reported, this is probably why it sold off, lower than expected Q1 gross bookings. They reported 4.05 to 4.2 billion. The street wanted a little bit more than that. When it came to their actual Q4 results of 2024, they beat easily there. Well, not easily. The revenue was 1.55. The street wanted 1.56, but net income did come in at 61.7 million, which when you compare to last year, they lost 26.3 million. So they're now profitable like Uber. And if you're wondering, well, why are you so excited about profitability? Well, Uber took like 10 years more to become profitable, and they're very profitable now. But yeah, so it's been a hard row of hoe for some of these ride-sharing companies to get profitability. So let's keep an eye out on what's moving right now, guys. It looks like the Mag 7 definitely is on one, with the futures literally recovering the entire move from the sell-off that we had this morning when we got the higher than expected inflation print. Look at that drop. We were at 21,850. That was the overnight high. And then we dropped in a swift motion. I love this. I love how we drop like in 1/10 the time that it takes to recover back to the high side. So funny how that works. We're back above 21,800, guys. In fact, with the after the bell high now being 21,826. So we reclaim almost the entire move that we sold off. We're actually green right now, barely on the NQ, up 0.02%. So the NQ March contract recovering after the sell-off this morning. And as you could probably guess, the Mag 7 in general have recovered with the overall market. Let's have a look at the Mag, as well as Netflix and Uber, which I've included in these as well. Looks like the Monster Meta trading at the highs, guys, with another all-time high at 725.76. This thing has 18 green days in a row. That's insane. Let's have a look at the daily here on META. Show yourself.
Show yourself.
How come this is red? That's. I was reading this morning that this was 18 green days in a row. So these are 2 red days over here, Joseph. I need explanation. Gaps up and closes below, still up on the day, but it closes down. Is that what you meant? It did actually make newer highs on those red days there, so your point well taken there. But yeah, these 2 days look like they are kind of outside days, but in general, you guys get it. This is up and to the right. Meta's a monster. We'll have to see how far this one continues before we kind of move back down. You know one we haven't looked at today, Joseph?
What's that, my guy?
Palantir.
Oh.
Let's see what PLTR is up to, because this thing's a dang rocket ship. What are we doing today on Palantir? We're up 4%. That's what we're doing. Is it? Tell me this is not an all-time high again, man.
Leader.
It's insane. Well, we're close, Katina, man. We're real close. At 118.5, that's all-time high. That was 7 a.m., though. That's a pre-market print, so that could be bogus, Katina, man. Yeah, well, this is the highest we've ever been after the bell. So the trend on Palantir continues with the higher lows and higher highs. I mean, now we're talking about a $266 billion, a quarter trillion dollar market cap for this company. What's the PE? 600. Not a big deal. Don't ask those kind of questions.
But at what point does multiple expansion come into play, Shreve?
Well, I mean, brother, we need to see a couple of earnings reports where we get close to some of these, but I think it's future value, right? Yeah. That's what we trade.
Right,
that's why you invest, right? It's future value. Palantir obviously is, so I was reading an interesting article. Have you ever heard about like the hawks in the government that are very pro-war? It was kind of like the Bush administration. Bush was very pro-war.
Pro-war that they don't fight in?
Yeah, like Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, very pro-war. I mean, he had like a bunch of other, Condoleezza Rice, very pro-war. We used to call those guys the Hawks. Now there's a new group called the Neo-Hawks. And these Neo-Hawks are supposed to be like the guys that don't want those $300 million airplanes, the F-22s and the F-35s, but they want the Palantirs. They want those AI drones. They want those autonomous vehicles that are way cheaper in cost, but are more effective in warfare. They're calling these guys the Neo-Hawks. Now, I don't know if that's going to stick.
Well,
but
I mean, if Alex Karp says he wants to be able to detect organic matter. So, like, you'll just have droids that are just sniping people from who knows where.
There you go. There you go. That's kind of the look there. So, it's, yeah. And obviously, we don't like to champion war, but that is a fact of life. So, you're going to have to deal with that. All right, guys. So, that's the look right now. Fedora the Explorer, I love that name. Palantir is data analytics company masquerading as an AI company. They don't buy any AI chips. Drop the cash for that. Look, I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know what kind of chips they got there. Maybe I can do a quick search on that. But it doesn't seem to me like they're one of the hyperscalers.
From
Certainly
an AI
not.
perspective,
Right?
well, I don't know. So why would Dan Ives call it like the Messi of AI?
No,
like
but hyperscaler
in the
one-
software has to be
Fantastic,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So-
I think they're like the actual application of AI, right? Because now we're starting to see software AI and physical AI, right, with the robotics and stuff like that. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. Guys, I'm sorry, I don't have a trade on right now.
Sorry, me neither. There's not much going on, Shreve. But as of right now, I think we're going to touch on some of the earnings plays this evening. So what we got cooking up later today with Sean and Adara, is it Sean and Adara, I believe? We got Hood, Reddit. Neil and Adara. So we got AppLovin. It was popular for a little bit. Reddit, I think, is going to be a big report. And Hood as well, too. All right, I think Reddit may be one of the bigger ones, more anticipated earnings releases. But here we go. Looking at the expected move, guys, we'll see what the options market's pricing in. We got about a 14.1 expected move on Reddit. So let's pull up our options chain and see what we got going on for open interest as well too, because we want to be able to scope those high levels of open interest in these underlyings, because when those prints come out, it attracts a lot of the traders, right? The algos are attracted to these high levels of open interest. So those are open contracts. So as of right now, expiring February 14th, guys, the highest level of open interest on RDDT is sitting at that 230 strike price, that whole dollar, right? 230 strike price on RDDT. The next level is going to be 250. So that's a hefty move there. But again, options market pricing in a 14% move. So 1.1 open contracts at 230, and then 1.5 thousand open contracts at 250. We're going to take a look at the put side, a little heavier on that side. So 215 will be the next highest levels of open interest, 1.5 thousand open contracts. And then the next is 200 with just under 5,000 open contracts as of right now with a 14.1 expected move. But let's see what ADR is up to.
And you guys know I like my deep dive, so I did actually look into this, Sharif, with regards to Palantir and chips. It actually has a bit of a relationship with two semiconductor companies. One of them is Micron, the other one is, shockingly enough, Merck. Yes, that's right. It is one of the branches of Merck. That is the pharmaceutical company. They do have a semiconductor side as well. Basically, Palantir's Athenia platform has been affiliated with both Merck and Micron. So that is Palantir's semiconductor connection to the extent that I could find one, guys. Back to you.
Interesting. Thank you very much for that, Adair. That does, make a whole lot of sense, because we haven't heard about, your boy Alex Karp showing up at NVIDIA's headquarters and trying to break down the door and get some H100s there, which I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing. So here's some of the headlines there, guys, on BlackBerry, because we were talking about it earlier, and I will submit to you guys, you should probably have a look at the BlackBerry chart, both the daily and the weekly. It's very interesting. We're not going to vouch for this, obviously, but looks like BlackBerry QNX has partnered with Pi Square Technologies to train thousands of software engineers in India, addressing the global demand for embedded systems developers. The multi-year initiative, part of QNX's expanded QNX Everywhere program, offers free access, to QNX Software Development Platform 8.0 and integrates QNX tools into engineering curricula. This collaboration aims to equip students with industry-ready skills for careers in automotive and aerospace sectors. Yeah, okay, it's nice, but I bet you there's probably a bit more of a deeper reason for this, because we've been breaking out on BlackBerry for a while now. I would submit to you guys, we have been really making moves here with outsized volume since the beginning of December. It looks like, that December 9th, that we have outsized volume again, December 20th again, with good volume there. So we'll keep an eye out on BlackBerry. This could be very interesting here as a possible swing trade. Let's bring in some other small cap gappers that we've had on the hit watch list today. CFLT. I didn't get a chance to trade this one, and I'm a little upset that I didn't get to trade this one, because this has been very predictable. It had a nice consolidation area here where I could have gotten in and then known if it had broken below that level, I could have weaseled in. It also held in the 20. It's at the high of the day right now. It just printed 37.30. It's up 24%, give or take. Very nice move on CFLT. It looks like it was an earnings winner yesterday, because this thing spiked up big one. Dara gave me the shout out there, so that means it was an earnings winner. It moved up big off that $30 level and then weaseled all the way up to about 35 and change. We're above that again, so a second day continuation with good volume, especially at the open. CFLT. Good day for it today. Not much else to say about that. CVS, I really lament having taken everything out there. At VWAP, I should have been holding that. You got a couple of bull flags. One at the initial release of earnings right at 6:30, spiked up, held VWAP, and then we had another bull flag kind of break out there right at the open. So you had two moves on CVS that were parabolic. I tried to get in here. I was the weak hand. I got squeezed out, and I really lament having done that, because it made another dollar and change there. All right, Amr was asking me about KDLY. We've had multiple trades on KDLY. I personally feel the best trade on KDLY is now behind it. That could change At the volume weighted average price, that's around 330. You could get an aggressive bounce off 330. I happen to think that we don't probably touch 5.25 today. That's my bias. I don't have anything to support that, but you could get a nice bounce off the touch into VWAP. So this looks like it wants to give up the ghost at around 3.5. If it does, I'd be on the lookout for that 330 hold. You also did have some price action resistance initially at 330. So it's not just VWAP. This area over here from around 10.55 to around 11.30, you can tell the closing prints were all rejecting off that 330 area. So KDLY could be a nice bounce, but keep your eye out on it and make sure you are using sound stops. XLO, I want to take the opportunity to explain why I have that pre-market high rule. Look at the pre-market high on XLO. This thing's up 106%. It was on everybody's radar if you were trading small caps, because it would have been like number 2 or 3 on your scanner. But the fact of the matter is it had 2 attempts initially at VWAP, both failed. And then it had an even bigger attempt where it broke those highs, broke above $1.50, got into 1 2/3, and it still failed VWAP. I would submit to you that the reason for that is there are bag holders who hold this from a higher level in the pre-market that will look to get out on any pop. And that's why I always insist with these small cap gappers, if you're going to trade them as a breakout trade them above the pre-market high. I was caught in one last week. I forget the name of the ticker. I think I have it saved, where I kept insisting on getting in below the pre-market high, and I ended up going right on it, despite the fact that I shouldn't have been in it in the first place. So XLO, another example of why I only take the pre-market high, tickers that are trading above the pre-market high for these small cap gappers as a long. I just won't trade them otherwise, Joseph, for exactly this reason.
Yeah, just looking at here, I told you guys we'll go through some expected moves. People want to know the one on Hood, so we'll go over that. But there's a lot more names that we don't usually talk about too much from a day-to-day basis that are usually pretty good. So Cisco, Trade Desk, and Dutch Bros. So I think those are interesting. But let's get on to Hood here and see what we got cooking up. We'll pull up Hood expected move, and then we'll pull up the chain and look at high levels of open interest. Okay, so Hood looking about of a 12% move, just a little bit under there for those who were asking, 11.8 to be exact on that expected move. And then let's pull up the chain here and see what we got going on for high levels of OI. Okay, so yeah, guys, let's go through those holes. So yeah, $60, 15,000. So times that by 100 if you want to equal it to his shares. 15,000 open contracts at that 60 right now. Next highest level is going to put us at that 65 strike price with only 4,000 open contracts. So 15,000 at 60. Be wary of that level, okay? So when that print comes out, watch that $60 price target. Then to the put side, Sharif, surprisingly, there's not anything close to that 60 strike. The highest on the put side would put us at that 50 strike with about 4,200 open contracts. So those are the levels that I would be keeping an eye out on, is the 50 and that $60 strike price. Let's go over one more here, guys. And I think we're going to go with the Trade Desk. I like TTD. Because we're trading on the desk here, but I don't think it has anything to do with that TTD. And see what we got. I know it does. Absolutely, it does not. Looking at 10.7% expected move here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what the options chains got going on with that for high levels of open interest. And we're going to look for those levels to be hit during the report. So the highest level we got is that $124 strike price with only 2,000 open contracts, and to the put side, 110 with about 1,000 open contracts. So that is some of the big names, their expected moves, and high levels of open interest. If you didn't get that, you can just rewind, see what we got going on, and then just analyze if you're not familiar. A lot of these guys will say, hey, we don't trade here on the desk after hours, and most definitely do not trade the opening prints, okay? That is just a recipe for disaster.
If you're newer?
Yeah, if you're newer, even if you're experienced, just trading those opening prints, wait for that volatility to phase out, and then you can base trades.
Well, the Katina Mint does it very well, right? Neil does it very well because they share
earnings?
Oh, or
Oh,
sorry.
yeah,
I-
yeah,
I- I
no,
thought you
on
meant like
earnings.
that.
Yeah,
My
no, on
bad.
earnings. Yeah, like please don't do that because you're gonna get those moves. I have a system for it, but I don't trade. I wait for 5 minutes, wait for that volatility to come out, and then it's just a simplistic orb, right? Like it's a 5-minute orb, whether it be to the downside, but you want to wait that 5 minutes for that volatility.
I absolutely agree with that.
To wave out, yeah.
A couple of names I'll give you guys as we wind down the show that are at days high and that are breaking out. Shout out to Pretty Panda for calling this one out. QMCO. I'm not really sure how I missed that. I think maybe because it was a little light on volume, about 2 million shares. This is the 5-minute look on QMCO. We'll flip to the 1 so you can kind of see it's a little lightly traded, but it's got a very good predictable pattern, higher highs and higher lows. It's doing the dance right now with $25, but look at that spread. Eek. That's a 30-penny spread. Adara, this might be down your alley. QMCO right here, up 40% with a wide spread, traded carefully. There's also this one, Big, where is it at, bro? Show yourself. Big Bear AI, that's another 5-minute look there. There's the break above the bull flag that we were talking about, that $9 area I perceive to be the break, and we're continuing to move on our merry way up into the high of the day right now, 950 is the high. We're printing 945s, but this is what I want to see. A 1-penny spread on a $9 name. It's up 18% and change. Good look for Big Bear AI. Does it have a headline? I don't think it really needs one, but I'll look for one anyway, just to kind of get ahead of people asking. Nothing that I see today from Big Bear AI. There is this article, why is Big Bear AI skyrocketing today or flying higher? Wednesday, the company stock gained 11.6%. A technology company is leveraging artificial intelligence. Tell me something I don't know, bro. Looks like it was a JD fans maybe commenting there in Europe that America's still leading the race, yada, yada, yada. So maybe Big Bear AI getting a bit of a boost from that. In any event, whatever the reason is, it's up 17 2/3, 17 4/5 right now. So I want to give you those two guys. QMCO at days high, Big Bear AI, a little bit off the days high, but very close. And I want to tell you, KDLY is getting awfully close to that 3 1/3. And that 3 1/3 isn't some random number. I'm just saying, for whatever, it's that volume weighted average price. KDLY could bounce. It's already getting a bit of a bounce here off that. Where do we get to? 344. We're already back up into 360. Be careful though. We're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. There is no change in trend right now on KDLY, despite the fact that it's up 150%. So those are the trades we're looking at. We got a couple of minutes left on the show. And then we're going to have a monster lesson for you tomorrow, Joseph. We got options. What do we got?
No, it's not options. It's a tape reading.
That's
Yeah,
right, tape reading. My bad.
Tape reading tomorrow. So yeah, some good stuff there. We're just gonna look over like just basics of the tape, and then find strengths and weaknesses within it. So yeah, I think we'll have a good one on that front, Sharif. And then here's INTC. We'll just recap the trades of the day.
Great
INTC,
trade, bro.
INTC throughout that whole session. Like your one trade there on what was it, KBLY?
KDLY, yeah.
KBLY. And then we had NVDA. This one took us 2 stabs. Sorry for the dark pool wick there, but that one worked out for us. And then we took 1 stab on IBIT as well too. And then we missed that run, just focusing on other things. So that's it. Reading the tape. Exactly. I think that's a good one, man. It's going to be stuff. Tail of the tape. Exactly. The tail of the tape. We'll call it that. I think.
How you getting home today?
Drivey.
There's not much snow.
Katina, man, it's going to be 15 centimeters, brother. I promise you.
Add it
look,
up.
Look at it.
Total. Add it. We're not going to get that till midnight? Progressive. Okay.
Man,
So
we
the
got a
snow
lot of
starts
snow
at
this
5.
year.
It was supposed to start at 3. We're supposed to be getting shellacked today with snow, but hopefully it starts a little bit later. What's that, Ram? Tomorrow evening, says Ram. Well, my phone says 5 o'clock. We're about to get 15 centimeter. The Katina man is like, no, we're not.
The real thing is what you got to do is you got to pull up the radar. Pull up the radar and look at
This guy's a meteorologist all of a sudden,
no,
bro.
You know what's funny? I used to be, so back in the day, I used to be able to look at the sun and tell you the time within like a 5-minute radius.
That's well.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yeah.
That's pretty good. I know that people can do
So
that. Yeah,
the
we
thing-
had nothing on the radar quite yet.
Well, you didn't even hit play.
Oh, my bad. This guy hit play on the radar.
So
Where is it at?
Right here, man.
4 o'clock, 5
Zoom
o'clock.
out here.
Yeah, but we're not getting any cloud coverage. There it is,
There
right
it is.
there.
There it is. Right
They're
there.
showing them that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dang, who pulled this up there?
Well, it's the best production team around. That's who.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's all the winds and all the lovely weather that we're getting, guys. But it is now 2 o'clock. It's time to send you to the big kahunas. They're going to be trading everything under the sun.
Everything.
Small caps, large caps,
Under the
Mix
sun.
7.
I like that.
It's all
Under
there.
the sun, Wednesday.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Hope everybody has a great day.
Yes, sir. Make sure we're not muted over here, which we are not. And we are back, and the market is back, and everything is to the upside. You get a hotter than expected inflation number, which you guys already went over this morning, and you saw it. The market is, the NASDAQ is exactly green, like 0.02% after being down. I mean, it was over 1 point down. I don't remember exactly percentage-wise how low we got, but it was, about 1% to the downside. You get a big, massive reversal in just about everything. I mean, not everything is strong, but most things are strong. Energy taking a little bit on the chin. We've had some headlines as well, some potential resolution in Ukraine, which would be a good thing. Obviously, that might not be the best for oil and certain defense names.
A resolution in the war is bad for the markets. I mean,
it depends on the stocks, not all stocks.
No, but for the market, I'm saying in general, because I remember when they announced that war, the market like rallied for a while.
care.
It seems like it's like, I don't know. I
don't like
think-
Lockheed on that news.
No, I think it's great. I mean, we'd rather have
Well, of course, yeah.
absolutely no turmoil whatsoever. I don't know. We're $5. The trades that we actually have at the bottom are totaling about $12 in the money. Like, we still have the Tesla long, and, we put out an offer there. We went to the gym. We got 341s. And we actually didn't have any offers until 344. Those started filling. Then I came back and started taking more out here. My stop was actually a break of 342. That didn't happen. That was pretty lucky. We're using the 200 period moving average. But I mean, I was watching the midday show, and it's like they had such great talk and such great commentary, and I didn't even really they were talking about trades. They were trading a bunch of different ones. And then I looked down and they didn't have any positions, and I was thinking to myself, you don't need to have positions. If there's nothing happening, you don't need to do anything. And I was just going to say, you guys are watching the show not necessarily for these winning trades. I mean, as we go, I'm always saying green or red on the day, but it doesn't matter if you're green or red on the day. Just these are the trades that we have on board, and this is what we're doing. And so whether or not you have these trades, whether or not you're short Tesla, you can win on everything. For me to sit here and say, can you take a look at this? It's great that it's happening. And it's great that we have these trades. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to prove a point that we can make money sitting here being traders. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if Neil's green or red. It doesn't matter if I'm green or red. It just matters that we're all here. We're giving some trade ideas. And if you take the ones that we take, hopefully they work out for you. And if they don't, they don't. I never even see, Neil, I'm the only one mentioning green or reds on days. People in the chat, they just love what we're doing. And that's all that matters. So if you want to know if we're green or red, you can ask us. We don't even display it, but these are the trades that we're in. And if you want to talk to me, this is Apple, $5 in the money, right? Same trade that we've had all day, still going, small percentage. Who cares how many shares I have left? Lyft, 2 for 2. SMCI, right? 3 for 3. I don't know why these charts are taking forever to load. TQs. We actually have a loss on the triple Qs. We talked about that. So that's an L. So that's 3 and 1. And then there's Tesla. So 4 and 1 today. Does it matter? No. Only matters to me. So that's part of what we're doing. You have to sit there and trade your own book, your own style, and hopefully turn out green. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Does it?
I care about one thing and one thing alone when I trade. I actually said this on the midday because my best stock was very close to my worst stock, and it was because I broke a rule today. And I had this conversation with Brenkels because he was like, this and that's been good. And I said, I hate it. The one thing I hate the most is if you make a decision and are rewarded for breaking a rule. And I violated a major rule on Intel today, like a really, really big rule on Intel today. And it could have been really bad. It wasn't, but it could have been really bad. So for me, this was dumb on Intel. Now, it's easy to say, well, Neil, you said two things this morning, prior high and 21, and that's true. And ultimately, those have been, I actually even tweeted, these are good prices to have traded at. But at 9:30 in the morning, when it's dropping like an absolute rock, sitting on the bid just because that's the price I liked and that's the price that worked before is a bad decision. And if it had bounced in the money, that would have been the end of the world. Because what would have happened is if it bounces, I then add to it again and then get a bigger stop out. Ultimately, it's going to end up working out. Just one note, a lot of times I would have trailed out of this position, but I'm letting it fly through the high because it broke a little bit of a trend line here, but I could draw this from the support and it hasn't broken that trend. So if I were to, here's another one for you. There. Just to give you an idea, let me just get rid of that trend line. I don't even know why I'm not respecting it. This is the one I'm respecting on Intel. From low to higher low, 4 points it's held this trend. Simple. If it breaks a trend, I want to be out of it. I'm green because of Intel today. However, this would have been would have been a too big of a loss, and that's what you have to respect. And I know this too. We talk about this at 9:30. 9:30 wicks are different, especially at the open. No matter how much I like an idea, sometimes the best entry points are going to come a few minutes after that open if you're willing to be patient with it. So let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, Palantir. We're going to go to Sharif in a quick little second. But Palantir's starting to come back into prior highs. So 116, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times on Palantir. Okay, 5th time it broke, so technically it broke the 5th time. But support to resistance is a pretty easy concept. I was in it at 115.5. Got it up to 116 and then stopped out break even. But Palantir is up 3.5%. I don't know if this is probably a symbol we're going to talk about anyways, but if it's going to come into 116, I do like this higher low as well. So continue the trend to the upside and we'll see what happens. Nick W, we'll talk about Peloton when we come back. That's actually an interesting stock. I looked at the chart of that, not today, but
Wasn't it near
yesterday.
$10?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's go to Sharif because
Oh yeah, $10 was the top. Yeah, 10 to 10.
Yeah, you know what? It's so easy I can get sidetracked on that because Peloton.
No, none of us get sidetracked around here.
Well, Peloton's up like 7 days in a row, taking the 50 period. This looks like it could be on the midst of a little bit of a squeeze, like a little top end breakout here to retest the high. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
I do appreciate everybody in the chat. All right, what's up, Sharif?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are ready, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up on that board is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. We'll throw a few polls up there during the show, but you got to be a subscriber to get into the chat to vote. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and please share the stream with someone you think may benefit from it. Here is a look at the triple Qs. All the 4 major averages right now, they're all red. The NQ faring the best out of the bunch, barely red. We're down 0.09. The ES is down almost 0.5%, with the Dow being over 0.5%, closing on that 2/3% in the negative. And then the Russell 2000 faring the worst, obviously down about 1% as we got that higher than expected inflation print this morning. Small caps suffer the most from higher inflation and higher rates. So keep your eye out on that. Let's have a look at the number one ticker, though, as decided by you, SMCI. It was a earnings report yesterday. You can see the reaction there in the market. We still didn't even get the full report, though, guys. We're still waiting for that February 15th deadline coming in very soon.
Yeah, look, whether we get the report or not, I think the good news for us, SMCI, and we said this morning, they reiterated the fact they expect to report their numbers meeting that deadline. If you actually look at everything, and you can see it on our watch list, or you sort of read about it, they actually had a bunch of misses up and down on it. But ultimately, sometimes it doesn't matter. Like, they rinsed it, and you guys would have seen this when you watch. Make sure you tune into the aftermarket show, because what'll happen is if you just sort of see the initial move to the downside, you missed out on what really happened on SMCI, which is the manner in which it got bought up, which was insane. Absolute insanity for it to go green. Now, ultimately, it failed to break out today. So, that kind of stinks that it failed that breakout today. But you're going to be up 3 points. And that doesn't even do it justice from the absolute lows here, what it was able to do on SMCI. That said, if they don't report on the 25th, you could have 20% downside. Like, those are the kind of lows that you're likely to revisit if they don't actually report. As far as the trade goes, like I said, it failed a breakout early. I did have one long to get some back and then a short. End up paying way too many fees on this. I had one last long in here, which shouldn't have been, and I'll show you why. This was a short, and then I trailed out of it into a long position, which doesn't make sense. And the reason for that is failed break of prior high, just like that Intel trade kind of did. Failed it at the open, trend down, fail underneath VWAP. It's one thing to buy it on trend there, but it fails on VWAP, breaks the trend down. That's a stay short situation, not a reverse long after it goes 40 cents in the money. So I had literally turned myself, like, oh yeah, there's a great stock now today. And then I went long one more time in a downward trend. Ultimately not that big, but you want to be able to follow your rules. And when you have a downward trending stock that reverts to the south side, you want to stay short and hold on to the short.
All right. Yeah, we have SMCI. It's the number one trade idea today. It's going to be the number 2 P&L, number 3 P&L for me today. It's SMCI. It's right here on the sticky note. Take the 41 long. Display a dip into yesterday's resistance level. We talked about that. Watch pullbacks into VWAP. So how did we trade it? Well, we always say that you have to be flexible as a trader, and we did exactly that. When this name opened up around $42, I knew 41 was going to be tight. Like, that's $1 down is going to be difficult to trade there. We zoom in a little bit there. So there was me taking very, like, let's just say 2 units. Like, if we're going to go 10 units by the time we're maxed out, that's 2 units there. That's like 4 and 4. All right, because we started using $40 there, and then I gave the bottom of $39.50. And the reason why was I was expecting a flush off the open. I thought if 40 didn't hold, we would get a little bit of a move down. That's exactly what happened. We nailed it, and SMCI is a great stock for me today. Let's go talk about Tesla.
What a recovery, Sean. I mean, look at that breakdown that we saw yesterday. It was down and to the right. There was barely a bit to be had. Today, it kind of feels like the opposite way, kind of that U-shaped recovery. So good look for Tesla. They they dropped yesterday after BYD announced that they were including self-driving technology in most of its cars, all the way down to that $10,000 car, which is their entry-level model. Today, getting a bit of a boost here from Benchmark, which initiated coverage with a buy rating and a nice price target, guys, of $475.
So Tesla again. Tesla was a big trade today, needless to say, man. I mean, like I said, who cares how much we're up or down on this stock? But it's a huge stock. You can see that we really believed in this name today. And if you don't believe in stocks that you're trading, then you're in the wrong business, and that's it. Here comes Tesla, breaks 40. We like that break of 340. We miss it all morning, man. We were actually on the sticky note. We wrote down short Tesla 340, but we didn't. Just the way this was coming up, and I, holding VWAP, holding the 200 period up on the day. I was kind of like, maybe not. So once that momentum came through and we broke 340, we took the long. It went to 341. We didn't take anything out. But no, actually, we had it on the way back. It broke, we had it on the way back. So true. So we were trying to play this pullback. It went way deeper than we thought. All right, the 50 period moving average was roughly around here. It was a little bit lower. We were using I had to stop in. I just canceled the stop. It was 336. So if that broke 336, we were getting out. So we averaged it in. We had a again, size doesn't matter. We had a position down there. It came in. And then it was like, let's get going back to the upside. The reason why we're able to capture profit when this was happening is that the breakout trade right here was not huge shares. I'm not playing huge shares on breakouts. All right? Yo, Jay Lee, I had that trade on TQs. Okay? I'm still here, my guy. Look, you want me to show you, Jay Lee, about TQs right here? Here we go. There. You want 300 handles? I mean, I'm the one sitting here in front of the futures. This is the one that comes in. We tried to get it to go back to the upside. Eventually it breaks. And we could have, this to me was the buyback in area right there. I'm not mad about getting stopped out. I mean, we talked about this happening. We were just long Apple, and Apple, again, doesn't matter where it is on the P&L spectrum, but Apple's a huge trade. It was not getting back in there once you see a bottom. That's the kicker for me, because it gave me that. If I really did like the long, and I'm trying not to be stubborn with the trading, like that was it. But anyways, on Tesla, okay, we get a little piece out. My bigger out right now, that is going to be about 30% of what we have left. We still have 10% left more than 10% left of this trade, actually. Was going to be a break of the 200 period, which is at 342. So right now, my next offer, just making sure, is at 345.50. What a surprise, right there. So yeah, man, I mean, there it is. It's going to be my P&L number one today is Tesla, and it's a banger.
Yeah, it's an absolute rocket to that upside is Tesla. Holding on to, we get a lot of questions about VWAP, I know, in moving averages, and just for everyone out there, when we have indicators on our charts, or maybe you have a moving average, maybe it's a trend line, whatever it might be, don't hesitate to ask, is that an EMA? Is that an SMA? And actually, oddly enough, if you liked our RSI video, we're working on something for moving averages as well. So make sure you check that one out. We're just shooting some stuff today, and we want to be able to go over that. So, I know Sean used a 50 and a 200 on a simple. I like the simple. I don't know who else uses an exponential. But there's something happening on Tesla, at least on the daily trend. It's been down. Okay, there's a couple of green days in here, but you guys get the idea. Since it lost the 50 period, it's got a very distinct trend. Close above the trend. I like the long down in the 300 for my PA. Well, obviously the 200 period would have been nice as well. But if we close above this trend line, I think that'll be a reasonable entry to get back into Tesla. Brendan was pointing this out. He was actually saying this yesterday. If you kind of looked at what Tesla was doing at the beginning of last year, really it's more so like from the end of the year, it pulled back 260 and then all until April. So at the open, at the beginning of the year last year, it was like $240 and it pulled all the way back into 140. So it lost a third before then rallying and being in a big upward trend. Now it seems really bad, but what did Tesla do from these highs? It kind of lost a third from the highs and is bouncing again. So history doesn't always repeat itself. But sometimes it does rhyme. I had 3 longs in Tesla. I was 1 for 3 on them, so we'll be green. But I held it into the high of the day when it pulled these lower highs the entire way through. For the afternoon, I wouldn't want to be shorted unless it was 350.
1.5% in the negative is NVIDIA today, despite the fact that Evercore ISI analyst Mark Lipakis did add NVIDIA to its tactical outperform list with a buy rating and a price target of 190, guys. I want to remind you that this monster reports February 26th, and we're definitely going to have that, what's it called, an earnings party on the market recap show. Make sure to catch that with us, February 26th.
That's not too far now.
It's going to be the
2
biggest
weeks today.
It's the biggest earnings day, not because you're going to get the crazy wealth of this just went $1, that just went 15%. It's not one of those types of days for
Bye-bye
NVIDIA.
Tesla.
But you have to understand
Get it, Apple.
when NVIDIA reports, ultimately it can move the entire market one way or another just based on sentiment. Everyone else has reported, everything else has been, all the big ones have been digested, and then NVIDIA has the ability to turn the NASDAQ on its head, but that's a ways away. I traded 1 breakdown trade on NVIDIA, but it wasn't a breakdown trade. Technically it's a breakdown trade, but I got it on the way up and not on the way down. So the level I like underneath prior lows, I should say. When it broke down the prior lows, should have it on the way down, didn't. Took it on the way back up, 1 shot, and now we're out. We took our hit on it. Ultimately, it's my worst stock, but it's not as bad as, it's obviously we're down less on this than we were on Apple or up on Intel. But what I like about it is you're down 1.5%. The market's flat. It's trending down. It's not that strong today. So ultimately, this is a bit of a flat bottom break here if it can take out these local lows. You've got 132 as resistance. I would caution that it also has a bit of a trend reversal as well. So if it breaks the trend, wait for 132. If it stays on trend, look for the bottom break on NVDA.
Some people asking there in the chat about Uber, $80. I honestly feel like the last 3 things we've bought, and last 4 things we bought have just been good buys, and it's making me nervous that maybe it just was too easy. Like, we bought Uber, we're long Uber 67. We bought Tesla. This is just yesterday. Like, I'm debating getting some out here. Like, it's only up $15, but we bought Tesla yesterday. Oh, and by the way, there's our 345. Yeah, $3.45 there, but it's actually a $7.50 winner. But it's a nice move to the upside. And I heard Sharif screaming about Apple. This is still $5. So that's $13 in the money as we speak. But, plus Lyft. Lyft is small. Oh, yeah, we're talking about Uber and Lyft. Okay, NVIDIA. Look, I didn't trade NVIDIA today. I really like the stock. It just wasn't on my radar. There was nothing about it on the sticky note. We traded SMCI. SMCI is a big stock today. It's about as clean a chart as you're ever going to see for me on NVIDIA. It's so clean, I didn't even clean up this wick. Like, I didn't look at it today. It's down 1.5%. I'm a little nervous about it, honestly. Like, we picked some up on we picked some up on, that's because our charts don't show the split. We picked some up on DeepSeek down here, and it bouncing quite nicely right here off the 50-period moving average. Damn, Daniel, those are some nice, what is it, white Vans? Is it Vans? Those white Vans. What's up, Juan Velasco? Sharif, go talk about Apple, and then we'll talk about the winner.
You know, I don't have to be invited to talk about Apple. Sean, there it is right now at the high of the day, 236.20, up 1.5%. Good day yesterday, good continuation today. The reason it was moving up yesterday is because we got word that they're teaming up with Alibaba to launch their Apple Intelligence in China. That is a requirement by the Chinese government that they have a local partner there. Separately, today we got more headlines from them that they're intending on bringing Apple TV Plus to Android phones in order to boost subscribers, guys, adding to that $100 billion a year services revenue that they have manifesting over there.
I mean, look, we were in Apple early, man. It was 8:30. It's 8 and change. We liked it. We saw that CPI move to the downside there. We know the Fed's not in control of anything anymore, so I wasn't too worried about it. We thought that it would make the move back up. Obviously, to your point, Jay Lee, the reason why the market rallied is because what I just said. The Fed is basically irrelevant now. Like, I'm pretty sure that Trump will just do whatever he wants and have a little meeting with Fed Chair Powell. And if he doesn't listen, then he'll be out the door. But at the end of the day, 236.50, and then there's just bigger things happening right now in the economy. Like, it's like we already know there's no rate cut happening or rate hike for at least a little while. And as long as that stays where it is, then this kind of a move down is going to be temporary, especially when you're talking about hopefully that ceasefire in Ukraine, and then you're just hearing more and more things about tariffs maybe being either levied or just taken, and we'll figure out what happens next. Like, the U.S. and some of these companies remain pretty strong. And then also Apple today got that note from one of the analysts there, Meng-Ji Wong or something like that.
Quote Meng-Ji?
Quote the Raven nevermore. But it just goes to the upside. So we were long, still huge. We're just going to watch it go. I mean, we had said that we were $13 in the money. I mean, things are just getting better for us as we hold these longs. Tesla still continues to pump, and Lyft is going the other way. So we've got the shorts on board. We've got the longs. We're just having a great time one more time here today. So Apple, I'm not going to be getting out of that anytime soon. BQC, I thought that took 100K, but what's
it did not take 100K. Look, I didn't trade Apple. I think, yesterday was Apple and Alibaba day. Today was actually Apple and Alibaba day, but unfortunately, I got out of Baba at VWAP when it was downward trending, so it wasn't. It could have been better than Intel today. There's no question about it, but it wasn't. Yesterday felt like, I don't know. It felt like yesterday was easier, but when you look at it, it wasn't. Like, from a technical standpoint, this was actually stronger, yet didn't get the reload. Now I wasn't here when it made this dip. I was here. I wasn't sitting at my desk when it made this obvious reversal move. right in, like that's an obvious reversal move. You have bottom wick underneath a prior high, and then you just go into an upward trend. But if you're not sitting at your desk, that's a very quick move that happens in a couple of minutes, and you got to punch into it. So I was waiting for VWAP that entire time with a bid, and it just never got there. I love Alibaba. I think I feel a little bit differently between Alibaba and Apple, as I feel good about Apple. Alibaba, I have this sneaky suspicion that you're gonna have to weather a bit of a pullback again on Alibaba at this $120 level. But that's about it. It's been gold here. I have made zero decision as to whether I want to. I didn't take profit on Alibaba last time it did this, and I still haven't decided yet, to be honest with you. I'll probably think about it on the train tonight. You see what you saw. Like went 120, went 70 to 120 to 180 to 120, and it almost went up this fast last time. It was a little bit faster. So it wouldn't surprise me, although I'd like to think it can hold a higher low if we do another dip. And if you take some profit, you might be able to buy the 100s again, or the 50 period will be a little bit higher on Alibaba. So good luck for them. I was a little bit surprised that Baidu was also up, because Baidu, in theory, did not get the deal with Apple because Alibaba did, but Baidu's also up. That's surprising to me. They might be a fade at some point. I don't know.
All right, Bitcoin. I mean, we talked about it earlier at that 92 to 94 area. It looks like there was some kind of support. Let's go find out more about BTC.
Interesting movement today, Sean. Once we got that CPI print in the morning, we tanked, dropped aggressively into that 94, 93 and change. We recovered. Best we could do, though, was 97.5. We're a little bit off the highs right now. Here's a look at IBIT as well, trading at about $55, up 1 1/3. Fed Chair Powell was in front today of the hearing committee in the House of Representatives, and he had some comments about Bitcoin. He said, "We don't want to get in the way of banks serving perfectly legal customers using crypto. When banks take crypto activities on their own, it's appropriate to make sure we understand the risks. On the other hand, we don't want to go so far as to overplay your hand. Many of these activities on crypto can be very well done at banks." I don't know. How do you perceive that? Bullish or bearish?
I'm always. You know what? Like, this is a weird thing to say. Bitcoin has been, since it made the all-time high, it's been trending back down. IBIT's underneath the 50-period moving average. It's stuck in a range. I think it's likely to be range-bound. I agree with Michael Moss about that. I can't speak to any of the other coins out there. Frankly, I'm not involved in them. And I don't have any issue if, I know it's 88 to 92,000, so that's the deal. But here on IBIT, you can see that's the low 50s and now the higher low at 54. It's perfectly fine if you're in this consolidation. There is nothing wrong with it. We did this before, and it was a very, very long consolidation that you're rewarded with the breakout in. And as a matter of fact, it actually was making successive lower highs. This is March, and we broke out in November. And it was making lower highs for 2/3 of that time before it rounded the bottom and broke out the top. So why wouldn't we have an entire first half of the year where we're just sideways and you're buying? I thought would be I was wrong. I thought it would be in the mid 80s, which would be a little bit lower, but the bottom of the range is higher. You're buying it in the high 80s and the 90s, and you're taking it to the top. And I think we break out, but it could just be the second half of the year. That's the only reason why I was on the little Sharif bet there for his birthday. I sort of thought that it wouldn't get there. It was 125, I think it was, by Sharif's birthday in May. And that's mostly because I think we have a bit of a longer consolidation happening for us. But if you break the 50 period, there's probably a nice little short-term swing to the top.
We got to have another piece here of Tesla as we reach to 345.50 right there again. So, I mean, this one, it's having a hard time up at the top right now. So, I mean, yeah, that's, again, another fit. We got out 345, but it's having a problem here at the top. That was the 343. You know, we were talking about dropping them. Now, I guess, you know what? I still have the stop order in there. I think we'll cancel it now. I got to change the price of it because, and we're getting out of more and more shares. Like, I put the stop order in and we already have 3 out since then. So we're being a little conservative right now. All right, so we'll get out of maybe a third of what we have left. We have about 7 or 8% now of this trade left. We were getting out of some more Lyft right now as well. Look, I dropped down the Bitcoin chart earlier, and we sort of I sort of talked about what we needed to find and what we needed to have happen. It was down there into that 91, 92 area. I mean, that was a great buy. There it is right there earlier. It got to 94, it looks like, depending on where you're looking, but that's 94.1, 94.5. That's been a great support area. So as long as it holds that, I think you're fine. I mean, I think crypto could easily test back into 70. It's just a matter of what the NASDAQ does. If you're a bull in the market right now, then crypto will be fine. If you're a bear in the market right now, then you should probably short Bitcoin. I think you're going to get a better return on a Bitcoin short than you would in the market short if you are feeling bearish in the space. I'm not. I'm bullish right now. So, all right. So that's what it is. Again, thank you for the rundown. All right. Great stocks there today. Lyft, it looks like right now on earnings, I mean, they were crushed earlier. I've got a good position in Uber, so we're watching out for that, but we want to always trade catalysts. And again, this was on our sticky note. So boom, down, made money. It was always a positive stock for us. No problem at all for Lyft today. It does hold that 1350 area. It was a great trade. And then once we came back, again, we weren't here, we're at the gym, came back, it's underneath the 50 period moving average. We saw that fail, then we saw it hold. So again, man, we talk about being a trader. There it is. That's the decision we made. Hold. We could have reloaded it there. I'm not really in the reloading mode right now. We can try to hold on to some of these positions and just get lighter and lighter. We're already at like a great level for us today. As far as where we've hit our daily goal and exceeded that. So we're very similar to a net that we were at yesterday. And we talked about how that was one of our best days net wise. So we're doing it again today, and we just hope that this Lyft trade will work out for us. But the problem with this is you're still over VWAP. So that VWAP is still 1330. If it gets into that, you can't even see it when I zoom in. If it gets into that, then we'll just try to cover it all. It's an earnings play above VWAP. Any kind of a move down there, we'll at least get out of probably like 70% of what we have left. So right now I am bidding some 40s. We already got that good fill there. If it comes back, great. Then the majority of them like 31s or 32s. That's the trade there on Lyft. And then I already told you where my Apple stop was, 24s. So right into here, well now it's moving up, but I was using the 200 period. So 235.25. That's where that is stopped. So yeah. Again, great day. Not much else to go over right now for me. We'll look to get into the TQQs maybe a bit. Futures are pretty flat there today, obviously as a triple levered ETF. And then SMCI, that's already been a good stock, but kind of barcoding. And we will talk more about some stocks. We have Reddit coming through. There's lots of good names today.
Absolutely, that's the thing. There's lots of awesome names today. I'm actually shocked that BlackBerry is one of the stocks that's moving a lot. We got our market depth on eSignal. So the entitlement came through. So I'll figure out, because I haven't used, we got a question the other day, and I know we talk about eSignal all the time. We got a question the other day specifically about the imbalance locator, imbalance locator on eSignal, in which we don't have to use it on eSignal because it's on our platform here at Real Trading. But I did figure out that it's somewhere in the market depth, which I have entitlements to. And I'll see if I can figure that out for you. If you're having trouble, the other thing you can always do if you're ever using eSignal, just ask, they have a really, really good customer service. And I know people like, oh, it's tedious, I don't want to do it. Someone else figure it out for me, which is fine. And if I figure it out and someone asks me, I'll let you know. But no, seriously, they're really good. They're fantastic, and it's a pretty good platform. But on the note of BlackBerry, because BlackBerry's up a bunch today, I wanted to pull up the weekly chart. Like, it's at resistance on this weekly. You go back to, that's 2023. It's got a double top that it's trying to punch through right now at about 575 on BlackBerry. So this is what happened earlier when it punched through. Bit of a reversion. It's punching through again. If it loses this level on a curl, I want to look to short it into VWAP. So you see that 575. I think if it reverts this move up, this last move up, underneath that 575, I'd look for some kind of a curl. We actually have free locates on this name. Okay, Baba. I'm going to get rid of my Alibaba chart because I said if it's not moving by this time of day, if you start barcoding in the afternoon on the Chinese ADR, I'm going to anticipate there might not be any moves left in it. And AIFF apparently making a bit of a push. Is that true? Yes, it is. Someone asked in the chat while Sean was talking, would you short this move into the high on Firefly? My answer is no. I tried it breaking out on VWAP. It actually went like 40, 50 pennies in the money. But let's just say I was kind of hoping it would do a little bit more than that. But the volume came right out of it. Like, let's get out. It could have been an easy short when it lost VWAP, but it's still above that $10 level where all that selling was in the afternoon. I'd rather look for longs this afternoon. It's holding on to VWAP. I'd look to be buying dips in Firefly. At some point, someone's going to get the top of this thing, and they're going to make a boatload if they get the top. But before that happens, there's likely a lot of other people that go short that get absolutely rinsed. That's how these things tend to go. Like, maybe you catch that big high. We saw it with, like HKD has done this before. Maybe not this, maybe crazier to a certain extent. Veru did things like this. So you want to be very careful when you're shorting them. Have a plan of action. That's all. Like, if you have an out and there's liquidity around your level, no worries. I tried shorting it yesterday. I feel like I got away with one for a small win. But today I'd rather look for the buy off of VWAP if it can hold it again. That's where we tried to buy once. All right, so the only thing I'm in right now is Intel. I said simple trail on the day-long trend, which it's riding it right now. So this prior support underneath the 15s, if it loses that, that's a break of trend, and I would wait for VWAP, which coincidentally is the exact same price that we've been buying it. I've only bought Intel at two places, 2180-ish, sometimes like 77, 78, and 21 even. And now VWAP's that price, so suffice to say if it gets to VWAP, that's the same price as before. Oh, and another note. Remember losing yesterday, shorting Intel when it tried to break 21? If not for that, when everything else was breaking down, Intel held 21, probably wouldn't have had the 21 long. So it pays to be looking at stocks that are in play. Whether you trade it or not, it gave you information that there were buyers on 21 yesterday when the short didn't work, and that informed you that the 21 long was an opportunity here today. So you always want to pay attention to these levels that get rejected. Palantir 110 is a good example of that as well.
All right. Let's just look. If there's anything, oh man, that big bear, that was one that will forever be missing. Yeah, pretty much, I think.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think it's
it is.
to $10.
Yeah, it is.
BBAI, there it is right there at 956. So again, I talked about this earlier today at 7 and change. I actually, if I wasn't on the show, I might have been more thinking about it. It doesn't matter. I can still put the buy in. It's just an excuse at the end of the day. But I like this name, and I thought that the pullback there today was something. But again, it just, I'm missing some data here. I don't think it was halted, but we were down there near 780. And then a nice move back up there on BBAI. So it just kept on going the rest of the day up to $10. And then now you're right at this level again. And if we zoom back out, you'll see, it just might take a minute, but $10 has been a level here on Big Bear AI. It's going to take a minute. Or maybe it was only $5. Maybe we haven't been up here before. Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to call it up on eSignal, be a little bit quicker than what we were doing. Yeah, maybe Big Bear's never been up here. Maybe it hasn't. This could be another stock. It could have been that $5 mark. So we're already way off. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Ooh. All right, good. Still got something here. So there it was. So the $10, I was starting to get nervous. I was like, why is our charts not showing it? But there it is right there. So it's had its day before. Remember, there's no splits involved with Big Bear AI. This is just what it is. And it's trying to go through this level right there, right now of $10.
Is that a SPAC?
Could have been a SPAC. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, hovering around 10. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so this was a SPAC probably. So D-SPAC, just like DWAC did. And then DWAC, of course, is DJT. You could add DJT around $10, $11, right? And that would have been DWAC, as we all know, DWAC, Digital World Acquisition Corp. But there it is, the move down there and then all the way back up. Like when you look at DJT on the weekly chart, you'll see what I'm talking about. There it is, right? So we start at $10, $14. It has a $10 base. Then it gets announced, I guess, that it was going to be Trump's, and then it gets all the way up to 175, and then it comes right back down. Obviously, this is when it was DWAC, DWAC. You guys will remember that, I hope. And then it gets DWAC'd all the way to the downside here, right back into $10, which we were calling this whole time down. I was trying to call this. Everyone was listening. It's just Joe would know, the cost of, well, he probably wasn't looking at this, but the cost of options and everything for $10 was pretty obvious. And then it just gets back back up to the upside, and this is the most recent moves that we've all been talking about here. This goes back to 2024 in March. We had a nice move up and then another move up, I believe. I think that was a maybe assassination attempt or something, up to $54, $55. And then now you're holding, which is pretty good actually right here, the 200 period moving average. So no matter what we say about DJT, it's actually not looking horrible. There's many worse stocks than this, that is for sure. So
How do you get those 52-week high and lows to show on your chart?
you go like this, you go right like this. Neil's asking about how do you get these to go, right? So then you go edit chart, and then it goes into here, then you go to chart properties, my guy, and then right into here, 52-week high and lows. You will also notice that you can indicate dividends. And this is the thing about this, earnings,
I love this.
splits, all of that stuff, memos, rollovers. I mean, they have everything on here. You know, you can show, like, so I don't have the description up here. You can get it to say, Donald J. Trump up here. I don't have that necessarily, so show description. You know, those are just, see, there it goes. So it shows it up here. Anyways, very, very customizable.
That's what, and I was just saying just now, like,
Notify me about news?
sometimes you can just ask somebody else to do it. See, I could have gone to eSignal Help, or I can just change my chart and apply it as well. So now I have.
I am live eSignal Help sitting right beside you.
Yeah, there you go. But that's what it's all about. Like, I like, without having to glance, because how many times you look at a chart, where is the 52 below? You're doing all that nonsense. No, just make it simple on yourself.
It's not like it's anything special. It's just, it's easy to, it's nice to have it there.
You know what though?
I'm always looking at 52-week breaks.
You want your tools to work for you. And so if it makes it a little bit easier to know where the actual price that matters is, then who cares? Just go ahead and do it. I think we're going to the desk with ADRs.
Potentially.
AMD's flying.
Here on the market, Fed's Goolsby talking here still too, saying that inflation data today is concerning, but it's only 1 month. It's worth noting earlier today, Fed's Goolsby said that if this trend continues, like what we saw with the higher than expected core CPI print for January, then it'll show that the Fed hasn't done enough work in inflation. But now just a couple hours later, he's emphasizing this is only 1 month's worth of data, guys. Back to you.
Message, I forgot. We were going back and forth with Chef Joe earlier on. He had sent me some pictures of food, so I'm going to wait. He's celebrating some big things there, and he wants to celebrate. Yeah, he's going to try to come up here. So I just don't know if he's in. I don't want to show it until he's on, because
Supposed to do pineapple pizza.
I know, but it was too cold. I didn't go out and get it. We could order the pineapple.
But we could do it
pizza.
on Friday, if you.
We had to film that stuff, and then we were like, I was going to go walk and get it, and then we could order it in. It's 3:00 now.
Well, I don't know. We could also just do it on Friday. Friday's kind of the day we do like pizza,
Randy's
beer,
not
and
here,
that kind of stuff.
but I did say we were going to do it. We could do the pineapple pizza. We could still do it.
Just for the record, everybody, it's only happening because we had 500,000. You guys got us to 500,000.
Yeah, and we got a super chat, so we have to spend it.
And we got a super chat for it. Otherwise, there would be no eating of pineapple pizza because, I mean, as Sean knows, as an Italian, that's not real pizza. What is really amazing is AMD.
Real.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's still real pizza. Is it not preferred pizza?
Is it really?
I can look up the definition of pizza.
I don't know. As long as it's like, what is it? It has to have tomato sauce.
It might not. I think pineapples would be better actually if it was just absolute, like if you kind of stripped it of everything. It's almost like you like a little bit of oil there. You had the pineapple. I don't know what else to throw on it. I talked about jalapenos and peppers. I was going to get that.
Someone said that yesterday.
I'm not getting the Hawaiian. I'm getting it with banana peppers. Yep.
Then that makes it a little bit better.
I'm thinking even
down with all.
I don't know if the olives would counteract it. But okay, I was looking at BBAI, and I mean I'm with everybody there. I just feel like sick to my stomach that we don't have that long, but it doesn't really matter. It's really holding the 50-period moving average. It's also holding VWAP as well, so it's a huge move to the upside. This little, again, when things gap, I'm missing data here. I probably have to just close and reopen the chart, so I apologize. But when you have this move up there and it's up 21%, you do like to play back to VWAP. We talk about that all the time, so that's just a missed opportunity right there at $9. So I don't know if we're going to get that again. And when you get it again, it might not be that good because it's coming crashing into it. So that's where you have to take that risk. That's what we did on SMCI when SMCI came crashing in to VWAP early, or into, I don't know if, no, it wasn't VWAP. SMCI was way under that. But right here, when it came crashing into our 41 level, we were like, you got to be careful when that happens. It's different if it just levels off and it's bouncing off of 41, right? Comes crashing in, you got to give it a little bit more room. So for Big Bear, I mean, breaking 75 is fine. We can just go long on the high of the day. The only problem here is that if you're going to be responsible about trading, and I think you don't want to just necessarily punch the high of the day and not have a responsible out. Well, that is for me 30 cents away. So, that's probably a little too far. Like, I'd rather wait to see if there was a pullback. This is almost the furthest it's been away, right, from its 50-period moving average all day for Big Bear. Right? I mean, it had to move there, retraced. Had to move here, retraced. Had to move here, retraced. Had to move here. Hold on a second. Retrace.
It will not retrace.
Retrace. I have no idea what it says. But at the end of the day, I think that's probably the wise thing. So I'm going to bid it. I'm going to bid 950. So let's bid down here 950 on Big Bear. We won't necessarily use the 50 period exactly because that's only at 945. So we got to give it more than 5 cents. But, a pullback, I think we can give it 25 cents. I think that's pretty reasonable. These bottoms are 925. So yeah, I think 950. Let's start the bidding for BBAI. What's up, Taylor? This is just a 1-minute chart if you are asking about what I'm using.
What's up to, okay, so before I get to the super chat, AMD's already rolling over, so if you were going to take a reversion trade on this move on AMD, you would have already done it.
So good.
Let's look to see where it can bounce. I'll do the super chat in a second. So prior high was 111. That looks reasonable to me, like somewhere in the 111, maybe to like this 1080 range. If it gets to VWAP, that's too big of a reversion, but AMD, which was just programmed buying to the upside, starting to pull back. My trail is at the 15 mark on Intel, and thank you for the super chat there. Jesus, Jerry, vodka, pineapple, and jalapenos. Fair enough. And for the record, someone said you should try it. It's not that bad. I'm a firm believer in, I will never say I don't like a food if I've never had it. I tell that to my daughter all the time. I go, look, you know what? If you try it and you don't like it, I have no issue with that. But if you don't tell me it's disgusting if you've never eaten it, or that you don't like it if you've never even tried it. That's sort of one of my, it doesn't really grind my gears, but it'll get me a little bit. It's like, you've never even had it. How can you say it's not good? But I have many times, and I don't necessarily like it. So BlackBerry, if it breaks the trend, I'm going to go short, but I'm just going to do that. Don't have to pay for locates on BlackBerry. Actually wasn't sure, so we just tested. Free shorts on this if we break this trend line, which is all day long on BlackBerry. Until this was 1, 2, like 3 times it's now tested it. We break under, I'm going into that short. What else? Palantir is very gently breaking through the high. Like very, very gently breaking this top.
Palantir doesn't do too much gently, though.
Well, right now it is. See, like it broke 117. What's the high? 14. It went like a couple of cents. 23 is not. I have 23 as a high. It looks like 14 is the actual high, and it hasn't really busted through on any volume. This could just be a buy the dip kind of play as well. So AMD looks like a buy the dip on trend. Palantir looks like it can be one at 116. Although I would grant you, AMD is the one that looks like it's giving you some kind of a dip right now, whereas Palantir still kind of teasing that high of the day.
So the Apple trade, I mean, a lot of things aren't doing too much. So we are like $1 lower on Apple. I'm gonna scrap that. 236. So we're just gonna cancel this. If this breaks below here, I just don't want to be lulled to sleep right now. Like it's kind of sort of happening. So I don't. Let's just try to get some action going. If this breaks 236, we're out. Now, I don't want that to happen, but at least it will indicate more to me about maybe what's happening. So there you go. 235.99, small piece left of Apple. But the good thing about Apple is that we did still have a decent amount on as this was happening. So boom goes the dynamite, right? You got to have something on, and we did for that. This is also starting to get a little bit. That's 343. I just want to make sure where my stop is. My stop is 341. So we can change that and put the stop right now at 343. So again, all right. So we have, let's just say for argument's sake, we have 2 units on Tesla. Just talk about what we're going to do. It doesn't matter, actually. We're going to get out of a third of the trade of what we have left. So if we break the 200 period, we do want to get out of it. But we've been really responsible with this trade, right? I mean, it came back in. We talked about where our outs were. We were pretty lucky to be saved and not have to pay the piper by getting punched out there at 336. So we had dropped it down another 50 cents, saved us, able to get it out. Green after all this on Tesla, then hold that special piece, and we did. We probably held about half to get it all up here into 344s. And when I left, to go to the gym, I told you guys like we were at 341, which is what we were, and then I said we're at 344s. We got filled right there when we got back, and then I actually sat back down, and then I punched this because I was like, oh my God, what if that's the top? Then I put another. You see, you can tell when I'm back sitting down, every time, because there's me getting filled. There's me getting nervous because we went down and came right back up. Then there's me putting another out at the day's high. And then what? We don't do any trading for 40 minutes. And then all of a sudden, we're in and out of about 20% of our position within 15 minutes at these highs. And then once again, oh, what a surprise. It goes right back to the highs and your boy gets more out. And then again, breaks to 50. I'm here now. And then out here at 345 again at the highs. So this is called, in my opinion, responsible trading. It's really helped with all of this. And, you can't have the winners, right? I mean, it's like what you mentioned there on Palantir about being flat or whatever on Palantir. It's like, you got to follow your own rules. But like this one, if you're following the 50-period moving average, very, very choppy. This hasn't broke. I'm missing all this data here. So these lines might not even be accurate.
Close it and open it.
Yeah, so I'm just going to do that once I pass it back. But at the end of the day, I think the lines are fine. It's just this is nowhere near VWAP.
The VWAP will be wrong.
Yeah, because there's missing all this volume from the open. Well, I actually got... Yeah, so I'm going to close that and reopen it. But at the end of the day, it's like if a stock is long, it's kind of easy to trade it with the market doing this. It's when the market does this is when you have to have that plan of action. So that's why we're breaking down our stops. We consider, and we had Brian Shannon on yesterday, and I really, really take from him, and just consider myself to be a risk manager because, sure, we can have all these big trades on every day, and again, doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, it is what matters, is share size. And if you're able to manage that and take the right shares at the right time, then everything else is whatever. It's easy to work your way out of winning trades, right? It's tough to work your way out of losing trades, which is why we're always so nervous when we have these winners to manage them, because it's like, okay, when it loses, we get stopped out, right? I mean, boom, no problem. We get stopped out. That's it. We're red on it. And we just go ho-hum. That's what happened. We move on to the next one. But it's when we have these winners, it's like, okay, now how do we deal with it? Where are our stops? Where do we get out? So like right now, I have an out right now at 347 on Tesla. Why? Because we've just taken too many out right now. As we get into the high of the day, great trading right here for Tesla. Let's wait for 347 and reward ourselves. So that's what we're doing right now. Neil, we're almost at 2 or 3 times our daily goal. We're having the best day. We're actually more money today than we were up yesterday. It's an absolutely fantastic day, but enough about me. Let's throw it over to you.
Well, BBAI isn't about to break $10. Like, this stock is unbelievable. I thought you were in BBAI. Never mind.
No, I was waiting for that. I mean, I wish I was. I was waiting for that pullback.
So my water's blocking the.
Oh,
we have a program monitor, and I saw the other position, and I looked over, and I was like, no, because hey, it doesn't really matter.
No, but it did take out the high of the day. It's a good call to take that long.
Well, no. I wasn't going to take the long. I just, for some reason, I saw an extra position over there. My water bottle was blocking it. But BBAI is on an absolute tear.
Went down to 62.
So you can see, there you go. You can see that's what I'm always looking at. And this blocks sometimes. You know what? Just because I saw the Vegemite, actually, somebody sent me, one of our viewers sent me a video.
I thought he was doing less on the board, man. What the hell?
Someone sent me a video. There's this dude who has like millions of views on YouTube who did a video on Vegemite, which I have to watch because someone said it's like, what? It's literally, what is Vegemite?
Not me.
And I haven't watched it yet.
Nothing to do with me.
What I want to get to. No, so you're obviously breaking out here on BBI. That is an absolute powerhouse. I don't know if you're going to be able to buy dips there. There's probably a 10 break on this. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys the E-signal, and that's still on BlackBerry. But there's probably a 10 break on this. I haven't had a look at the level. Right now, when I drop it down, there's not a lot on the offer, but it's done 125 million shares. Personally, I wouldn't short it. And in a weird thing, if there's more on the offer, sometimes that's even better for the break. I know that's a bit counterintuitive, but I want to respect that. Still no breakdown on BlackBerry. Palantir, as I said, I would rather buy a dip than try to, like, I'm not sure where you work into a long when it's doing this. Like, if it dips down into some prior support, get some kind of a pullback, and then you can play with it. AMD is still in its dip. I got this one up like ever since this parabolic move up, which is all green candles on the 3, it's all red candles. Still hasn't gotten to that prior high of 111. Oh, this top 111.20 and then 111 even in here. So until we get there, if it's all red, I'm not even thinking about the long until we at least get to the 111, and it's halfway back in as well. If there's anything else you guys see that's moving, like when I look up at my patented trade rate here, it's got, I don't even know what FINMY is, FINMY, and NVIDIA, SPY, BITF, SMCI, BBAI, so that's about right. I don't even know what this top name is, but I looked up NVIDIA.
That's going to be a pink sheet name.
Yeah, but
oh, maybe that's Fannie Mae one. It's probably not. Let me check it up.
I don't know what it is. NVIDIA is not really doing that much, so even though it's the top of the list, I like the fact that AMD's been moving a little bit more. Otherwise, we usually look at NVIDIA instead. So looking for the reversion here into AMD, if it happens. Same thing with BlackBerry. Nothing much has changed. I have a trail on Intel. I'm not punching along if it breaks out this high on Intel. There's overhead resistance on the daily, so I'm not going to take that long, but I am going to look to buy a dip if it breaks the trend, either at 22 or at VWAP. That's about it. What else we got going on here?
So yesterday, I mean, right now Tesla's at highs, and we only have a $9 winner going on, so it's just a little bit of this. Oh, you guys want to know what was for lunch? Sad days around here because we are switching. I don't know if sad days or not. I'm happy with it. I always feel bad when a business loses a client, but we are switching over caterers starting on Monday. So you're going to get a little bit of a different feel for what is for lunch. But today was chicken pot pie. I saw it looked like there was some sort of fried rice potentially with it. I don't have the menu, but that's what it looked like. And then I had egg salad on the salad. What did you have?
A little too much egg salad.
Oh, you had egg salad, okay, too. Ramin had tuna on it, but I dare not ask to take hers because I did not. No, I don't want to start anything. Ramin, you know what I mean? You know what Ramin?
She said it was raw tuna. Obviously, it was not.
Well, but you can eat raw tuna.
No, but they wouldn't put that on. It wasn't.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
raw tuna.
The finest tuna is eaten raw.
It's a good source of protein.
Okay, so I would host a show here, Ramin.
I would prefer the tuna salad on my salad than the egg salad. By the way, Ramin is basically saying, how can you have tuna salad every single day? I would prefer that than the egg salad every single day. Easily. I'll take it.
The new caterer is on watch. We will do that. Yeah, I just tell people what I want, and then it generally happens with the caterer. So if you have any requests, please put them in, and then you will hopefully get that. Yeah, Pro J Terra is just a $9 winner, but we will just move off of that. Okay, so we also have $6 on $5.50 on Apple, but we've already talked about where our stops are. So I did. Funny thing is, I logged in and out of the charting, and so the middle of this reappeared. But Apple, I'm assuming, was not halted in the middle of the day there. But I lost now about 20 minutes of data there, and I'm not worried about it at all. I don't feel like that would have affected anything. So I'm just going to keep the charts like this because the next time I open them and close them, I don't want to miss more value right there. There's Chef Joe. Okay, what's up, Chef Joe? Yeah, man. I mean, I know that you're all about this. So you just mentioned it to me in the chat here about what you're doing exactly. So, all right, I'm going to get them all loaded up here, open them up in new tabs so I don't like dox ourselves here. That's a word that I learned, I think, from Pratt or something like that, doxing ourselves. All right, so open image in new tab. I think that just means like giving away your email address or something. All right, so Chef Joe has messaged me. What's up, Chef Joe? Thank you for coming on the recap show a couple weeks ago. I really appreciate that. We had a lot of fun, Adara and I, with you, and potentially you can come back on very, very soon. All right, Chef Joe, here we go. So this looks like a excellent little. Is this a rustic tomato soup? I'm not sure. I don't think you actually mentioned what all of this was to me. He just said he can't wait for the get-together, so we cannot wait to meet up with you. So that is Exhibit A. Please, everybody, if you're
a cook. Damn.
Yeah, he's gonna cook. Oh yeah, he's gonna cook. Well, we're gonna take Chef Joe out.
Well,
so that's for that. So there goes Chef Joe. So thank you for that. If you do want to find out what all this is, please enter the chat and we will be able to tell you what all of these are. Chef Joe will be able to. And then here's the money maker right here. So this is the ribeye that we all about right here. I told you that my favorite side was mushrooms. That looks like that may be it. Looks like you got a little sprinkle of salt on there. This is exactly what we're talking about. And then the coup de grace, after all said and done, why not just slice it and dice it? And there it is right there. Basically cooked to perfection. This is exactly how I do it, man. I pan fry the steak, then throw it in the oven. You get it looking like this. Chef's kiss, Chef Joe. So there it is right there, man. Get up here to Toronto and we'll go to, we'll get any fare that you would like. But if it's a steakhouse you are looking for, we have some in mind.
There's a few good ones. We got a few good ones in here.
And as the 51st state, you can use your US dollars up here. And the thing about it is the US dollar goes a hell of a long way. Actually, Chef Joe, you're paying. Because you know what? Like US dollar, you can get $1.40 Canadian for $1 US.
I'm surprised.
And that's after getting ripped off on the exchange.
I'm surprised it hasn't made that run to 150 yet. It's always been like a psychological, not psychological, but there's, I don't know, if you look at Forex Canada-US, which if you're Canadian, we tend to pay attention to, that 140 level has been a thing multiple times for sure. I would suspect that US dollar strength is going to continue. Trump can't like that.
You just worry about the stock market.
No, of course. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if for some of the goals you want, if you want trade deficits to come back down, you don't necessarily want all that dollar strength.
Right.
Yeah, it can get too strong if you're worried about your deficit.
I'm taking some out on Tesla.
So we are getting a reversion. Just close the bar on AMD, and we're going to go into, we're going to go into the long. BlackBerry is also trying to do one underneath. So simultaneously, one's going down underneath day-long support, and the other one is going or attempting to go up. Like BlackBerry's kind of already done this reversion here. That's all day long. Since the open to now, BlackBerry is now just breaking trend. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the news. It was QNX something. It doesn't really matter for BlackBerry. You're trading it on technicals anyways. Like I wouldn't be buying and holding this thing. So, I'm sure Derek can tell you what the news is on BlackBerry today. Why it's up 9%. Why this thing is running from $2 to $6. Sharif just jokingly says, Neil, why is BlackBerry up today? I'm like, I don't know. I just hung onto their phone for a very long time, which has nothing to do with how they make money. They make money with software, especially the QNX software, which is one of their.
Do they make money?
Sorry. They have revenue. Their driver of revenues.
They may make money. I didn't ask.
No, that's an apt correction. I am certain that they have revenues from QNX. I am uncertain because I haven't checked.
Revenues. Yeah.
No, but I actually had no idea if they reported net positive net earnings last. I
don't know. They probably do have an EPS.
I wouldn't make the assumption that they do.
Okay. Yeah. Nor would I. Scott. Nor would I. Okay, so right there, 346.
Brandon Ingram's making more money than BlackBerry.
Maybe. Brandon Ingram, he's going to get paid 40. I think they'll sign him for $40 million per. The NBA.
They did.
Oh, they already did. Oh, they did.
They extended him for the Raptors extended him for 4 years, so 3 years, 120. Yesterday. I thought.
Oh, okay. I had heard 40. So, okay, good. All right. So that is true. I think it's worth it, man. We got him for nothing. If he's healthy enough, nobody's going to sign in Toronto anyways. You see that clearly with the Blue Jays. Breaking BlackBerry news. Okay. So Ramin just told me there's breaking BlackBerry news with Adara. So let's go over and see this breaking news.
No, there isn't.
There really isn't, but I could talk about the BlackBerry news that broke last night. When I say last night, I mean, oddly enough, this headline came through at 11 p.m., which I've kind of never seen before. But anyway, around 11 p.m., BlackBerry announced that its QNX here has expanded its QNX Everywhere initiative in India through a multi-year partnership with Pi Square Technology. That is the story. Again, oddly coming out at 11 p.m. last night. So it is a day one catalyst. With that in mind, not much pre-market movement, but the second we open, steadily making higher highs, higher lows. Good look for BB.
There you go.
All right. A little bit of BlackBerry action there. We do get some more out of Lyft as that happens. 1351 right there. Good trading on that one. All right. So that was Lyft. We could talk a little bit about Uber. There was somebody in the chat. Oh, yeah. AIFF. That's fine. Big Bear. I think Big Bear. Oh, this was that FINMY name there, that FinMe. It was doing nothing, but I just wonder if there might have been a big print that happened because now it is gone. Like sometimes we get these odd ones on here, like PGHY on this hot list.
You know what I think
See, it's like, this not doing anything. I got to figure out what exactly the trade rate is.
I think the trade rate is so
like-
low on some
Right.
that if it does anything, it'll pop up for a couple of minutes.
So you
at the
could,
top.
there's going to be a filter where
There's a filter that I'm not using on that. That's the problem.
I just don't. I'm only looking for the big names. Like there it is, AIFF right now.
yeah,
we can look at that. So again, the trade rate's great. I mean, there's lots of different things that the eSignal platform does provide. We have the scanner for the watch list up there right now. Like honestly, we talk about the sticky note. For me, it's a game changer. I mean, it really lets me guide and give me a clear look at what I'm looking at. But I build it all off the watch list. So not all of it, but at the end of the day, there's always 5 to 10 names at least on that watch list, including small cap runners. So I wanted to bring that up to you guys because scan that watch list right there. It is completely free. I mean, I think we should probably charge for it, but we'll keep it free. Completely free there for everybody. And, you know, it just, if you're going to watch the show, those are going to be names that we're going to discuss. And generally speaking, I mean, what's on the watch list today? Tesla. What's on the watch list today? Potentially Apple, SMCI for sure. And these are all big names that I've traded, and they are all the proper, do the ad read for eSignal? Okay, let's just go. I don't need it open. Okay, so let's go. We just went over eSignal right there. So I just think it's really important that everybody trades with the best software and the ones that they can trust. It has nothing to do with you know, the fact that this is a free trial or anything like that. I think you should go there, scan it, try it out for the month. If you don't like it, then forget about it. Get rid of it, right? We just showed you there is an imbalance locator. I actually saw it. I want to go find out what that's all about. We just showed you the scanners. The thing is, you can connect over 50 plus brokers as well. So you can basically learn this platform, get rid of whatever broker you're using, attach it here, trade off the charts. And then Neil's already mentioned earlier too about the support. I mean, the support that's available with eSignal is world-class as well. And then the other thing that I like about it is, for me, the most important thing is that it's entitlement-based. So, you know, we have trade ideas on, and it's a great platform for sure. And those of you that have it know they don't have future. They don't have CME futures on there. You know, so you guys already know that. We love these trade ideas. They're great, okay? But at the end of the day, if you want something, eSignal will allow you to chart that. And sure, it will be a cost, but that's the cost of doing business, right? So check out eSignal. I'm telling you, man, Neil's already told you it's something that he's going to be using. And then on the midday show, Joe's going to figure out the options.
Shreef's already all in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, everyone's there. We like the platform, and we want to thank eSignal again for being part of Trader TV Live. So yeah, the market's falling back in. And before we go, I'm going to actually go get another drink here quickly. Before we fall back in, Tesla right now, we took that out. So I mentioned to you, we're getting out of Tesla, 346. It was having a problem again. Remember when I mocked myself and basically saying like, can you tell when I get back? And it was just like right into here. But then we don't have to worry about this. And when it comes back up, we get out there. And then we get some out at the top. So it always looking pretty good, right? So I feel like that's something that's trading. And what I put in my toolbox is, if it doesn't go, have the ability to get out. Take the money here and then save it for this. You know, like we said, we're the trader who we are, and I hope that you guys can see, you know, $13, $14, $15 in the money. This is not something that happens rarely. We pride ourselves on doing this quite often. And I mean, yesterday we had huge moves up in NVIDIA that we had on the show. Neil, we had I think it was $9 winner Tesla yesterday, or even the day before that we held into the after hours. You can go find my Twitter. It's all over it right now. And yeah, it's just, these are the trades. And I just trying to hold more. It's not necessarily working out, but on Apple it did. We were able to hold for these levels. I don't have the very amount of shares up here. We actually only have 2% left all the way up here, but it was a good trade. And at the end of the day, it's just showing you when you're right, you can have these big wins and these decent days. So, you know, stay with it today, man. Today we're 4 wins, 1 loss. It's going to be a good day. And as you had mentioned before, I don't know if this is true for you or not, but for me today, my only losing stock, which is the TQs, which is actually, I'm not embarrassed to show this. I'm actually proud to show this. Like, we at least had this bottom, but we had stopped out. I'm more embarrassed that we don't have this long. So like I said, for me, my biggest losing stock is actually underneath. So for example, I've only lost, let's just say $30 on TQQs, but then every other stock that I've made money on is higher than that $30. So we'll have four stocks that are highest than our biggest loser. All right, so I think that that's the way that I'm going to try to trade this. And like, for example, Tesla right now is, and again, I'm just talking about myself. Tesla right now, it is 5 times the loser that I have on SMCI, on TQs. So that's the difference there. Apple's only double, or almost double, or more than double. The loss, but still, that should be better because we should have more shares up there. All right, my stops are already in right now. I don't know, man. We'll talk about maybe who's reporting soon. I know you're in AMD.
I see a few people asking about things that are reporting. I think the biggest names are going to be, I think Reddit. Well, look, obviously, everything that reports, it moves. There's a lot of big companies reporting tonight. Reddit, Robinhood are a couple of really big ones. AppLovin, those are probably the big 3. We'll go into that in a quick little second. Well, maybe a little bit later. It's actually 3 o'clock now. But I did get into AMD on that reversion, so got in at 40 and 40. I have 2 fills, 40 and 41. So why does it, my price is actually, 42 and 43. My price is actually 42 and a half. It's not 42. I don't know why. It's so weird. I actually noticed this. When I have a blended half price, it'll like randomly sometimes round up or down. Like my price is 42 and a half. I have a 42 and a 43 fill. So it doesn't even make any sense. But my stop is underneath 30s. My first out was at 1-to-1, and we'll play it into the high of the day, revert in, revert out. BlackBerry's not doing anything. It's exactly, I almost typed in BBAI, which would have been a typo. So we did this trend break, and it hasn't broken the prior high. There's only ever 2 outs. If you break the trend, I'm either going to go with the high of the day or the local high. I tend to prefer the local high. Sometimes I've talked to Obi about this. He likes the high of the day. I tend to think like if it gets and breaks this, I'm not holding it into there where you're likely to have a breakout trade and a little bit of extra slippage, and especially in the afternoon. So for me, when it breaks this trend, closes under, I give it to the local top there at 81, right? So we'll risk about 7 pennies on that, and then we'll try to get some out into VWAP if it comes into the downside. BBAI has not broken $10 yet for everybody out there that isn't tracking the stock. It's still higher lows, all that good stuff, super strong stock, has yet to break the $10 level. There is some, like I said, there's some size there. I feel like it's going to be a breakout trade, at least one worth taking a shot at. I would just always prefer dip buys. Palantir is still looking pretty good. Now, if there's anything else you guys want us to look at, I'm still in the same 3. Nothing's blowing up on the trade rate. I think it's weird. Like, I'll show you, like I'm still sitting in this Intel, but it just showed, now all of a sudden it's one of the top ones, and it's really not doing anything. You know, like this is what or get off the pot. Either break the top or break this stop underneath. So yeah, we're just sort of sitting in this one. It was much better at the 21 level because it accelerated off of that price. Oh, there was one mistake on Intel. Uh-oh. I'll show you the obvious, and it's sort of obvious when you look at it. There's the prior high, so that's where we like to execute. There's the low, that's where we execute. Look where this double bottom is. Right on afternoon resistance. Intel was perfectly technical today. The highs, the lower high, and the low were all perfect long executions for you if you took them. So when it did this higher low, it was almost perfect. Resistance to support. I think it's the easiest sort of way to view charts because it's just telling you where all the cool prices are that everyone else likes, and then you just kind of join them if you can. But you want to join at least one of those, right? Like you gotta, I don't know the reason, right 11 o'clock. Yeah, I can't say I wasn't sitting here for those. I was. It was the morning show. Should have had both, or at least one of those 2. I don't know about both. Should have had at least one of those 2. BlackBerry is moving higher. My stop is here at 81. So if it gets to 82, I'm out. If it breaks lower into VWAP, I'm only bidding into 563. And at that point, and the reason I'm bidding into 563 and not into VWAP currently, and I'd have more than half of it out at that point, is go back 2 days, and that's the prior high. So I have bids into that level. If it takes that out, then I think it could accelerate into VWAP. So it's kind of a binary trade for me there. I always zoom it out, and I do have a bad job of saying, oh, look with these bids. Why would you not bid into VWAP? Well, zoom out, that's why. So pretty simple on BlackBerry.
I really like what Neil does there by putting the line there on Intel to show like sort of the trend and levels breaking and things like that. That's something that I need. That might be able to keep us into the trades a little bit longer or give you a defined out.
It cuts both ways.
Yeah, and that's what I'm
I
saying.
found is early on, I'll trail out of things and I'll look back and it's like Alibaba.
We talk about the TQs.
No, it cuts both ways because I'll trend out of things all the time. Today it's not a good example on Alibaba.
Coming back.
Yesterday was a good example on Alibaba. Like I trailed out of Alibaba and it was not the best looking entry point. Okay. Can we come to my chart for a second? Because I know what you're getting at, but to me it's a work in progress because I trended out of Alibaba here only to then miss a re-entry right back into the highs. Like it was just not, I didn't think it was the right time to be getting out of the stock. It was still holding higher lows on VWAP and we had a really good price. It was still in the money. Why do I need to get all of it out there? What I should have done, hindsight being 2020, is if it breaks that trend line, you just get out half instead of getting out all, which I am apt to do. If you fail a high break and break the trend, I get out of all of it. I should have gotten out a half here yesterday and then you miss the VWAP, who cares? It goes back to the high. Anyways.
Yeah, okay. So that's, and I just want to talk about our outs now. It's 3:15. We do have the imbalances coming up, obviously, at 3:50. So that'll be something, and we'll talk more about those imbalances as we go. So I've just changed my test. So all I'm doing is really trying to ride this 200 period, but it's been a fun ride. It's never even come close to violating it at all. But again, you can just use this as your target. It looks great today, and I feel like maybe we should have. So someone asking in the chat what my lines are there. I want to call you out where it was, but oh, here it is, right? What's up, Todd Edwards? I feel like we've seen you before for sure. All right, tell you what moving averages I use. Yeah, so great question, and here comes hopefully a decent answer. All right, so what I'm using right now is just the 50-period moving average. I use simple moving averages. We just did a video on EMAs. EMAs are also very, very good trading tools as well. They'll just give you a difference of the closing trade. On a 1-minute chart, it's not going to be that much difference between an SMA and an EMA. But at the end of the day, that's a 50-period is, I don't know if the color comes across on, looks like purple or pink. There's breaking news coming up, so get ready for that. And then there's green is the 200-period moving average. Let me know, Ramin. And then VWAP, okay, not yet, so there it is. VWAP right there is blue. So blue or purple VWAP, 250. And we've sort of coined, we didn't coin anything. We sort of had started using this. I was using the 50-period moving average pretty much religiously on the daily chart. And then I was like, let me see what this looks like on a 1-minute chart. And it's been good. Like, look at Tesla right there breaking through 400. Please, 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 Sabrina Carpenter, go over to Adara.
Keep an eye on Robinhood here. Not only do they report in less than an hour here, I believe their ETA is 4:05, but Robinhood also getting a bit of volume to the downside, seeing apparently that Kalshi, the prediction market, has now added a second broker partner. Initially, they were only partnered with Robinhood. Now they're also partnered with Webull. So Robinhood now not the only partner here of Kalshi, getting a little bit of a move to the downside, though, is already pretty much bounced. Also worth noting here, Sharif mentioned this headline earlier today. It's not new, but I'm seeing it circulate on social media now. Apple apparently going to be bringing Apple TV Plus to Android phones, as reported by Bloomberg. Back to you.
Boom. Yeah, that's huge. Okay, I didn't even realize that. And we are in Apple. So, all right. All right. So, yeah, yesterday, the move that I made in the middle of the day, we talked about that. I still have I'm still well in Palantir, but we did trim some yesterday at 114. And the reason why we did that was I was just wondering about its extension here, and I don't want to necessarily get out of it. We talked about a PE in the 500 level, in the 500 mark. And it did drip down yesterday, came into this 112 area. We got out at 114. I think it was just 114. I put the offer out at, it got filled. It might have been 114 and a quarter, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's making new highs right there. But I actually did something that I don't normally do, and that is I switched it over and bought Tesla. So I put some of that money into Tesla yesterday at 330, a little bit below 330, and that's been working out for us. And I just wanted to say that Tesla, I really like the stock. I just think it has to get away from some of the sort of political opinions surrounding the stock, and it's his fault. It's the guy was pretty much unhinged at some of the things, in my opinion, that he was doing. But he's very excited, and it's just the relationship, right? We've seen stocks get hit before on political views. It's obviously this guy's in bed with Trump, and it is what it is. So I just think that that's going to be there. I like it for what it means moving forward. Again, I don't know. I like the robo-taxi game. I'm in Uber for basically the same reason. I think they can play nice together. And I think Tesla, in a couple months, is going to release basically Waymo. And Waymo's already in there. We don't have it here, but I assume that those of you in San Fran and in Austin and things like that, you can already get a driverless taxi.
Yeah.
I already have friends that have done that in San Francisco, and it's just Waymo, and they pick them up in Teslas, to be honest with you, and other cars as well. So I believe other cars. At the end of the day, that's all that I think is going to get released. And when that does get released, I think it's a little bit of a bump for the stock. I don't know when that happens, but I think that's going to be pretty cool. So that would be something. And then full self-drive, he's promised it to go out to every single car they've made. I know that hasn't been necessarily true. They have to have some updates there. I don't remember, when did he wear? I don't ever remember Donald Trump wearing those glasses. That's not.
No.
Hit that again. Because now he has the royal blue suit.
No,
he's always wearing the red tie.
That's from before.
That's like in a. Oh, that's when he was on SNL.
Oh yeah, that's
He's doing Hotline.
That's a while ago.
Oh man.
That's
okay.
We should refresh that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I mean, that's funny anyway.
Oh yeah, it's kind of jokes.
Okay, so yeah, and then now obviously with the, I think the Doge, that makes sense to me. I mean, I think that no matter what business you're in, you're always looking for efficiencies and try to improve on that. So we'll see if that is exactly what happens to the Department of Government Efficiencies. But today, man, and most days, we're celebrating Elon Musk around here, baby, because there goes Tesla again. I mentioned to you yesterday that we had our best day of the month, maybe of the year. That was on Tesla. And Neil, today we put it up again. So we're just going to go back-to-back huge days there on Tesla. And we did it yesterday. We did it today. Yesterday we did it short. Today we did it long. The day before that was short as well. So there it is. I will buy a Tesla because of Elon. See, so people in the chat are saying that. And we know people that are the complete opposite. It's just, I think that's just a mess right now. And once that gets all figured out, I wonder if Tesla would be maybe even higher if the Democrats had won, to be honest with you, because then you're not worried about all this. We've almost round-tripped Tesla.
I don't know about that, though. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying, Tesla's almost back. It needs to get down here. This is the election bump, 280, 260, right? So you're still a ways away from that. The market has been going up. I don't know if the market would be where it is if the Democrats had won, but I don't need to make that decision because they did not. And the market is upside right now and breaking, not today, but getting close to breaking all-time highs. So, we're pretty happy, man. I checked the account today. It's right there. And everything's going well. I just would like Google to go a little bit higher, and then we could be happy.
The only thing I'm upset with recently, on the August drop, remember August 6th? I bought two stocks on August 6th in my personal account. One of them was obviously great, which was Meta. The other one? Microsoft.
Yeah, that's a disappointment.
That was the one, and my entire logic was,
you're
gonna see. At the time when I did it, I was like, I'll buy one, and then Microsoft's gonna be the safer of. I don't know why I thought that in my head. It seemed good in my head. Should have just put it all into Meta.
Still up though.
No, it's opportunity cost. Microsoft absolutely sucks. Microsoft has been compared to Tesla's been worse. Obviously, as a Mag 7 name. Maybe we should be talking about Broadcom, but Microsoft has. Whoops, that's still my e-signal. Microsoft is stunk. So while it's in the money from the August lows, and by the way, you weren't getting these bottoms, you're getting kind of up here. It's barely in the money. It never went more than 10%. It can't seem to get off the schneid. You're holding on to 400, but that's literally all you're doing here with Microsoft. It's just a dog right now relative to the other Mag 7 names. And what I fear is if the market rolls over, Microsoft might find itself back in the mid 300s. I don't know what's wrong with the stock recently. I guess they're just not monetizing enough of AI in Office, which, anybody use Office? I have no idea. Is anybody... even using those tools.
Nope.
I don't know anybody that is, and
They have such a small investment in ChatGPT as well, and OpenAI. It's like it's not even. Anyways, I still
you
like
also have
Microsoft.
some cloud. Like, look, all the big cloud names have been sort of talking.
Yeah.
A little bit of some of the cloud names have been having the big ones, anyways. A little bit of decline in their growth, so that's normal. But you're not seeing Amazon get punished for that very much. They're doing.
The thing is like it goes in ebbs and flows. Like Microsoft will be the next one.
Thanks.
You know, it's like
Well,
Google was down, it was the next one. Then earnings happened, and it was Quadunk, and then so on and so forth.
I might just sell it, to be honest with you.
Palantir is still the next one. You guys can get that if you want. No, I don't know about that. It's pretty high up right there. All right, breaking news with Adara.
Actually, no breaking news, but it's really funny that right now you guys are talking about Microsoft and OpenAI because I actually just finished this graphic for TTV Research contextualizing how I guess the stock price has ebbed and flowed since they began investing in OpenAI. This first investment was announced in Q3 2019. By the way, the stock price is just at the price at the end of each quarter. So starts investing in 2019, announces another investment, rumored at around $2 billion in Q1 2021. Then we really start ramping things up here, interestingly enough, after the launch of ChatGPT at the end of 2022. So after that, we get a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar investment, rumored at around $10 billion from Microsoft. And then, of course, we have at the end of 2023, the drama with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman briefly being ousted from the company and then rejoining the company. Lots of really interesting stuff. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. I have a lot of fun graphics I'm trying to put out every single day. But yeah, funny. Did we just get this posted? Pretty timely here with regards to the conversation about these companies. Back to you.
I love those. Absolutely love them. Those infographics. That's sort of the thing.
Yeah,
Like,
be huge. Wicked job.
you know, ultimately, yeah.
Wicked
great job.
awesome, eh?
Wicked awesome. Who says that?
I don't know. Me. No, somebody I've.
A Boston thing?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a Boston.
Yes, it's a Boston.
Yeah, it's probably, you know what? It's probably Goodwill Hunting is what I'm thinking about it. NVIDIA's starting to accelerate a little bit here. Why is NVIDIA decide to accelerate and AMD decides, hey, let's just go 10 cents at a time. Like it just went 110.40 to 111.75. It pulls back 70 cents and then spends the rest of this time going very slightly to the upside here on AMD. It is a strong one. Well, if I show you the daily chart, it's a strong one today. AMD is still in the penalty box, and I believe until it breaks, you can actually see the 50 period now because this trend line and the 50 period are finally coinciding together. I think if this breaks at 50, it looks a little bit better, but yeah, it's strong just now. This stock's still under a tremendous amount of pressure. Lower highs, lower lows, all that same stuff here in AMD. I think there's going to be a great swing trade on this stock at some point. But in order for that to happen, you've got to break this trend. I want no part of it. It's outside of a day trade until it breaks this trend. I've been saying that for months now. Ideally, it goes all the way to 90 before it does it. That would be perfect. And then breaks the trend to the upside. I'll like it even more if it does that.
Yeah, that was the thing about Intel. I feel like I bought it a little bit earlier, a little bit too early, but we've been rewarded with this name. We bought Intel for the very first time down here at $19.80. And I'd said that we would get something out if it went to $22. But I looked at the account. It's, 10% is fine, but we could get more than that. Like, what about 25 on Intel? So I think like that would be a good spot there. And like Neil said, it's like it's opportunity cost. Like for me, it's like sure, Baba's gone up and back down again. But like for me, like the names that like I got out there and then the money that we had made, went into work, into other things. And then when it gets back up to the upside, sure, it's there. I've had lots of stocks like this where they do this and I don't do anything about it and then finally get out when this happens and then it continues to go higher. So I think it's always smart to think about support and resistance levels. And that's why the last stock that I was just looking at there with Intel, of course, was what I was getting at is they're both not the same, but like if you played last time from here up here, well, that's great and it's worth celebrating and we talk about celebrating your wins, but it did fall all the way back down. So it's like it does give you an opportunity to either get out and then reinvest same capital, same stock, or get out of something, which is what I'll probably plan on doing maybe tomorrow, maybe by the end of the week. Let's see where Intel is. But getting out of some, like maybe 25%, and then either holding that for a pullback in, putting it to work somewhere else, buying an ETF, things like that, so that you are still around. And I mean, if you like the space, you can always slip into like a SOXL, or Intel's been kicked out of the Dow, but I was going to say you could throw it into the similar space, or get into something either a little less aggressive like the NASDAQ, so you're still exposed to that. All right, and then just quickly again, to face slapper. So we just did it again right there, and it was right at the top one more time. So there's the out. Again, if you guys, we were able to get it at 15s right there. It's still in the pocket if you want it. Take a little piece right now on Tesla. We're getting lighter and lighter, obviously. It's 3:30 right now, and our day is already here. It's like I'd mentioned, it's actually a bigger day than yesterday. So we're just chilled out about it. We're happy that we have the wins, but we're not necessarily going to. We've already talked about it enough. So those are those trades. Let's just try to move on to something else. You're okay. So you just got out of two positions. So you're probably,
yeah. Just very quickly here, Vic A, Nvidia, absolutely correct. I'm going to move that onto another chart just so we can. It's actually going right now. Intel broke support, so we got out. Been holding on to this trade. Like, this wasn't a new trade. This was a. It's not VWAP, but I think it didn't matter. The buy had more to do with the 2180 level. And I saw someone in the chat saying Intel moves like Pfizer. When it does, maybe you don't want to trade it. The last 2 days, Intel's had over 5%, and it's not gapping up 5%. It's trading range 5%. So I don't know how long that's going to last, because that's not usually what it does. Oops. But for the last couple of days, it has. And if it breaks, it's above the 250 period moving average. It's got a breakout overhead resistance. It's one of the reasons I didn't want to buy it above that 22 level. But this breaks, I think you got a nice little room. Well, the other day, I think back when it was here the last time, the 200 period was at like 25, 26. Now it's actually underneath $25. But same thing. I think you got room to 25 here, and I want to look long. As long as it's in this nice little upward channel, I think you're away from shorting Intel at every opportunity, and you're starting to buy this thing off the 50 period moving average and all those higher lows. Because like 5% move is a 5% move. At some point, it's going to go back to doing 1% a day, and that's when you want to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. AMD, remember I showed you it couldn't go more than 10 cents, so no real follow-through. I'll end up paying fees on this trade. We did take a couple of legs out, but it's not moving, and my stop wasn't going to move it. There's no reason. There wasn't a reason to average into it either, because there's no action right now. So it ended up going sideways after what I thought was a much better move, at least initially. Like, I like the fact that it was going crazy, maybe a little meme crazy, pull back, let's do the reversion, see if you can't just get back to the high of the day, but AMD just didn't have enough legs in it. BBAI, I could still take the 10 break, but it's like 330 now. It's decelerating in terms of volume a little bit, but it's still near enough the highs that you could get a late break. I wouldn't want it at like 350 or anything. You know, there's always a limit to when I do not want to take a breakout trade, and most of it has to do with imbalance. If I think a stock could have an imbalance, I don't want to take a breakout right in front of the imbalance, because then you just get extra slippage if it doesn't work, and your risk to reward isn't what you think it is. It's much different buying a dip or selling in front of resistance when there's an imbalance, where I know there's going to be liquidity on the other side of it. So BBAI got to do this break sooner or later, sooner rather than later, or we don't take it.
So yeah, people asking about me selling Tesla. Yeah, 344 break. We have less and less now on this name, so we've done pretty good just to sit here in it, and we're going to watch out for that. Actually, I don't want to make this too big here. Just want to find out. We just tweeted out here what we're expecting today. So there's the trade desk today. That's going to be an interesting name, obviously, to trade as we look to see what's going on. Bros, I think, is cool. We've watched out for Starbucks here a little bit, so Bros will come reporting today. Right now as well. Applied move 14% on Bros. Nicely done there. If we look over, and we just put it over here so we can see the daily. So again, well off, a little bit of a retracement back. Looks very, very similar to me than Starbucks. We got a huge move on Dutch Bros. Wow, congratulations. This is what I'm saying about how it's like tech is one thing, and there's many other plays where you can have these kind of moves, sans everything else, right? I mean, it's just like, I'm just obsessed with tech. Doesn't mean that everybody else is. All right, Robinhood. I mean, ADRs dropped some stories today about Robinhood and Kalshi, so there's going to be news on that. We'll hear if they talk about that. As far as their report is concerned, the implied move on Robinhood over 12%. Again, well extended. So far, I don't know if they're going to beat or what, But I don't think any of these are looking great right now, as they're all up. So they're almost priced for perfection, in my opinion, so far. Cisco Reddit would be another one that I'm obviously concerned with. I'm not in it, but I'd like to be in this name. Reddit, another name that went out at like $40 or $60 on IPO and has just absolutely been a monster to the upside. And that implied move over 15%. So that should be really exciting.
So
I mean,
high.
you want to talk about making money in places. Like this one, anyone could have had this. Sure, we'll talk about Palantir and this and that. But this is from March. So less than a year ago, this name was $40. You know, now it's $220. And like, I thought Reddit was an old story, like when they IPO'd. Like, I'm like, Reddit, like, you know, but obviously they've made me look wrong. And I not that I didn't like it as a stock, but I don't use it. I still don't really use it, but it has been a good news source. A lot of people like Reddit and it's working out. But there's another example of something that can work for you that's not like the Mag 7 or some of these typical names. So look out for that. And again, we have a good example with Hood too, right? Like, I mean, that's not your typical finance company, but they've really had that move. Tesla right there. Again, man, we'll props it up, but there's the drop through the 200 period. Small piece left on Tesla now into that 2%. Apple is still $6 in the money, so we're still holding on to net 13, but at the end of the day, this is continuous. This is continuing to go. I'm going to change this now, 236.50, 236.40. That's the 50 period. Let's just get out and just top it off, man. Like, oh, I'm exhausted. This has been such a fun day. That BBAI does not come back in, so we don't hit that. I'm going to change my stops on
I
Apple.
don't think it's going to break out anymore.
And I do the trader salute to all of you guys out there.
Yeah, BBI just did another pullback. I think it might be a tomorrow thing for this $10 level unless something changes rapido on BBAI
Rapido.
and it doesn't feel like it's going to be that moment. I think NVIDIA might be a little bit more interesting going into the close. There are some early looks, but it's all the usual suspects that don't necessarily move anything. Like FXI, which I know 2 million is a lot, but we've seen it before. The last time it was here, it did absolutely nothing. Intel, that's from the morning, so you kind of look at the time here. Visa always pairs off Schwab. That'll pair off as well. So anything over 1 million, probably not going to be that big of a deal, but you could see some kind of surprises, although NVIDIA wouldn't be a surprise. I would think today might be a day that you could see maybe an SMCI. Who knows? Even a small imbalance on SMCI would get a little bit interesting. I feel like that stock, I don't know, I want it to break 41. Like, look at the resistance on this thing at $41. Just can't seem to do it. It's right back into the lows. It was a huge mistake to have gotten away from the short. Like I said, I broke a rule. Lower highs, broke down. I don't even remember why I liked going long here. I can make an argument for getting out, but I can't make an argument for going long there. Broke the trend, lower highs. Right now, SMCI feels like it's a little bit of a weak stock. Maybe watch out for this tomorrow. There is a pretty sizable gap underneath $39 on SMCI. It should go on radar. If it loses the bid here, in all of this strength, I'm just shocked that SMCI isn't doing much more, unfortunately. It's kind of a weird one here today. BlackBerry is exactly where it was the last time I looked. It refuses to drop. It refuses to break. It broke trend. It refuses to break the high. I think it got 1 cent away from this higher low, and now you're just sort of hanging out. If I stare at it, it'll actually do something. But that's pretty simple. If it breaks the high, we're just going to get out of the trade, risk that 7 pennies, and then move on to the next, which I'm kind of hoping can still be BBAI.
Yep, 340 right now. I mean, I feel like, again, let's just props it up, because there's SMCI 41 right here. We had it written as long, but the minute that didn't happen, then it becomes that short. So we nailed the level, SMCI. Glad Neil pointed that out. And again, SMCI will be P&L 3 today. And I went long on it, and we were able to still capture enough profit because, again, I'll be trading, like much more aggressively, obviously off the open. And there was a great SMCI trade, buy, boom. right? So you're going to see like mine and Neil's charts are always going to be completely different. Like his SMCI chart is in and out, like real quick. We're going to hold to try to get a little bit differently there. But I think it was really choppy in the middle of the day. So I think those were good outs there. You don't necessarily, that's why I'm saying like right off the open, you got to be careful about what you're doing. And it's a completely different risk parameter at the open and even into the close, like even right now, like look what Tesla's doing, like we have that 2% on right now on Tesla. So here we go. Breaking news right now with Adara. Let's go.
So keep an eye here. Charles Gasparino here from Fox Business basically posting here on X. This is just getting circulated now, but he posted it 2 minutes ago. Apparently, Elon Musk has told people, unclear which people, that he plans to spend the next 4 months working on Doge. So it seems like his priorities are, at least right now, with the Department of Government Efficiency. Apparently, he's aiming to cut $2 trillion from the budget through Doge. And once Doge's goals are met, he wants to see inflation drop to 2%. So apparently here, Elon Musk's lofty Doge goals are going to keep him occupied for at least 4 months, guys. Back to you.
Not the first that has tried this. Just in terms of, like drastic cutting to the U.S. budget, it's like more power to them. I think ultimately, look, I'm of the economic camp that deficits and money creation and borrowing has more to do with inflation than some other factors. But so I'm kind of with it. I think it makes sense to get a little bit more thrifty. I just wonder if they're going to be able to accomplish what they set out to, and then Elon's taking. Look what that headline is doing this into Tesla. Like, you've got to be kidding me. It's not bringing the market down, but it's certainly bringing Tesla right back into VWAP here very, very quickly. If it can bounce, you know what? No. Last time it just trended down. So forget about looking at VWAP in there. If anything, I think this might be an opportunity if it bounces back into prior support. Look for a rollover. I don't want to short bottoms, not when a stock is above VWAP. That would be breaking a rule. I pretty much would never do that. I don't like that setup. Yeah, now it's starting to bring things in. At the NASDAQ, by the way, the NASDAQ's doing this, but it's like slowly starting to accelerate going into these imbalances. 8 minutes to go. So I think you got to be at least a little bit picky. And I don't want to catch these bottoms here. It was a falling knife when these types of headlines went out before, and it didn't really bounce until you'd made some fresh lows. So until it gets to a support level, I'm going to back off this one a little bit. Angelo in the chat, that's a lot of stocks. What about Rigetti, SMR, ARM, and RR? Don't know about RR. ARM is one of the stocks that I bought when we had the DeepSeek. I bought the Qs and I bought the ARM on the DeepSeek. What I can tell you for sure about Rigetti is, remember this time yesterday? The 50-period moving average on Rigetti? If you like an indicator, make sure your stock is respecting it. There's the 50-period. It bounced the 50-period today. It was 1070. This went down to 1065, and that's Rigetti. Now, was I trading Rigetti today? No, because I was trading Intel today. Like, the reason I'm not in Rigetti is because I was doing that on Intel. So you've got to pick and choose. Seriously, Intel? I just got trailed out of this. What the heck just happened to Intel? I just trailed out of this silly thing, and it just made a fresh high. So apparently this is a very bullish stock that it can break support and then minutes later be right back at the high of the day. So that's a little bit annoying. But yeah, it just goes to show somehow this is one of the stronger stocks out there. As the market just dropped because of that Tesla headline, and I have no idea why Intel just broke the high of the day. That's pretty intense. All right, so here comes VWAP here on Intel. Oh, sorry. We'll just talk about Intel. VWAP in here on Tesla, as you guys can see. Elon focusing on Doge for the next 4 months. See how much the market loves that?
Will you take a look at that? I mean, this is why we are. Okay, I said we would talk like this, but this is why we are who we are, because you have to be a risk manager. And we talk about that over and over and over again. So we have, I said, less than that 2% left of Tesla. So this ain't hurting one bit. In fact, I'm buying this dip right now. We already know this about Elon. I'm buying this dip right here. If it breaks VWAP, we're out. That's 339. You want to see how simple the trading can be, guys? All right, so let's just do it right now. could be a loser. Let's just zoom this out just a little bit. We don't necessarily have to use exactly VWAP again because it is that level, but watch, here we go. So that 339 break, if it does that, we will get out, okay? And then we'll just deal it after that. So 339, so there's a nice little dip buy for us. Where did we get long again? We got long 36, no, not 36, sorry. Oh, we just got out of our Apple trade. That's what it was. So 338, this looks like it's gonna break now, so we're gonna go put, whoops. All right, well, there it goes. So it just broke. I'm going to get back in quickly there. That did break. I didn't even get to put my stop in. 338.74. If it breaks that, we're going to get out right there on Tesla. So let's have a quick look to see what winds up happening now on TSLA. We did get stopped out of a little bit there, but now we just punched back into what we got. So we bought 339.36s. I guess it must have broke 339 there, so we did get stopped out of a little piece, but we're back into it right now. So let's wait to see what happens now for Tesla. Okay, here it goes. So it's going to start to get ramped up. Remember, ADRs brings us this news like as soon as it happens, and then like mainstream media will eventually pick it up. So I could see this being a negative story. Obviously, Tesla's down now $8 in a straight line. So this is not a great trading advice to go long right now.
Why is it bringing Nvidia down? Like it doesn't make.
This brings the market down.
I know. It's like
this is what it is. But
like Nvidia was just.
We just got stopped out of Apple, but Apple's been great.
That's what I'm saying. Like Apple. It's completely unrelated. It's just a technical thing, Tesla being part of the index. So I'm going to look for a curl on NVIDIA at VWAP. All right, so this will be, let me get into it. There's only 4 minutes to go till the imbalances come in. NVIDIA pretty much will have an imbalance every single day of a couple of million shares. Minimum 1.5 million, maybe 2 million share imbalance on NVIDIA, which means very, very tight stop because if it comes out of sell imbalance, the spike is minimum 50 pennies. And you know who gets that? The algos get that. So if you think that if you think you want to have a stop down here, when the imbalances come out, you might get rinsed into like 75. So tight stop on NVIDIA. It just doesn't make. It's not, it's a Tesla story. It's not an NVIDIA story or a market story. Was that?
No, I mean, some things are just speechless. I mean, there goes Tesla. So we just take $1 on it, and now we'll wait to see. So I think this is worth scalping. We talked about that. I didn't think this was like the wisest trade to try to catch that falling knife, but we will. Obviously, as Neil and I talk about it, we just made a video, celebrate your wins. So there it goes, man. We will take $1 out on Tesla. Now wait. We still have just... I don't know if I have over half or under half because we did get in and out there, but we have roughly half left on this. I'm going to take another piece right here at 70 if we can get it because it didn't break 340. I thought 340 could have been broken there. I am nervous because this is a red story for sure, so we could still break lower on Tesla. There it goes right now. Here it goes, so watch out. A couple more pennies lower, we're out. I think it was 75. Oh, does not hit there. All right, we should look at this, man. It's just going through a lot of volume right now, Tesla. Can we get something out in the 30s maybe and just say whatever to this? All right, so we almost got stopped out there. I almost have to see if my order's there. So I don't know why that didn't, okay, there. Did we get stopped out there? No, we actually took the offer. Okay, so we were close to getting stopped out there, just didn't fill. 338.75 break. So let's take advantage of that and now go back up to the upside here. And we got that 30 fill. So now we're getting lighter and lighter on Tesla. I don't even really want to play with this, to be honest with you. But guess what? There it is again, Neil. We just sort of undercover right now, put up another big day. Lyft is actually PL2 now on the day. So Tesla's going to carry the day right here for the show. Then Lyft will be number 2 and Apple, actually, they're both right there. So I don't know what your best stock of the day is here, but we've got 3 or 4 of them that are really starting to go for us right now. That Lyft was huge. We talked about it. We'll sit in front of VWAP and see if we get that play. So there it is again, right there for us on Lyft. It looks like here comes Tesla again. There it goes. Okay, so Tesla finally breaks to the downside. You could see, man, pretty choppy here. This is pretty typical of how I want to trade when there's news. So in and out, give it a shot right there. Keep that feather in your cap, man. The big day is still there. We have an hour and a half, a minute and a half
90
left.
seconds.
Yeah, until the imbalances.
Well, I mean, Intel did back-to-back good moves we're able to catch, so that'll be my best one. I had Lyft as well. I didn't realize Lyft actually made a second salvo because Lyft did that early reversion, and then it did a late one as well, so that's a great look. Actually, yeah, I didn't go back to it when it broke higher. So NVIDIA is bouncing off of VWAP with 90 seconds. Why am I sitting on the bid? I didn't get the fill down here at 10s, so I'm just going to tighten up my stop because in 1 minute you're going to have the imbalances. And now I want to make sure we preserve that it can't turn into a red name. If we break VWAP, I'll just get out. As simple as that. If we go underneath VWAP, I'm out. Otherwise, I'm holding to the local high. It's a simple bounce, like technically from there to there, and that's it. And the imbalance can be a different story here on NVIDIA. Probably a bunch of things just bounced. Like the futures actually just held out there. So kind of the logic simply that why would NVIDIA be down on that other than just sympathy? Look for that revert off of VWAP. It was the only stock I looked at that was at VWAP in the moment. And with 20 seconds to go to the imbalances, now we'll look to see how big the NVIDIA imbalance will be in which direction. Probably 1.5 to 2 million is my guess because that's what's been pretty much every other day this week. And I feel like it was a sell yesterday, but I could be wrong about that. You know what? Palantir actually did not end up breaking away.
We just made the wrong trade here with Apple. I mean, there the imbalances are out. I'll just talk about it just real quick. Like, so we got out of Apple, then Apple went down. We were buying this bottom in Tesla, but Tesla kept going. Apple retraced all the way back up. So there it goes again. There's the NVIDIA 1.28 million for the sell on that one. Apple also with a sell. These aren't affecting the stocks whatsoever. Tesla, that may have just hit that. Again, it probably wasn't a sell to begin with, but obviously as they lose that, wow. Like, this is like NFT worthy, maybe. Like, the fact that we got out there and then just did this just to show, like, you got to have some kind of risk management because there it goes to the downside. And again, I get people tweeting at all the time, like, I just lost everything. This is how that doesn't happen. You know, like, I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day right now. And part of that is because we cashed out. We had cashed out of Tesla. We gave some back right there because everything was unrealized, but we didn't give back that much. And then the Apple cash out right there puts us over the top. Oh, yeah, it wasn't that. My bad. It was this. It was Lyft. We just were looking at Fannie Mae there. We didn't even have a trade there. Dara brought us that news earlier on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. It was actually the Lyft trade, actually. That's the face slapper right there. So again, you want to talk about, Neil talks about this. He has his note here. We can go review it if you want as well. But SMCI, right? Top stock for us today. Number one on the sticky note. Tesla, the number one stock today on the sticky note. Lyft, the number two stock today on the sticky note. The other one, Alibaba, which I don't know if you're up or down on it, but I know you traded it. So there you go, man. That is what it is. We're just going to wrap up
2 days in a row, but yesterday was way better. So
you're up on Alibaba. So that's good.
But if I showed you the chart, I'm not happy with it at all.
No,
but I just have to cancel some
when are
orders.
we?
I was expecting two really big deletes and sell imbalances, which I was offering a lot of shares on, and they did not come out as sells.
Yeah, okay.
So we're just going to go ahead and cancel. Actually, one of them didn't. So like kind of a nothing burger. So by the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, like sometimes you'll have like major deals that close. Stocks getting deleted from the index, you look to take a lot of shares for like one or two cents. But when they don't come out to sell, well, you probably don't want the short. NVIDIA did trail out. You saw that 1 million sell imbalance. That was enough. It was actually cruising, but this is why you tighten up the stop. It's held VWAP at least for now, but you're not going to get that follow through unless it comes out of buy. It's kind of like a free roll there. Like if it starts going in your favor, it comes out of buy, it takes you into the high. Instead, the market is reverting back to the downside. No, all I was getting at with Alibaba is, oh wow, Baba really pulled back. No, all I'm getting at with Alibaba is I had the 15 revert, but when it lost VWAP, I got out, which is fine. This is a really bad missed entry point because that's resistance into support in an upward trending stock. It's that simple. You want to have those longs. Like you got to have them. Intel's not a New York stock. You got to have them. It's the same reason why. Like here, it's like I tried Intel at 2180, didn't hold originally. Get back in at that same level. Alibaba gave you that same thing. And why is Intel going higher when the market just pulled back? Yeah, like trail out of Intel, and that was a buying opportunity. So Intel now up 7%. The stock is on one right now. Whether you like it or not, a lot of people don't like it. Certainly, something's going on with it the last couple of days. This is one that I didn't look at in the chip space, and I only remembered it now. Micron was down 5 points, and it managed to hold right on the line at prior support. So look at the consolidation on Micron. There's the 50 period on Micron. There's the high at like 96.7. In a couple of days, this looks like it could be a breakout trade. just keep in mind, if you take any trades on Micron, see what's happening at 110 to 115. Yeah, somebody's selling a lot of shares there. So any longs on this stock, profit taking at 110. But I noticed that today when it had this little bottoming tail candle, ooh baby, breakout potentially through 97 on Micron, coming up a little bit sooner rather than later. That's a stock that'll move when you're not expecting it to. Many, many times. Kind of like Intel today.
Yeah. Well, today we were sort of expecting Intel to move, I feel like, because
True.
yesterday had such a huge move. So, yeah, really happy with Intel. Wow. All right, so TLT is going to be a buy here as well. It's coming up to 355. We could see a flip over in that. If Tesla flip, oh, there it goes. TLT still, oh, it was a big buy. Now it's a little smaller. Right there, 1.2 million. This never moves, man. This is the Treasury, so maybe we'll show you. Nice move to the downside. Sorry, T-bills, 20-year T-bills. There's NVIDIA, and in just a couple seconds, I think this one will flip, so let's just zoom in just a little bit.
Go
C4, NVIDIA, there it is right here as a sell. There it goes. It's gone. See ya. So nice move up there, 131. There's the flip. We just said it would probably flip. It does do that, I guess. I don't see it anymore. But there's the move to the upside. Good trading if you were long there on NVIDIA. There was a couple traders that we'd gotten super chats from and everything that thanked us for explaining how that all works. So we're glad that that worked out again here today for that. And then what else was on here? Hood, okay, with earnings coming. We have Robinhood's coming, AppLovin's coming. Some big stocks here afterwards, including Reddit. We're very excited for that. Don't see Reddit on here at all. Lucid, we got some talk about Lucid and what's that looking like from our side of things. And right now on the market, I mean, I know that Sharif built a car there on the midday. And again, like those levels on Lucid, I don't think the space is the greatest, so we'll have to wait to see there.
I saw a stat that I didn't believe.
Nice little bottom there on Lucid. What was it?
While Sharif, and I don't know if this is true, because while Sharif was building up that car, I'm going to get to the desk right after this to make sure I got to log in actually. While he was building it, the stat was that car probably cost $110,000 and Lucid is making losing over $200,000 per vehicle. I know they're losing on each vehicle. That seems a little high.
No, but it doesn't mean they're losing.
No, I'm just talking. No, I know, but it's just.
No, it's right. Probably right.
I'm surprised it's that bad.
Yeah.
For Lucid, that's why the charts that.
It's that bad for Rivian. I mean, you guys are.
No, but Rivian, I've known that for a while. I didn't know that was true of Lucid. Rivian, and probably we know how much they're losing per vehicle because of that, but I didn't know if it was that bad for Lucid. I thought.
Other than Chinese, man, no one's making.
No one makes any money except for Tesla.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Tesla or China.
So there was one other thing. Oh, BBAI, don't forget about 10 tomorrow. Obviously, it's not going to break 10 today, but BBAI managed to hold on. We keep talking about it. Prior highs, when they get held onto, that means the trend is still good. So BBI holds on to the prior high. It's not going to break 10. Maybe it will in the aftermarket, but it's not going to break 10 anytime in the next couple of minutes here. So, no need to have the breakout trade. But this stock is on an absolute tear. It's ripping faces off. It's in a bit of a squeeze. And you better believe it, when you break levels like 10 and hold above, that's the kind of thing that makes shorts, their pants. Because if you're shorting the last couple of sessions on this thing at like 930, 940, how many of those shorts do you think are like, yeah, but 10 hasn't broken, and this could revert back into $8 or $7 or $6? Let's see what they think about it if this breaks $10 tomorrow, but it has to be tomorrow. I'm going to head on up to the desk. Great day of trading today.
Yeah, man, thanks.
Robinhood, AppLovin, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it will be. Excited for Reddit. Okay, so right here, just really quick with only 2 minutes left, we can watch out for these imbalances. I mean, I have Tesla. People wondering what's up. Yeah, Apple running. I mean, there's not much I can do about that one. So today, Tesla, SMCI, Lyft, Apple. So 4, and then the only stock that we missed today, of course, is this long. Right there at 8:30, we had the long. Never been lower than when we got out, basically. And then all the way there to the upside. It's amazing that we could have the kind of day really today and just battle back from that. And we were kind of like ho-humming it, but that could have been a difference maker if it just happened there. But I'm more mad that we don't have that reload. So thanks everybody for joining us here again today. So it's Robinhood after hours. We can just run this down right here. Let's go over it with only a minute left right now. Sticky note, if you're not checking that, whatever, that's up to you. All right, so these are all the charts that I made today. Here we go, after hours today. So it's the Trade Desk, it's AppLovin, it's Bros, it's Cisco, it's Robinhood, it's Fastly, it's Reddit, it's Albemarle. as well. So those moves all, and look what we're talking about, 11, 16, 14, 5, 12, 19, 15, and 7. Go find it all there. Oh, what's up? Gato Corps. Hey, where can I learn to trade like you? Watch this. At Trader TV Live. It's really that simple. I mean, we're not allowed to take vacations on for reasons. Okay, here we go. As we go, we are getting ready to go. No, we're allowed, of course. Just not encouraged. Okay, here we go. Coming down with the countdown coming in right now. Again, thanks so much for the day, man. It's going to be a big one here into the close. We want to thank all of you for watching and making us the record show that we believe this show deserves, right? And it's has nothing to do with me. It has to do with absolutely everybody else. We want to thank all of you and people like Adara, who's on the bell in 3, 2, and 1. I also want to thank Fabian. I mean, the guy's walking around here. He's chilling out. Really doing a lot of the editing and a lot of the board. Anything else, Fabian? You want to come? Fabian, come take a seat over here. I want everyone to see your pretty face. You want to come over here, Fabian? All right, here we go. And then we'll get over to earnings. Often we talk about Ramin, and I don't think enough people get to see. So Fabian here runs the board, which looks like to me, like I'd have absolutely no idea what's going on over there. How's it going, Fabian? How was your day?
Pretty good.
What is your favorite thing that you do here at Trader TV Live?
I just experience the market with you guys every day.
Experience the market. Give me a play that you're looking at.
Right now?
Yeah.
The S&P 500.
Ooh, yes, sir.
Long, just buy that.
I like that.
It.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about that, about, with age, on your side is time. Mm-hmm. On my side is not. I'm on the second half.
Yeah.
But you are still well on the first half. So keep investing. There we go, everybody. Bringing you the talent behind the show. Thank you so much to Fabian, making a guy like me just look that little bit better or worse. I don't know. But thank you so much, Fabian. Thank you to everybody. See, there we go. Everyone loves this guy. Fabo hair. Uh-oh. They love the hair. All right, it's earnings time. See you, everybody.
They're both wearing red hats, and that's probably why the trade desk just tanked 10%. So if you wear red, this can happen. TTD, the first one's out. The trade desk has fallen off its chair. Yeah, down at $100 as we speak. I don't have the numbers across the board just yet, but suffice to say, it's probably not that great. Let's go to Adara immediately and get the numbers here. First thing to report, TTD now down almost 15% here.
I mean, already, just to be clear, Benzinga doesn't have like the actual, okay, we have the summarized numbers, but there is something from the earnings report I want to talk about. They did a beat on earnings per share, 59 cents versus 56 expected, but revenue missed. 741 million versus 758.9 million expected, so 741 versus 758.9 million expected. The pre-tax profit also missed estimates really heftily. They reported 221.6 mil for pre-tax profit. They were looking for 294 mils. So that's a huge miss there. The other thing I think that's worth noting is they even admitted here in their report that they are disappointed they fell short of their own expectations for the quarter. So that's not a great look when you even admit in your report that you're a little cooked. Like Pat Gelsinger was always talking about every quarter was solid, and yet you have Jeff Green, CEO of TTD, being like, yeah, we didn't do that well, guys.
Well, you know what, though? I appreciate the honesty. Like, don't get me started on when the CEO comes out and it's like bad across the board and they're like, yeah, I'm proud of our solid quarter.
Yep.
You're proud of your solid quarter, Pat, when it was, well, anyways, trade desk now down 19%. That's an unnecessary rant, but it is what it is. That's why he's out of the job. Now 19% to the downside, $93. So that's a hefty miss. Pop out the daily, and it's not as if you've got much going on back here, except for this 96 level it's at right now. So underneath that, and you're talking about those August lows at like $75, maybe the 80 level. So if it doesn't bounce here, well, it's going to be trouble for the trade desk. Nasty, nasty move. I mean, you'd much rather look at Fabian's flow, which is impressive. He's got quite the flow down there than this trade desk chart, that's for sure. Although it's dropping the same way that flow drops down Fabian's back. So the first one's out is trade desk. I don't know, Pavan, if it's going to hit $60. That would be insane. It's already down 20%. Like, that's not what's going to happen, I don't think, here. Just to refresh everyone's memory, the expected move here was only 11.5%. Suffice to say, it has been an earnings shock to the downside for the trade desk, almost double the expected move to the downside for them. We're expecting apps at 405. We're also going to get Bros, Cisco, Robinhood. They're coming fast and furious. And then Fastly is the other one at 405. Reddit supposed to be at 410. So right now, we're 0 for 1 on earnings, and we're about to get a bunch of them in rapid fire. We're going to get 4 major earnings actually in just the next minute. As like I said, it's already starting pretty nastily. What was a good day for the market, you saw right at the end of the day there, a little bit of move down in Tesla, but it does belie the fact that we were so strong after we had that bit of a shock with the CPI number. So trade desk not looking very good here at Era.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad look. And I mean, the thing is, too, is we also got some news on Tesla at the end of the day. In case you missed it and you were like, why did Tesla drop? Basically, what happened was Elon, reportedly, according to Charlie Gasparino of Fox, is apparently going to be focusing for the next 4 months exclusively on his Doge journey. Doge, not the coin, the Department of Government Efficiency that was created by Trump for Elon to head. We're getting a whole bunch more earnings here. Mara scheduling their call, but they're not out right now. We're waiting on Robinhood here. We're going to be waiting on Cisco here. There's quite a few. I'm not seeing any of those numbers out.
Robinhood's already moving. So Hood's just bouncing here. And maybe this fat finger, I have no idea, but we're already up a couple of bucks.
Oh, they got the numbers out for Robinhood.
Yeah, so numbers out on Robinhood. They're breaking to the upside. This is what you want to see. Just got to 58, 59. It's only about 10% move. It was already up on the day, so keep that in mind. It was already up on the day, but Hood doing what you want to see happen here with a big bounce to the upside. It's a blue sky setup for Robinhood, 52-week highs, all that good stuff. You can zoom it out. It's not all-time highs or anything, but a good one for Hood here so far.
I'm not even seeing how this compares to estimates, but right now that's not the point because these numbers alone are outstanding, astounding, whatever word you want to use. Q4 revenues, 115% year-over-year increase, reaching a record $1.01 billion. Q4 net deposits also hitting a record $16 billion. Q4 gold subscribers up 86% year-over-year. Q4 net income up 10 times year-over-year to a record of $9.16 million, or $1.01 per share. That's a crazy look here. And then EBITDA up over 300% year over year. Like, honestly, this is exponential growth. I don't know what else to say. I'm not seeing how it compares to estimates yet, but safe to say, I know at least revenue, we're not expecting $1 billion. So that seems like a beat.
That's a big beat.
We'll have to wait to find out what everything else is.
Big move for Hood, and they're app loving it because app loving also out. They're up double digits. A little bit of a pullback. You can't make this stuff up. It just pulled back at 420. So AppLovin right to $420, and there is the dip right back into 400. Like, what is it with that level, 420? Like, it's already a double top on the daily for AppLovin. So you failed the fresh break, the fresh high. 6% short float on this name, by the way. So big mover, already had a fantastic last year. I think it could just be technical, the fact that you got to that all-time high and are pulling back. That's the thing about the after hours. That's an obvious place for some people to maybe grab some profits, but AppLovin, so far, so good. Robinhood good, AppLovin as well. And before we get the numbers, I know we're going to go back to you for the actual digits. You've also got Bros. 24% to the upside. Dutch Brothers, I guess it's only the trade desk that stinks and everyone else is fantastic. Dutch Brothers hitting out of the park like Gia, slapping them down the line. She's a lefty, slapping them down the line. The right field line is what I wanted to say there. Sean's daughter plays baseball. Bro. I can say bro for Dutch Bros. I know it's bros, Ramin, it's cool, but bro. No one says bros. Bro. What up, bro? I'd like to say it how I want to say it, Ramin. Dutch Bro, the brothers in the house, as Dutch Bros goes up. It doesn't matter. It's 26% to the upside. It's fabulous. It's not necessarily running into any overhead resistance. I don't know. If you guys can find the resistance on Bros, then your eyes are better than mine, because that looks like a bit of a blue sky setup there. Yeah,
I mean, we'll talk about that in a second. AppLovin first here. They did beat here for Gap. Earnings per share 173 versus 125. Expected sales of 1.372 billion, also above estimates of 1.264 billion. Much like what we saw with Hood, there's a lot of year-over-year growth. They did have a decline here in their apps revenue, 1% year-over-year, but ad revenue grew 73% year-over-year. Total revenue up 44%. Adjusted advertising EBITDA here up 85%. Apps adjusted EBITDA 27%. Adjusted EBITDA as a whole up 78%. Net income up a whopping 248%. Their guidance I just saw also beat estimates. A great look for apps. Cisco, I don't know if we've talked about much. That one is not dumping like a truck as far as I can see.
Forget about Cisco because
Reddit?
Reddit is out and Reddit is gone. to the downside. Reddit now down. Just $30 drop here on Reddit. That's a 15. This isn't even catching up. That's a 15% move. We were expecting exactly 15% on Reddit. So from 220, you guys can do that math. It's obviously made that entire move. The good news for Reddit, it's still on the daily chart looking okay. The 50 period moving average on Reddit's $180. So any bounce in here, holding that 15% implied move, certainly does give you an opportunity for a bit of a bounce. But Reddit not looking good. So far, Bros has been good. Obviously, you guys just saw that. You also saw, I haven't seen Fastly just yet. Robinhood doing okay as well. AppLovin, they're loving it. So it's Robinhood, AppLovin, Dutch Bros, Trade Desk, and Reddit to the downside here, actually continuing to go lower. So 180 on the daily is the 50 period moving average here for Reddit. That would be a likely place where maybe you can catch a bounce. As always, be careful trading the aftermarket. Make sure your broker has, functioning stop orders if you're going to be trading.
Yeah, Reddit beat here. So Q4 revenue, 427.7 mil versus 405.3 mil expected. Earnings of 36 cents per share versus 25 cents per share expected. EBITDA beat here, 154.3 mil versus 128.7 mil expected. They also here had 92.6% gross margin. Daily active unique users up 39% year over year. Revenue up 71% year over year. They did beat revenue estimates as well for Q1 2025. Now we'll look at Cisco as well. Guys, there's a lot of earnings coming here, so we apologize if we missed anything.
Yep.
Tag me in the chat. I'll try my best to get it to you either vocally or just type it in the chat. So Cisco, great look here, 94 cents earnings per share versus 91 expected. Sales of 13.991 bill versus 13.874 bill expected. Guidance in line, but some of the higher ends here are above estimates across the board. Not a bad look at all here for CSCO. Also, guys, keep an eye on Boeing because Donald Trump is talking about Boeing. He said he's not happy with service from Boeing on the planes, referring to Air Force One.
Come on, man. I own Boeing shares, Donald. You don't do that to Boeing.
Boeing was one of my long picks for the year, too.
Boeing, I'm going to show the Boeing chart in a second. It actually was doing really well today. Cisco, by the way, boringly awesome stock lately. And it's another blue sky setup for Cisco. Forget about levels. You got to pull up Fibonacci's. I always say this. You go into a gap, pull up Fibonacci's, look at prior ranges. Like the prior range was 59 to 63, so you've already made that top, $4 to prior range, $4 up here. That makes a heck of a lot of sense sometimes. But Cisco, fantastic numbers. It's actually holding these highs. But as I said, the prior range for the last month or so has been that $4. That's exactly what you're getting some support just above. Like there's your break. There's your high. If it can hold on to that, I think it looks a little bit better. App obviously looking.
I found what Reddit missed on.
You just remember that 420 all-time high on AppLovin? Well, you can forget about that. Now $440 as it's continuing to rush 17% to the upside. Shorts, 6% shortfall for this name is actually a decent size, and they're getting absolutely murked today. As when you're blowing it out like this, I hope the shorts are covering, at least for their sakes. So very good numbers here for App. Very good for Cisco. Not so great for Reddit and Trade Desk. Reddit's trying to bounce here. Now this is like the third time that it's been able to get back above the 190 level. There's some buyers. There's nothing strong yet. It's just barely bouncing at all off of those lows. Sometimes when a stock is that well, it ran so far, everybody.
Yeah.
Reddit had gone so far. The dip buyers might be a little bit more patient with this than otherwise. That's just part of the story here. Reddit's been a fantastic stock, but sometimes when this happens, you get a bit of a pullback, and they won't buy it up right away.
Yeah, I think too with Reddit, it's worth noting they did actually miss on one metric. So as mentioned, their daily active uniques up year over year, but apparently below analyst estimates. We were looking for 103.8 million active users. We got 101.7. So we actually did have a slight miss there for DAUs, which would explain the drop. Someone was asking me here about MGM earnings. I can give those to you. Really grand look here for MGM. We did have Q4 earnings, 45 cents per share versus 30 cents expected. Another beat on sales, 4.346 bill versus 4.273 bill. We also had Dinkelberg asking to look at the grind chart. Apparently it's been on a run. That one is actually not an earnings name today, but today it had a really nice move. Look here for GRND. I think it's certainly been grinding to the upside for a while. Also, one caution I want to mention with APP. So it is a spready name. And I want to caution, there are some names that trade really well with spread, and there are others that don't intraday. App, you can get great opportunities, but be careful because that thing has a massive spread regularly, and it will wick you out. So be cautious with regards to size and where you set your stop. That is my quick little caution on APP, especially if you're going to trade it during the morning when there's a little less volatility. Like, make sure you have your volume and make sure you've planned it out, because that thing can be very choppy, and that's my quick word of advice.
Yeah, that's great advice there, Adara. I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Marty, thank you for the super chat. Shout out to you, Marty. Marty McFly down there shorting. You are short, TD. Forget about shorting. You've taken some profit off. What do we think of that chart and potential Max Payne bottom? Thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're here for the earnings bonanza. It's a lot of movers today. It wasn't a lot of big index names, but it's a lot of big time movers. Like, you've already taken some profit off. I don't know how much you took off, 10, 20%, who knows. But when you get this kind of an outsized move, how many times have we seen that relief rally the day after, especially down 25%? There is, if you do, like, it's not a head and shoulders or anything, but if you look at this gap back up, it is 87, 88 into 90. That's a pretty reasonable area where you would look for some support. And if it gets down to $80, I mean, why not hold on to? Usually when you make that kind of a play, I don't swing before earnings, but I can't imagine a situation where I wouldn't want to try to let something ride when you're that deep in the money. It doesn't matter where you're in. You're obviously deep in the money in this particular situation. Usually taking some profit out for what is often an inevitable bounce the next day, which sometimes can be pretty hefty. How many times have we seen the stock, just do one of these bounces on the next day, get back to like a 105 to 110 area, and then you've lost some of that profit. So it's getting into some big spots in the mid-80s to right here, where I would expect there to be some kind of a bid. I'm not saying I'm going to go long it tomorrow, but it's going to be on the radar for an SSR bounce for a lot of day traders. I can promise you that. Shout out to you, Marty. That's a fantastic trade. As much as that's a monster to the downside, AppLovin is still a monster to the upside. Now, 420 is the support level as opposed to the resistance. You know it's a strong stock when it gaps up this much, pulls back into what? Stop me if you've heard this before. The prior high in the daily. Pulls into the prior high in the daily. That's 418, that wick. It just held 421, which last I checked is above 418. Simple math. And it's trying to hold on. If it holds on to that all-time high, nasty, nasty for some of the shorts that are there in AppLovin. So that's what it's all about. Obviously, it's not the only names that are reporting that are strong. It's impressive, but bro, now 30% to the upside and holding the highs. Yeah, this is ripping faces off. It's also a 6% short float. I thought this was a bigger short float than 6%.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to look at another source on that. I thought it was double digits.
There's another one here that's worth noting. It's Pegasystems. They're supposed to report tonight. I'm not seeing the earnings from them yet, but the reason I even think Pegasystems is kind of of note is because they are actually one of Dan Ives' top AI plays for this year. So alongside names like Palantir, their PEGA. I'm not seeing the report yet, though, guys.
It's riding lower right now.
Yeah, it's the person who mentioned it. It looks like they have reported. I'm seeing no numbers or no info, but that is, Pegasystems has been on my watch this whole year because it was one of Dan Ives' top AI plays, along with, again, like CRM, Palantir. I think I have a tweet on it on TTV Research like way back.
It's galloping to fresh lows as we speak.
It is. Yeah, that thing cannot fly high right now, that's for sure. I cannot find anything right now, though, with regards to its earnings around 405. It did announce that there's some press release about how their agent experience powers more reliable AI, it's press release. We're going to have to wait. Albemarle is out, though, according to Darwin. I'm going to take a look here for that. Thank you very much, Darwin. Oh, and they missed.
Little move.
So losses of $1.09 per share versus 70-cent loss expected. Sales also missing, 1.23 bill versus 1.34 bill expected. I'm going to parse through this report to see if there's anything I'm missing here with regards to why this might be up.
The good news, the daily chart might be why the stock is up. Lithium names can get beaten up a little bit, so it could just be a situation where this is a double bottom on Albemarle, and it would have to be abject disaster for it to break. Like, look at the downward trend on this stock. So double bottom, maybe it just doesn't want to go any lower. So miss or no miss, there's often times where it's like it's just not as bad as it was before, and maybe you're catching a bit.
I mean, their net sales dropped 112%.
112%?
Yeah. and their revenue's down 47%.
No, for the,
So like,
That's not-
I think sometimes it just might be as bad as it looks.
you can't sugarcoat that one.
I really can't, unless I'm missing something here.
I was trying to be positive about that. It's up 1%, so forget about that. That's bad. That's really bad. But hey, it didn't make a fresh low. How about that? Always look at the bright side of things here, everybody. You know, it's only up 1%. Those are really bad numbers, and those are really bad numbers. Reddit's also at the 50-period moving average. So it's right at that 180 level. They're still bleeding down here on Reddit. 16% to the downside. The expected move, I think we already said this, but I don't mind repeating myself here on Reddit. The expected move was 15%. It's made that move. It's at the 50-period now. If it's not bouncing here, its last earnings report, it was 42% the move on Reddit. So it can do more than that. Now, that was to the upside, but it can do more than that. So you're right at that 50 on the daily, right back into the 180 level. Let's see if the buyers can finally emerge on this stock. As a little bit of pain here for Reddit is what it is. Sometimes they sell the ones at the highs. And man, I can't believe Albemarle had numbers that
Fastly.
bad, and they're still holding on. But Fastly is now...
I think they've been out a while.
They've been out a while? Yeah, you know what? That's my bad. We missed Fastly. That's not good either. It's a $10 stock. This used to be a thing. Now it's
Fastly moving to the downside.
Yeah, it just hasn't been that good stock for a while.
I have the
But
number.
we should have got it. It's down 18% here, Fastly. Yuck.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So non-GAAP losses of 3 cents per share versus flat expected. So we're expecting $0.00. We actually lost money. Revenue actually up 2% year over year, and it was a slight beat. Their guidance, though, they're expecting a larger than expected loss per share. Revenue basically in line with estimates. For the whole fiscal year, they also went in line with revenue estimates and a miss on EPS. So that is pretty yuck for both their fiscal 2025 guidance and their Q1 guidance as well. So not a great look, in my opinion, for FSLY. But again, it's not, no such thing as good or bad earnings. It's how the market reacts. If there was such thing as bad earnings, Albemarle's earnings would be bad, but Albemarle's up. So you can't, all you have to do is just see how the market reacts.
Yeah, and so by the way, that saying is a trading saying, meaning, like, obviously objectively there's such thing as good or bad earnings, but it's a trading saying in that it doesn't matter what you think of the report. To some people, fundamentals are all that matter. To me, I think you should be an investor or a longer-term swing trader if that's your case. Price action is king and ball don't lie. So while you can think whatever you want about Reddit, it's down significantly. You can think whatever you want about LB, it's flat. Fastly, the weekly chart is disgusting. The good news is it's actually above the 50 periods somehow on the weekly. So this is, believe it or not, in a bit of a reversion that maybe because of that, it would be possible for there to be a decent bounce play right in here. But it would need to get back above, like this is $9 in here. It would need to reclaim that $9 level. But it's getting really nasty in a couple of names.
Yeah.
We've talked about that here. Fastly is just one of them. The good news, whoops, that's a daily chart because I went to the weekly. Let's go back to the 1 minute. The good news is Trade Desk has stopped falling. It's now held, it's a lower low, but it's above 90, and it's no longer dropping rapidly. So a bit of stabilization here in the Trade Desk. And then the other name, which is to the downside before we go back over to others, there's a little bit of a bounce here coming in. So buyers, it broke 180 on Reddit, but the buyer is starting to come in here. I saw someone in the chat joking around that maybe the mods are all starting to come in and buy.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Maybe.
That was something I'd heard about too when they IPO'd. We actually have 2 super chats. One about Reddit from Rohit Sharma. $2 super chat, thank you very much. Just saying Reddit fast climbs lead to hard falls in the market, and you're not wrong. You've seen, if you actually reposted today, you can check it out on X, my graphic showing what SMCI did in 2024. But the reason I bring this up now, because SMCI literally had a massive drop the day that it hit 1,000 and new all-time highs for the first time back in February 2024. So you can check that out on X. Certainly that is the case. Our second super chat here from Nick W, actually first chronologically, but Reddit one I just read here first. Nick W, thank you for the $2 super chat, asking Neil, mind giving a look at AB&B into earnings? And one thing I do want to say about AB&B before we get into the chart is actually, interestingly enough, it's one of the few names on the S&P 500 that's actually down percentage-wise from its IPO. So it has not actually given you any ROI if you got involved from the IPO, which I think is pretty interesting because there's not very many names on the S&P 500 that actually have that. I do a lot of research for TDV research, and that's how I discovered that fact. But yeah, not necessarily, I guess, if you got involved in the IPO, a little bit sus. They had a good move, though, last report, so AB&B.
Well, what I could say about it, I know why. See, what's interesting is that in Nick Dell, it's before I even looked at this chart, you send us super chats and you always look at the same type of breakout play, which is one that I also tend to like. When these stocks have made higher lows and then on the daily chart and they tend to start breaking away from the 50 or 200 period moving average and they break a local high. So I knew without looking that Airbnb was going to be that kind of a setup. Shout out to them. I'll be staying in one for spring training in March. We always do. Oh, we're by the beach this time. We're switching it up when we go to spring training this year and we're staying next to the beach, which is different for us. Usually we stay next to the stadium for watching baseball. But I do see what you're getting at here for Airbnb. What I would say, they report next tomorrow?
They report tomorrow after the close.
McFly, Neil, I'm staring at it. It says February 13th, post-market, right here on my chart. And I'm like, no, I'm literally staring at it. You're before the earnings report. So I get it. To me, if I take a swing trade, which is purely technical like this, part of the reason why I like to trade, if we come to my chart, part of the reason I will like to trade is that you can make this breakout and I would buy it somewhere in here or on this break of like a 142, and then my stop goes underneath this. On earnings, you're going to get a little bit of extra slippage. Because if it does, like if it's bad, like you could rinse through and get like double your normal slippage on the trade because you're making a bet on earnings if you're doing it with shares and not playing options. So I think for myself, I don't like that setup as much. And if it breaks this out, good luck, because if they report well tomorrow, it's just going to gap higher. You won't be able to get that fill, generally speaking. So for myself, I don't like that play. I usually like that kind of a setup. Like they report and then they do that setup. Or I'm already in it for a week or two, and then we get the report, like Snowflake, which was a setup just like this recently. So, yeah, I don't necessarily, personally, I don't love it because I don't really have any insight on the numbers, and I think you can just get kind of wicked around. But I think come back tomorrow, and you might have, if it's still around the same price level and holds the same area after earnings, then I think it's back on. I just don't like that look going right into the earnings and trying to make a bet on the earnings play. That's not my style, not my cup of tea. Robinhood is everybody's cup of tea, apparently. 17%, fresh highs. So we've got App continuing to go higher. We've got Robinhood, incredibly strong. We've got Dutch Bros, incredibly strong. Unfortunately for Trade Desk and Reddit, it has not been so good. Cisco as well to the upside. That was about 7% to the upside. On Cisco. Stuart asking about Upwork.
Yeah, we have a couple other earnings that just came
Oh yeah,
out here
Upwork
as well.
report. Okay, yeah, not bad. Upwork up 9% here on Upwork. Dara?
Nice. I mean, yeah, I wasn't going to talk about Upwork here. There's a couple more, though. Someone asked about Pegasystems. So PEGA, they did beat here on EPS and on sales, and they're still, I mean, they kind of dropped down a little bit after market, but someone asked about Pegasystems, one of Wedbush's Dan Ives' top AI picks. We also have QS, apparently QuantumScape reported. They were like, oh, you can click on our link on our website to find our earnings, and honestly, that font was very small. I have very bad eyes. I literally manually searched revenue and EPS. I couldn't find anything. So if we see those numbers, I'll let you know for QS. But they have reported. They've just made it a little bit hard for us to actually see this. Then we have QMCO, which is another company with quantum in its name that reported after the bell that actually doesn't do quantum. So QMCO here, this one, Sharif mentioned very spready, and I actually have enjoyed the spread in this one, though I've never traded it. QMCO trying to push into $26 here. Much larger than expected gap loss per share for Q4. They're guiding $1.21 to $1.11 loss per share versus 27-cent loss expected. Revenue guidance also missing estimates. And they missed on loss per share here for this quarter, but they did beat on sales. So mixed but mostly negative report for QMCO. But this name is not running on fundamentals. It's running on quantum hype. Though I must stress once again, Quantum Corp, though its name may deceive you, to my knowledge, does not actually do anything in quantum, but they do have a nice little short close. So that's what happened there. If I see QS, I'll put it in the chat, but yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't find anything. Also, Jedi with this
What up, Jedi?
100 DOP super chat, Sun Life Financial, SLF, have any info? I'll look into it now. I also want to mention, someone mentioned our Royal Caribbean. If there's any news on that, I did find it. They raised their dividend by 36%, and they announced a $1 billion buyback. I did drop that info in the chat. SLF, I think, allegedly may be reporting tonight. But I have not seen those numbers yet.
I have not seen the numbers either.
I'm going to confirm that, guys.
Oh, my
Let me take a look here.
my chat just crashed because you guys are absolutely blowing it out. The earnings are so crazy, but my chat, it's back up just now. What I can say about Sun Life is, fun fact, when I was in university, it felt like half the track team at Waterloo worked for Sun Life. It's like accounting and computer science and actuarial sciences were big. So like a bunch of people I knew actually worked at Sun Life and Manulife. Good Canadian name. It's not moving a heck of a lot, about 1%.
They are
reporting tonight, but
5 p.m. Eastern is what.
okay, so 5 p.m. They could sometimes what'll happen is you can get these weird ticks as people kind of position or fat finger thinking earnings are out and people get stopped in and triggered and all that kind of nonsense. So it'll seem like it's moving, but Sun Life not to be till 5 as well. Darth Buddha, coin is tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, like trust me, if Coinbase was tonight, we would be all over this. Coinbase is tomorrow after the market close. So Coinbase tomorrow after market close, Airbnb tomorrow after market close. But there's so much happening here today. Believe me, there's been no shortage of movers.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, Reddit being down about 13 points now, holding on to that 180 at least. That's going to be a big one. Obviously, Robinhood. Saw in the chat someone saying, can Robinhood get to 70? Maybe not right now with a bit of a pullback here, but Robinhood up double digits, more than double digits. You've had AppLovin up double digits. You've had Dutch Bros up a bajillion percent. As far as I'm concerned, that one is going to be a big time runner. There's a heck of a lot going on this afternoon. I can't believe it's already 4:30.
I know, right? It's been wild.
Wow. Wow, what we won.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a kind of nuts. I know we're going to let things go soon, but I'm just seeing this note here from Dan Ives of Wedbush. This is being reposted by Sawyer Merritt, which is like a pro-Tesla account. I'm guessing this note is not new because usually I find his posts are like at least a couple hours old. But regardless, Wedbush analyst Dan Ives reiterating his $550 price target for Tesla, regardless of the sell-off, saying he basically does not, I guess, rate the sell-off as of right now. I wonder, though, if this note is actually post the rumors that Elon is going to spend more time with Doge, because like I said, knowing that Sawyer Merritt's posts are usually off by a couple hours, I highly doubt that this note came out before, or I guess I highly doubt this note came out after we got that Doge rumor. In case you missed it, Charlie Gasparino saying that Elon Musk has told people that, again, we don't know what people just said, people, that he's going to be spending more time on Doge. Not super surprising given his focus. You can see it on his social media and you can see it on his presence in the White House that he's going to be focusing more on Doge right now than necessarily his many other businesses.
And he's got a lot of them.
He does. We have a graphic about them on X at TTP Research. He's so many businesses. He's always been involved in other businesses.
He's a busy man, and when we've seen what happens when he talks about Tesla, when he tweets about it, if he buys another company, it just seems to move the stock. So you've got to always understand that as much as you saw it with Sean's trade. Like it's super deep in the money, and then that's why you had to have trailing stops out there. The second that news hit, it dropped like $9. It's crazy. That's just how it is. But you know how it is around here at this time? It's roll call time, everybody. You know what that means. Get your name in the chat so Adara can read it off rapid fashion. But before you do that, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. We had record numbers all week. We got to 500,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Feel like we got to book that axe throwing. We had a little bit of a bubbly yesterday to celebrate. But thank you guys, everybody, for contributing. Thank you so much to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Thank you to Andre as well on our team. The Bash brothers doing a great job in the midday. My man Sean, Obi, who he hasn't filled in a little bit, but Obi's always here for us. And big shout out to Brennan and Adara on the news desk, making sure we get everything. The fact that we can just go over the price action, and you get all the numbers out there so quickly, and getting what the viewers need to understand the fundamentals in earnings season is a big deal. And a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. You're the absolute best. Let's get the roll call on.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone for being here. Also for the people asking about Roku, we don't have any news on it. They don't report until tomorrow after the bell. So Roku down a little bit, but I have no news on it. Also, axe throwing literally scares me because today I injured myself spilling a bottle of water. So I don't even know. Yeah, I want to throw axes, but we got to be real. So shout out to that. Thank you to everyone for getting us to 500,000. Also, thank you to people who follow TTV Research because we just reached 25,000 followers on X. So thank you guys so much for allowing that to happen. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. Shout out Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Neil, Sean. We have Brendan. We have Sharif. We have Joe. We have Obi. We have Apogee King. More on Wall Street. Steve Schlag, Stevenson, Etienne, Grov, Sebastian, T.S. Booger, Andre Popa, Donaire, Andera, shout out pretty close name, Artie, CPBP, we've got Stuart, Marty, Daryl Flinch, Sebastian, OneCoin, One Trader, Volky, MA, we've got Jai Singh, we have Bears Bulls once again, your life breakthrough coach, we've got Crazy Carl, we've got Staxers, Smoky Love, we have Bearded Warrior, Trace, thank you for you, CJ, Derek Thompson, Marlon B, Tim Snyder, MA, and we've got Dingleberg, Hans Beer, so many people here. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with more earnings, more stuff, more things to talk about, and probably more Doge Or whatever.
There's always something happening in these markets. You saw with the volatility today. You know there's going to be more bangers tomorrow. That's what it's all about. Hey, everybody, we're Trade TV Live. It's only Wednesday. Let's get through this apparent storm tonight here in the GTA, and we'll see you back bright and early at 8:30. Bye, guys.
Is it happening right now?
I don't know, people.